to be here. I couldn't have waited longer than just be in this forum and share as much as we can with you guys. So welcome, and Okwiri, kindly update me if all our speakers are available.
Which platform is that?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Because I only know Master Guide.
Yes, I guess that was Okwiri. Stephen, I can hear you. Yes, I can see. I can see Vincent is already in the house. So maybe we can start with Vincent before we jump into the rest of the team. So Vincent, welcome. Maybe before you do your formal introduction, Vincent is currently our IEEE section chair. And just to mention a few, we have quite an awesome team in the Kenyan section. And maybe for those ones who are not attending, who are not yet IEEE members, I'm glad you can stick around and maybe interact with this team of volunteers. So welcome, Vincent. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. And thank you for welcoming me.
Perfect. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Kithinji. I think I'll begin by really thanking the team that has put this event together. This is a fantastic event. I think it's one of those events that we've been looking forward to having as a section, particularly for the students and the young professions. I think from the panelists I have seen and some of the engagements that have gone on, this is going to be very useful, and I hope we can have similar events happening in future because it will really help those who are trying to come into active profession, and even those who are actively working as professionals find other initiatives and activities that they can pick up on. I think, you know, as you develop as a professional, as you develop in your career, it's not just about the work. I think we should also start thinking about what impact am I going to leave behind? What positive changes can I leave behind? And one way of doing this is one, by being a member of, things like IEEE and other membership organizations that help foster and encourage personal development and the development of, the people around you, your community, and your environment. For those who are still not sure how they can participate more effectively in IEEE, perhaps how they can join and host activities and try to put together events that are more focused and meaningful to the area of interest, take a look at Try Engineering website in IEEE. This site gives you a lot of opportunities to look into activities that can be useful to you. For instance, there's a lot of funding available to, for example, STEM areas. So if you look at the STEM website in Try Engineering, there's funding available which you can use to run a STEM program in your community. So you may not be formally employed, or you may not have a formal job you're running, but that doesn't stop you contributing to your environment and community. If you apply, for example, for this grant, you should be able to bring something positive to either upcoming engineers, and this could be as far down as high schools, and possibly even lower than that in primary schools. So what I would tell you is you've got a lot of input today and yesterday. You'll get a lot of input today, rather. You got a lot of input yesterday from various career professionals in various industries. Take time and look through some of the links. Take time and explore some of the opportunities that they have presented to you. All these are actually opportunities that may benefit you. For your personal career development as well, try and focus in an area of interest so that you can now begin to tidy up and put together um, uh, a CV, for lack of a better word, that will help you guide you in your future. There's a lot of information available, and if you try and do everything again, you will probably find that you will get challenged. So from the information you're getting from the panelists, pick an area of interest, see if you can focus on it, and let's see you excel in that area. I personally would like to see more innovative experiences for my members in IEEE. I'd like to see you explore areas that have not been explored before. Come up with ideas, put your ideas together, see if you can get them, for example, even up commercial level. We've got some good examples already, and I think we can get much more from the teams on the ground, from the members. And anytime you feel you're constrained or are not sure about what you can do, you're welcome to talk to us. You can contact me directly. You can talk to your YP chairman and the executive committee. And I'm sure the Kenyan Section Executive Committee is more than willing any engagements that you may bring forward with it and to help guide you. So I don't want to take too much time this morning, other than to welcome you to today's session and looking forward to seeing more participation and vigorous engagements today. A couple of notes though. We've also got our Power Africa conference coming in sometime later in August. See if you can engage either directly or indirectly with that. And I believe we also have an IOT that was launched yesterday. This is part of the global initiative in IoT, and we are currently arranging it in Region 8. And I think it will benefit you to try and put your ideas together and see whether you can, compete with the rest of the market. So in Africa, we currently have, I think, Nigeria, Uganda, and Kenya now participating, and the finals will be held in Dubai. So put your best foot forward, and looking forward to seeing you in that space as well. With that, thank you, Kithinji. I think I'll hand over back to you, and we can proceed with the rest of the program.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vincent. I had to bring you first so that at least you can warm the house. You can really prepare us during the day, because I think we need that energy to go on throughout the day. And I think he has really iterated so well. Based on what we have and based on maybe the learnings that we are getting here as young professionals and as students, we can really do quite a lot in IEEE. You don't need to maybe be of a certain caliber for you to make an impact in IEEE. So I was to start with Fidel, but I'm told that Fidel is quite of late, and I don't know if Alan has settled to represent him. Okay, seems that Alan is not there yet. So we can go to Esther Mushiri. Esther, are you there? Okay, maybe we can go to, I don't know, but always when I get a chance to introduce this gentleman, I always feel excited, because he is one of those first people that I met in IEEE back in 2015 when I attended the first IEEE event. And from then up to date, we've really walked a journey with him. He has really guided me. And I will say he's an awesome leader, not only a volunteer, but a true leader in IEEE. So let's welcome Humphrey Muhindi, who is also the founding chair of IEEE Young Professionals in Kenyan section. Humphrey, welcome as you take us through the PAC presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Githinji, for that introduction. And as you said, I'm Humphrey Muhindi. I'm the Conference General Chair for Power Africa 2021. And I was also the co-chair for last year's event, which was held virtually. Now, Power Africa 2021 is going to be held virtually from the 23rd to the 27th of August this year. It's actually next month. We are about 38 days or 37 days, if I'm not wrong, from it. And what I can say is that for this year, we have planned a very interesting program in that we are looking at seeing how we can bring together a lot of industry participation. We have about 8 confirmed keynote speakers right now, 5 industry tutorials and 8 industry panel sessions, ranging from talking about different topics, different thematic areas within the energy and also the social fields, because we have the young professionals coming in, we have the women in engineering coming in. We also have we have mixed it with a bit of some educational topics. So we are looking at bringing together experts and researchers from across the globe to give talks to the participants. But most importantly, we are looking at seeing how we can engage, especially people who are in industry, people who are just coming in.
I don't know if it's only on my side or Humphrey, you're having issues with your connection. Mark, can you confirm you can hear me?
Hello.
Hello. I can hear you, Muryungi, but I lost Humphrey.
So it seems it's a connection problem from his end. Okay, let's give him a due to low bandwidth, video is not currently available.
Hello, Githinji. We can still see you.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Yeah, we can still see you.
Pardon?
We can still see you. You're visible.
Okay. Yeah, I'm saying, okay, I think Humphrey now is back.
Yes, sorry
You're on
for
mute,
that.
Humphrey.
Yeah, sorry for that. Experienced a power outage here and my connection went off, but on the backup. I'm not sure where I dropped off, but I think I was talking about the program that we have, and in terms of the industry tutorials, in terms of the panel sessions, in terms of the keynote speakers that we have in line. And this is something that will be interesting to both students and professionals out there. What we have done this year is we are looking at encouraging more participation, and we have offered scholarships for IEEE students and IEEE members to actually participate. An e-notice went out yesterday, and if you have a look at that, you can see the opportunities that are available, and I would like to encourage you to try them out. We also have IEEE Smart Village coming in with a student paper contest in which they are encouraging students both at university level and even high school level. The deadline for that is the 23rd of July. So you can also have a look at that from the website and see how you can participate as a university student, or even encourage other high school students out there who may be willing to participate. So with that short introduction, I just like to encourage you to come in and participate in Power Africa 2021. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Humphrey. And I hope we'll be seeing more and more participants joining, especially the ones who are in this session. So I see, I guess the only one name that I have here of Esther is Mushiri. Maybe she can confirm that she's the one. Esther, can you hear me?
Hi, Kithinji.
Yes. So I wanted to confirm that it's you so that I can do maybe I can introduce you informally before you introduce yourself formally. So so again, guys, I keep on saying we have the awesome volunteers in the section, and maybe if you're not a member or if you have never interacted with these people, you'll never know how awesome they are. So this is Esther, the CEO of e-mentoring Africa. And when I say e-mentoring, of course, you can drop the E and then you are left with mentoring, and you know what that means. So this is the mother, but now in the tech world, in the professional world. He mothers you, or rather he gives you that care as a graduate student, as a young professionals, as you grow into your career and as you grow into your profession. So we have interacted with Esther for quite some time, and I can say I've learned a lot from maybe the entrepreneurship side, from the innovation side. I can call her, we can talk. We've shared quite a lot of awesome things, and I can say definitely she has a lot. And now that probably let me give you a name. She will be one of those, the first lady joining the section as the chair. And I can't wait to have her as our chair and maybe enjoy a different flavor of maybe a lady taking lead. So welcome, Esther. And I hope guys are really following about what we are getting, especially from the volunteers around IEEE Kenya section. Karibu, Esther.
Asante sana Kithinji. I apologize. We are having erratic power fluctuation. That's why I have joined you late. So I have missed quite a bit of what has been happening before. But thank you for the elaborate introduction, Kithinji. And indeed, it's a pleasure to always see you and watching you from when you were a student leader to now being a powerhouse in the industry. You may be a young professional, but you are really trailblazing. And I would encourage that most of the graduates in this conference follow your footsteps and you be a peer mentor to show them the stepping stones that you are taking. As Kithinji has said, I am currently the vice chair of IEEE Kenya section. Very excited to be learning from the very best, our chair Vincent Egesa, who has already spoken, and not to mention Humphrey Muhindi, who really has been my mentor, our mentor, having a lot of institutional memory of where IEEE Kenya section has come from, and even having that global experience and bringing it all home. As I connect with all of you, I am excited that we have finally had an opportunity to bring together our different universities to a platform to share and exchange ideas on how we can grow this IEEE and particularly the innovations that our different university students have. Yesterday, I had a pleasure of attending the launch of the Africa IoT AI Challenge. And I can't wait to see all of you participating in that challenge. I would be excited to see an innovation from Kenya going all the way to the international competition in Dubai later in December. And so I encourage us to dig deeper into our innovations. I know we had at a certain time through Kithinji, the innovations awards or competition that we did, and there were those that emerged as very good. I would like those to look at themselves and see that you can actually compete globally. It's both open for the students and startups, and better still if you have a product, a proof of concept that you can actually show. So I look forward to working with all of you. I am deeply passionate about matters mentorship, and through the entire network of IEEE professionals, the seniors, the deans from the different universities, we look forward to holding your hands as university students and waiting for you on this other side after you graduate, preparing you for the world of work, but more so also helping you to be job creators, because there's so much that you can do and you can drive change for this country and for Africa. I thank you and the organizers in particular, and I look forward to the outcomes of this summit and seeing how we can drive those conclusions and recommendations that we shall make to grow the section. I thank you and I hand this back over to you, Kithinji.
So thank you very much, Esther, for that word. So the next, we were to have Fidel representing the students, but we will have Alan stepping in for him. Alan, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Kiziji. I can hear you. Maybe you can confirm you can
perfect.
hear me clearly.
Yes, so you have approximately 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, let me just share my screen, then I can continue.
Okay.
Just a moment. Okay, you can confirm you can see my screen, Kiziji.
Yes, I can see it. I can see it. It's live.
Okay, thank you so much. As Kidinja said, my name is Alan Koech. I'm the chairperson IEEE Kenya University Student Branch. I'm stepping in for Fidel Makatia, who is the IEEE Kenya Section Student Representative. So I'll not go deep because I'm stepping into someone else's shoes. So I'll just be touching on the highlights. So IEEE student batches have been having very good embracing the new norm after the COVID pandemic. And these are the current batches we have in Kenya. Of course, Moi, University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, TUK, JKUAT, and Strathmore. And I think we also have more coming on the way, based on what I know. And this has been a very good channel in terms of helping the students be able to get new skills, engage, many other things. And above those, there are many benefits. I know some of these have already been mentioned before in the different forums initially. So I'll just be going over some of them briefly because I think you all know about, for those who are student members of IEEE, you all know about IEEE Explore, which is one of the biggest technical library, which is online. So being an IEEE member gives you access to IEEE technical content with the IEEE Explore. And we all know about the good stories of last year. Kidiji can be able to attest to this, even Fidel. IEEE will give you a lot of benefits as a member. You can be able to build your network, be able to interact with those people who are very good in your field of study and beyond. And as well, you can be able to, if you write technical papers, you can both submit them to different conferences. I even had we have one already here in Kenya, is the Power Africa conference, which is coming next month. And it was mentioned very well that we have a student paper contest, and participating in such things can go to open many doors to you. It's just not only about building networks, it goes even beyond that. You don't know who will be in that conference, who will be watching and seeing what you're presenting. It can open very good doors for you to be able to scale beyond the heights. In IEEE also, you can be able to get opportunities to develop your skills, and this comes in many different ways. You can be able to engage in different projects as students, which you can be able to showcase and be able to interact with other people who are good in those different sectors and be able to grow your own skill. Case of example, we are all aware about what happened in 2020 about the COVID-19. In KU, there were some students who worked very hard in making the ventilator. And you can go to see the change in skills from when they started the project to the end. There was let's say exponential spike increase in their skill level because by engaging in these such kinds of projects, you can be able to develop the new skills, able to know that for me to achieve this particular kind of project, you need to be able to have this specific kind of skills which you don't have at the moment. So it will give you that push to be able to learn new skills, and in that process, you'll be able to gain and get new skills, which can be able to improve your skill level, improve even your professional career. Professional exposure, as I said earlier, it gets you exposed to the outside world, and a world whereby we have experts. For instance, when you're writing a paper about telecommunication, I don't know much about that, but you submit a paper and it's going to be reviewed by someone who is a professor in that area, someone who is very well skilled, and this people can be able to mentor you, tell you very well that paper is okay, but these sections need some refining. And by exposing you to such kind of things, you get to grow your professional career through such things. We also have awards, and these, I think Benji can go to attest to this. He has got an award on the same from IEEE, and there are many other different awards which IEEE offers to student members, and even beyond that, the young professionals and even the professionals. So apart from the membership issues, then I just want to talk briefly about the new norm. I said earlier about the pandemic, and it's really good that the different student branches have embraced the new norm. They are not stuck behind waiting for the COVID pandemic to end for them to continue their different activities. It's very commendable that you have seen over the past few months from end of last year to this year, there have been several events which have been held online by just embracing the new life, which is everything has to be digitally and done over the network. And so we had like the navigating career paths, which was held in UN, as an IEEE UN was one of there was the host. Then last month we had the Women Engineering Day held in KU, and it's really good because the student branches are pushing hard and pushing on to be able to ensure that the members and members get to learn new skills, get to interact, get to continue growing their professional career despite the current pandemic. In addition to that, it's good, even commendable, because we have seen some member increase in terms of new members in IEEE over the past few months, because there have been continuous membership development forums and events for the same. Just trying to encourage new members that they should need to know, they need to join, even if the pandemic is there. There is still benefits that they can be able to get from the IEEE membership, and it's good because there's been some positive change on the same. I couldn't get the data on time, but I think next forum can be able to share the same data. And then apart from that, it's good because even on your current event right now, the Engineering Summit, this is one of the ways that you, as Esther said, you're bringing all the student branches together so you can be able to share and share knowledge, share skills, share information, and at least engage each other and expose each other to different technologies, presenters, information, which you never know, it can end up impacting positively to someone. I think next month we shall be having the engineering festival, which I talked about yesterday in the morning. And I really hope that student members in IEEE can be able to come in large numbers and participate, not only in attending the event, but also in the different aspects of your membership. One thing about IEEE membership is that you benefit more by you engaging yourself in the different activities in IEEE. Being just an IEEE member does not end by you paying for that membership fee. No, you have to push yourself further and engage yourself. You have been, as mentioned earlier, we have different conferences which, if you don't take the initiative to maybe write a technical paper on the same, write a journal, a paper, conference, workshop, any of those, if you don't take that initiative yourself and send those things over there to the conference hosts, you will never know the benefits that will come with that. So you have to push yourself beyond the limit so you can be able to see the benefits that come from that. As I wind up, there's some good stuff which was done last month by IEEE in collaboration with Kenya section and the IEEE JQuat for the hack, just the Elimu self. I think you can very see in the middle there, you can see Kidinji smiling. And this was done in Kenya, and it's a very good project because you can see that IEEE, both the student branches and the YP are doing some good collaboration and pushing different the hack projects, which are there mainly to help the societies. Finally, we have been told about the Power Africa conference, which will be there next month. And things, and Mohindi said very well about the paper competition is being pushed by the, it's being pushed by the, sorry. Okay, as you have been told earlier that please, as student members, try and submit your paper because I said earlier, you don't know the benefits that will come from that. There are many benefits which can give you open new doors that you never thought that you'll be getting. So please take that initiative, write that paper, write that script, and submit it to the conference. And of course, you'll be given feedback depending on how your paper is, and you can be able to grow and make your paper even better. So with that, just a very good question. Are you still, are you an IEEE student member, or basically, are you an IEEE member? If not, then what are you waiting for? Because the train is moving. So you need to jump on the train and let's move together. So with that, thank you, and back to you, James.
Thank you very much, Alan, for that good presentation. And of course, as we say, I think for those ones who are not, again, maybe student IEEE members, I think you can see this is what we call delegation. This is what we call mentorship. This is what we call building one another, because if Fidel is not there, then again, the presentation need to happen. And that is what we encourage. If you are the chair in your student branch, you need to keep on building these people. You need to keep on building your members, so that when you left, you have someone, and someone who is really solid, and someone who can really fit into your shoes, and even maybe at some point enlarge them and do some good work. So that's some good work from Fidel and Alan, Fidel in absentia, and Alan for doing such an awesome job. So in the meantime, I will take like 5 minutes to just do some questions and answers here. Before we welcome another good gentleman, Radiance Mungu. I think for those ones who are from JQuat and maybe members of IEEE, especially student members from around 2018, you can remember Shem Mungu. Yeah, so we have someone coming in, and he will be talking to us about IEK, and what is this that maybe IEK is pushing for in terms of students, young professionals, or other young engineers, in terms of designing and making this Kenya a better place for all of us. So before us welcoming Radiance, we will have some few questions, and maybe I can see them on the chat. Let me get through them. Should you pay in order to attend the conference? So I don't know which conference Wangeshi Munga is talking about, but maybe I'll mention the few conferences that I know are currently ongoing. So definitely this one is free. Engineering Festival is also some kind of conference that is KU is taking lead into bringing the second version of it. Also, that one will be free. But the premium conference that all of us are talking about in Kenya section is Power Africa Conference 2021, the one that Humphrey was talking about. So definitely there is a pay for that. But for maybe some few of us, they will definitely get maybe some scholarship. But before that, if you're outside maybe that scope of maybe those ones who will get maybe a free entry, definitely there is a pay. You can check maybe Humphrey or the publicity team. They can share the links here so that Wangeshi can go through and check the fee for attending the conference. But again, I always say this: don't look into what you are paying. Look at what you are going to get. If the networks are important, if the readings, or rather if the learnings or the lessons are more important than that, then you can pay, because again, you cannot equate a pay to the networks that you get into these sessions. Second questions, should you pay? Okay, should you pay to attend the conference? I think I've handled that. I can see Fiona here, the chair of IEEE UN, is asking, is there a fee and there is also a scholarship application? I'm not wrong. So I think he was kind of elaborating that. Yeah, so yeah, that is the one for August 23rd to 27th. That is IEEE Power Africa Conference, PAC 2021. So yeah, so that is fine. So I don't know if we have any other question. We can stick around for like a minute or so that we can get one more question. Feel free to ask any question in terms of students, young professionals, IEEE Kenya section, Power Africa Conference, any question that you feel maybe you need to get clarification. And in the meantime, I think I'll need to clarify one slide that Alan shared. He shared a slide where he was showing the student branches. So he kind of missed Masinde Muliro. And yeah, Masinde Muliro is there. We have Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. It was the fourth student branch to be formed in Kenya from Moi, JKUAT, UON, and then we had MUST. After that, we had Kenyatta University, and then Strathmore came in, and then the youngest baby in the room is Technical University of Kenya. And definitely you can see what this baby is doing. This baby is awesome. This baby has a future, and this baby is going to do a lot, courtesy of Steve, with the leadership of Mary Auna and the rest of the team in Technical University of Kenya. So yeah, so that is something that I felt I think we could mention. So since we don't have any more questions, allow me to welcome Radiance Mungu to give us a good view, of course, a representation of Institute of Engineers of Kenya, that is IEK, in the topic engineering for future. And not only that, but specifically into responsive design for greater livability. Yes, welcome, Shem. Shem, I can't hear you. I don't know if it's my side, but I can see your mic is unmuted already. Maybe someone, Steve, can you confirm that you can hear Radiance? Still cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's good. I can hear you now.
Okay. And can you see my video? I think I've shared my screen.
Yes, you have shared your screen.
Are you able to see my screen? Huh?
Yeah, now, yeah, it's good now. It's on full screen mode.
Okay, asante sana, asante sana, asante sana. So thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is, I'll just go straight to my presentation that I have shared for IEEE Kenya Engineering and Technology Summit. I think this is the second day. I was not there yesterday, but I've been following through this day. And I must say that the event is quite an informative one. So thank you so much. I will be talking more of IK since I'll be representing IK. Now, going to the introduction. By name, I am Mungu Radiance Rabilo. The famous Shem Mungu is my brother, and I am a member of the IK Outreach Committee, also the coordinator for Capital Branch. I'm a civil engineer by profession, currently working at APEC Consortium Limited, where we do civil engineering designs and supervision. My email address is rrmungu@gmail.com, just in case there'll be any follow-ups. For today, I'll talk briefly about IK and also go into the topic, which is engineering for humanity, responsive design for greater livability. So going straight into it, this is a small, just brief preview of IK. Now, the institution.
I've kind of lost your voice, eh? I think there was kind of a reboot or something, and then you kind of just disappeared.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're back.
Pole sana. As I was saying earlier, I was just introducing myself, and then now I've finished that. Now I want to jump into it and start by telling you people just a little brief about the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. From the background, that is the current president for IK, who was voted in 2020 and will be serving till 2022. By name, he is known as Engineer Nathaniel Matalanga. So generally, the Institution of Engineers of Kenya is the learned society of engineering profession and cooperates with national and international institutions in developing and applying engineering to the benefits of humanity. So how did how IK formed? Initially, about 1945, there was an East African Association of Engineers, which brought together independent professions from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, that was Tanganyika and Zanzibar then, to form one association called the EAAE. But the breakup of the East Africa community in the early 1970s now resulted in the splitting of most of the professionals, that is the learned bodies. Among them was the EAAE, and then from that now IK was born. It was registered as a professional institution and independent body in 1972, that is in Kenya. So basically, IK provides a service to its members by means of seminars, publications, and trainings to enable them to keep up to date with the technical and industrial developments, management aspects of engineering, channels in technology, and relevant development in Kenya and elsewhere. The IK Kenya, and then we also have the the magazine which we provide and the journals bi-monthly by IK, and it is also distributed to all the members. So basically, the membership of IK, most members of IK are resident of Kenya, but IK has members outside Kenya also. We have a branch called the Diaspora branch, and the membership is drawn from practicing engineers, the local and central government status, and then private industry, consultants, contractors, designers, manufacturers, and other persons interested in engineering. So you don't really have to be an engineer for you to be a member of IK. You only need to have an interest in engineering. Now, the IK is organized into different units. That is, we have the capital branch, which is based in Nairobi, where I coordinate that branch. We also have the coast branch based in Mombasa. We have the western branch, which is based in Kisumu, South Rift branch based in Nakuru, North Rift branch, which is based in Eldoret, Central Kenya branch based in Nyeri, the Northeastern branch based in Isiolo. Now, for the membership, we have different classes of membership, from honorary members. These are people who have done a significant contribution to engineering, and they're given honorary membership. You must, not necessarily engineers, but anyone who has contributed immensely in the engineering profession is awarded the honorary membership. We also have fellows. These are, I think I will start from down, number 11, so that I go up. Student membership, where most of us can fall in, since most of us are students. We join in, we have membership fee, and then you join and you be able to enjoy the benefits of being a member. And then thereafter, after graduating, you now become a graduate engineer member. This is before you get registered by the Engineers Board of Kenya to become now a professional or a corporate member. So that is generally the ladder of going up the rank of membership, from student to professional, that is corporate, to now a fellow, and then later on become maybe a check. So generally, those are the 11 membership classes under IK. And as you can see in the flyer on the side, for the graduate members, we normally have application fee of 1,500 and annual subscription fee of 2,000. But over time, we realize that not so many graduate engineers get the opportunity immediately they graduate, so they have a bit of less graduate get registered. Currently, there is a waiver for the members to join for free. All education and the certificate have been waived, and this runs from the 12th of July, which was, I think, last week, all the way to 9th. So you spread the word to your friends and anyone you know who is a graduate member and would like to visit IK and might take this advantage to get in without paying a thing. So thank you very much. It's all about it. I'll go straight to now the topic of the day: engineering responsive design. I think when we were students, and I think even we are told that engineers are solution providers, and same to those who are in tech. So you might not really be called in Kenya, but whatever you do is trying to provide a solution to a problem, and by definition, that one makes you become an engineer. So by providing that solution, it means you're giving out a design that will if implemented, will provide that solution. And our topic today is responsive design for greater livability. The design that you give us to implement, the design that you take it out there, how will it relate with the environment? How will it relate with the people? Will it enable greater livability? That will be the topic for today, and I will want to focus on one project I took part in, that is the SGR project, and I would want to shed some light on that project and the aspects of design that were responsive to greater livability. Going to the project straight on, the SGR project in Kenya was divided into 4 phases. That is phase 1, which was the construction of 472 kilometers of SGR from the port city of Mombasa to the capital city of Nairobi. This project is complete and operational. I think, and I know most of you people have used the SGR from Nairobi to Mombasa. Phase 2A was the construction of 120 kilometers of SGR from Nairobi terminus to Naivasha. The project is complete and operational. For those who would want to travel to Suswa, we normally have trains from SGR to Suswa and back, I think, over the weekends. We also have phase 2B, the construction of 262 kilometers from Naivasha to the third largest city.
Shem, I don't know if it's on my end, but I kind of lost you for some time. So
Okay. Can you hear me now? I think I'm tethering my phone, and I think somebody was trying to
so
call
maybe
me. So
maybe you can stop sharing the video and you can do audio. I think that way we can try to save some bandwidth.
oh, I stopped sharing my video.
No. You are stop video and then you can do audio only.
Okay.
That way maybe it can be better, because again I can see on the chat people are saying it's a bit it's not really, it's breaking, and maybe if we balance that, we can yeah, audio only. We can do with audio only. I think that can really work.
Okay. Let me try and do that. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay now. You can proceed.
Okay. Now, as I was just giving you people a brief of the SGR project, the different phases, and then that is phase 1, and the second slide gives us now generally the towns where the SGR was passing. Mombasa, Nairobi construction, the dubbed phase 1, which had a total of 607 kilometers, including the main line and the loop lines. The total cost of the project was about 3.8 billion USDs, covering both civil works, supply and installation of locomotives and rolling stock. The project was financed by the government of Kenya and China Exim Bank. The client was Kenya Railways, while EPC contractor was China Roads and Bridge Corporation, under the supervision of a consortium of members, that is the TSDI, APEC Limited, and Edon International. APEC Limited is the company that I work for, where I got an opportunity to get involved in the project. Going into the Mombasa Nairobi Standard Gauge Railway project, we had earth totaling to about 449 kilometers. We had totaling to about 7 kilometers. Was about hello, hello, are we okay? Hello, are we okay?
Yes. Yes. Let's just proceed.
Okay, sawa, thank you. Now, generally, I was giving you the specifics of the designs that were and that which was implemented in the Mombasa Nairobi Railway, and of course, the description for the specific again is also here. The passenger train locomotives were 5 in number, freight train locomotives were 45, the shunting locomotives were 8, locomotive training simulators were 1, mobile rail crane was 2. The wagons, we had 1,620 wagons. Passenger coaches were 40, workshop and depot facilities was 3. Now, basically, that is it about the first phase of SGR. The second phase, that was the Nairobi Naivasha Standard Gauge Railway project, dubbed phase 2A, had a total of 133 kilometers, including the main line and the loop lines. The total cost of the project was about 1.5 billion US dollars. And then the project was financed by the government of Kenya and also the China Exim Bank. The client was Kenya Railways, while EPC contractor was China Communications Construction Company, and the supervision consortium members, that is CRC Limited. So basically, why am I telling you all this? I was just trying to explain to you and show you the vastness of that project and the importance of our design being in conformance with our design, causing less disruption to human life and the natural environment. As we do our designs, we always ensure that everything that we do is in, we do it together with the environmental and social experts. This is to ensure that your design is not just technically feasible, but also to take care of, let's say, the environment, like like was done in phase 2A from Nairobi to Naivasha. The section from Nairobi terminus to Rongai, it passed through the national park. As you can see from this picture at the background, there is a bridge where my cursor is. This is the bridge that passed in the middle of the national park. You know, when when we did that, we had to be conscious of the animals and the wildlife that are in the park, and our designs had to be in conformance with the environmental requirements. Hence, we settled for an option of elevating the rail. So when you get a chance to use the SGR to Naivasha, you realize that the section that crosses the national park is raised above the ground. And you realize the minimum height of the bridge is 7.5. The maximum is about 41 meters high. So you realize the minimum height was based on the average height of a giraffe. It's about 6 to 7 meters. So you realize that is sufficient for every animal to crisscross, and you will not interfere with the livelihood of the wildlife. So such things are what you need to put in your designs and in your solutions. Whatever you provide should be able to only be technically feasible, but also cause less disruption to human life and generally the environment. As you can see, next is a tunnel. That is a tunnel in Gong, which is we had to do uh, uh, we have to do approximately 7.1 kilometers of meters of tunnel. That is in Gong and a place called Nach. This was because where the alignment, where the road was supposed to pass, was going to on a hill, and it would cost much more to blast all that hill. So hence we had to settle on a. And as you do the tunnel, you realize that while we were doing the construction, we met an aquifer inside the tunnel, and that led to a lake, a temporary lake. So we had to come up with a solution that would still enable us have the tunnel, and again, not disrupt the aquifer, because you realize that that water which was down there is what the people who are in Bong were using. So we were able to come up with a solution that that could direct that water out of the tunnel for the locals to use the water, and also our project will go on. On the side is one of our stations that was constructed, and then on the side also we have the SGR workers, just ensuring the trucks are in order. And as you can see, they are all wearing the protective gears, that is helmet and the reflectors, which is a requirement during construction. This is also improves the safety of the workers. So generally, as you give your solutions, it is quite important to not only do it in isolation, but also to be cognizant and know your environment, know your whole environment, so that your designs will not only be acceptable by yourself, everybody. So just a recap of the Nairobi Naivasha SGR line project. The subgrade work was 96 kilometers. Then bridges was 1744 for 40 meters. The tunnels were about 147 meters. Culverts we had 38 meters. Track laying was about 132 kilometers. Stations and other buildings were about 38,877 meters squared. So generally, that is an overview of the SGR project and its components and the specific designs that were used. So just even to go out of SGR, there was a tunnel. There's a tunnel that is being constructed in Murang'a. I got an opportunity to go and visit. You realize that where the tunnel was being done, it would disrupt the lake, that the river that is there. So in their design methodology, construction methodology, they came up with a design of a fish staircase, where the fish in the lake are able to use the stairs to maneuver as within the lake. So in short, I'm just trying to say that it is quite important as we do provide our solutions to be to look at it wholesomely, not just within our technical bit. I know we are still students, but not long will be done, and we will be able to will be exposed to these things. Like myself, if I can give you my story, immediately I finished my university, I went straight into supervising the SGR project. So it might seem like a long shot for you people. It might seem like a story that is for the future, but I can assure you in the next 1 or 2 years, some of you will be giving such talks. So it is important just to have that in mind and also to work as a team with all the stakeholders. Otherwise, I think that is it for me. In case of any questions and concerns, I'll be available. I'll stay in. Otherwise, Santeni Sana. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
So thank you very much, Radiance. And I think even before we go to the question, I think it's really a good opportunity for someone amongst us who has really worked on a very critical infrastructure for our Vision 2030, and I think that is really encouraging. So maybe there is a question here, and I think this is more aligned into the design that we are talking about, because this guy is kind of focused on future, and he's asking, hello sir, were upgrades considered during the construction? For instance, if we got a bullet train. Yeah, so this is Mark Ngugi. I think you can answer that as we wait for any other question from the participants. Back to you, Radiance.
Asante sana, Mark. Yes, for sure, there was that was put into consideration. Even though the current trains are diesel trains, there is a provision for electric improvement. But as you all know, currently the country is really our capacity.
I'm losing you. I don't know if it's on my end.
Oh, sorry, I had not unmuted. So, asante sana for the question. Like I was saying, in the designs for the SDR, there's a provision of that is from the current diesel locomotive to electric. But as we all know, at the moment, the country still doesn't have sufficient electricity to even support us as the citizens. Since we normally have a lot of power outages throughout the country. So that's at the moment, we still can't go that line because of the reliability of electricity. Even as we speak right now, where I am, we don't have electricity. I think we have a power outage. So that is in the designs, and it has been provided. When we get to that point, it will just be upgraded into electric. Of course, when you talk about bullet trains, that now you bring another aspect of the design speeds. You know, design speeds also bring up a very, it's a very key component when it comes to the design of the rail. So for this particular one, the design speed was a maximum of 180 and an average of 140. So even if we upgrade, we will not reach that point of having a bullet train. That will need a redesigning. But for sure, there is that option of upgrade from the diesel to electric, but not bullet at the moment, because bullet again mean a speed of at least 350 kilometers per hour, and that will mean another redesigning. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Mungo, for that. So additionally, we have some one more question here from Abebe. Interesting. I think we are also privileged to have some participants from Ethiopia, and this is really encouraging. And this should tell us that we are not only doing this locally, but we have also a cross-border presence. So He's asking, I'm from Ethiopia. This is a baby. I'm from Ethiopia, and I'm very happy to take part in this session. I would like to ask the presenter if the railway lines are designed by own forces. That is the first part of the question. If that is the case, as we are also focusing on rail transportation, we may have to share experience. How about knowledge transfer related to rail track design? So the first of the question is if the design was done probably locally, and the second part is that element of knowledge transfer to rail track design. So maybe Shem, you can respond. Sorry, Mung, you can respond to that.
It is okay. It is okay. I understand. Thank you for the question. Knowledge transfer, like I was saying, both phase one and phase two were done. It is an EPC contractor. EPC contractor, that means the contractor is the one who does the engineering designs, he does the procurement of everything that is needed, and he also does the construction. But now we had, apart from the EPC contractor, we had the supervising engineering team that was made up of uh, uh, three companies. One company was from China called CRDC, another company was from Kenya called APEC, and another one again from Kenya called EDO. So all these three companies working together with the EPC contractor were able to deliver this work. So definitely there was that aspect of technology transfer from the Chinese contractor, who was the EPC contractor, to the Kenyan local engineers who took part in the project through APEC and EDO. So there was technology transfer from, of course, the contractor who was a foreigner and the locals who took part in the designs and also the supervisions of rail. Thank you.
So we have another question from Caroline. I would think that in any design today, we should be room for scalability. There should be room for scalability. So I don't know if is asking if what you did, there was that room for expansion or maybe scalability. That is how I'm trying to understand that question. Radiance, you can respond to that.
Oh yeah, yes. I think I don't know when you talk about scalability. I don't know what you mean, but maybe just to explain the designs, we, of course, in the designs, you have to take number one, the worst case scenario. And of course, you have to be futuristic in your design. You have to ensure that your design will last, will not just be for today, but let's say 50 to 100 years to come, it will still make sense. So that one was taken into consideration. That's why I was saying when we get to the point where we can improve our electricity, we can again upgrade that. So I think for the near future, the SGR will be able to serve us. So that was taken into consideration, the worst case scenario and also the futuristic aspect.
Okay, awesome. So there's a question that Humphrey was asking, but I think it was asked during when Adele was talking about knowledge transfer, but he has kind of realized someone else had asked it. But maybe I will put it differently. So at the time we were back in Moi, we heard there were these students who were given scholarship to go to China and maybe do some specific studies, or rather do some degrees which were focused on these specific technologies. Maybe based on that, how would you tailor that into the knowledge transfer? And maybe in future, do you think we will have that capacity where maybe we could do some of the work, especially design work, locally?
That is for sure, because the design will be done can be done locally, because we have our engineers are qualified. We are qualified. We can do those designs, and as I was saying, local engineers took part in actually the design review and the supervision of the SGR. So we have that capacity. The problem always comes during the implementation of the project. That is the contracting bit, where we need a firm that is able to mobilize the resources that are needed to be able to deliver that project within the stipulated times. So that is the challenge that not only Kenya but Africa as a large we are having at the moment. Our designs are very well done by even the roads that are being done currently. All those designs were done by Kenyans. So there is that capacity. But now when it comes to implementation, where the construction phase comes, we need now a company, a contractor who is able to mobilize the resources that are needed, which is still a challenge for Africa and Kenya to be specific. Now, when you talk about the students who went for scholarship in China, we were able to interact with some of them actually during the construction and the design review stage. And I think by now, some of them might have graduated. And definitely, since the project is here with us and they are pioneers, I'm so sure where they are currently, they are taking part in either the maintenance of the SGR.
I don't know if it's on my end, but
Yes. Sorry about that. Yeah. So basically, we have the capacity, and that can be done. The challenge always comes where we need now the company to do the implementation. That is the construction, where we need now resources in terms of machinery. But for the engineering designs, we don't just needs the brain and the training, and that is sufficient. Thank you.
so thank you, Radiance, for that. Maybe we have a minute, but maybe I will pause this minute to, on behalf of my electrical and mechanical engineering students, whom we never maybe get time to interact with civil engineers. But most of us maybe keep on observing all these projects, especially the civil ones. When you go to these roads, most of these implementations are done by Chinese. Maybe do you have a comment in terms of why? And maybe why we need such kind of partnership, and why do you think it's important? Maybe just to make my fellow electrical and mechanical engineers and other engineers who are not in that field maybe get to understand, and maybe not get mad when they see these guys doing their work.
Maybe just a recap of the question.
So I was asking, especially for most of the engineers who don't maybe work in the road sector, specifically civil. Most of the roads are, when you go out, especially even in Nairobi, you will see most of them are being designed, not actually designed, but they are being implemented by Chinese. Maybe, and in our thinking, most of our engineers locally at some point feel maybe offended at some point. But again, you cannot question what's happening. Maybe do you have a comment, just a general comment on why we need such partnership, and maybe why you think maybe that could also be a way in which we can we can bring in more in terms of knowledge transfer and all that? Just a general comment to make maybe those ones who don't interact with such fields and maybe don't interact with Chinese in that areas, maybe get to understand their impact and maybe the benefits that they bring on board.
Okay, asante sana. Like for the SGR project, it was not just a civil work component, because there was a lot of mechanical work in terms of locomotives, procuring, designing, and installing of the locomotives were done by mechanical engineers, who are actually also a collaboration of Kenyans and Chinese citizens. Electrical engineers came in the aspect of signaling, because you notice the SGR is signaled, and we have signal stations all across the line, all the way from Mombasa to Naivasha. So this one needed input of electrical and signaling experts. That also is an input of only electrical and signaling experts, not civil engineers. So generally, it's just a matter of us being out there and trying to understand the nature of the project and the different components that are involved in the project, so we can be able to know where we fit in. Like for example, currently majority of these projects and also the forms of contract for the projects, for example, the country currently is going, if I might just going something at the moment is going to something called P2P. A lot of the projects at the moment are done as PPP projects, that is public private partnership. So you'll get whereby the private sector comes and collaborate with the public sector, that is the government, to deliver a project. And in that case, definitely it will interfere with the traditional way of doing things. Like initially we had our engineers doing the designs, and then maybe the government will procure for a contractor to do the construction or the design. But currently, for the PPP projects, we'll get that the private company comes up with a proposal, does the design, takes it to the government for implementation. So we really need to know and understand what is going on so that we can know where we need to, where we can contribute our expertise. So we just need to put our eyes and our ears out there to understand what is happening. Otherwise, thank you.
So thank you very much, Radiance, for that. At the moment, I think we will have to kindly check on the chat. We have two very critical questions. You can respond into them because one is more in line into design and the other one is more in line into the student welfare, especially in matters to do with IEK. So I think you can just do the chat and you can share the response with everybody. And then we can now proceed to the next speaker. So since we have 5 minutes past time, so I will welcome a team, and then a team will take the time that it's supposed to take, and maybe add 5 minutes more. I don't know if I don't want to use he or she because yes, a team. A team, are you there?
Yes, good morning, I'm here. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, perfectly. So you will have 5 more minutes on top of your timing. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, now I share my camera as well, if you want. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Very interesting discussion you have been running this morning, and this keynote speech actually we will continue in the same way by talking about the future of 5G industry. What are the degrees of freedom we can exploit in the future in order to make the total transformation of how we think about telecom systems and how we can build strong business models and open the market to different actors. This actually has a set of tools and technological background to be established in order to allow it. My name is Hatim Shergi. I'm a researcher and a project manager at CCTC in Barcelona, Spain, and very happy to be with you. So in this speech, we first going to talk about what are the new changes that are happening in the market in terms of new business cases that needs to be to adopt a total change in the way we are designing our networks, in especially 5G networks and beyond. And in this case, what's we're gonna have in terms of change of the telco ecosystem itself and the resulting change of the way we are managing our networks and we are designing them as well. As you know, in the few coming years and starting from now, we are watching a lot of new applications that are raising in the market. These applications like the related to the augmented reality or virtual reality and massive Internet of Things. And also we have applications like the so-called factories of the future of industries. In this case, all these applications come with a set of heterogeneous requirements that makes the design of a monolithic network itself not viable in the future. In contrast to 3G, 4G systems, or also 2G, where the architecture has been designed and has a fixed design, here we are not allowed to do this. Each type of application has a different requirements and need to adapt to these requirements in a flexible manner. So, for example, here the augmented reality, as you can see, needs a lot of requirements in terms of to allow the motion of users, change of lighting, 360 degrees view, etc., which enforce a lot of constraints in terms of latency, in terms of throughput as well, and priority in the quality of service. Equally, we have the factories of, which includes everything related to the industrialization and operation of the processes in factories. And in this case, we remark also that a lot of requirements are needed in terms of latency, availability of the service, which is very critical in this case, and also some a lot of other KPIs related to users. On the other hand, we have also the massive Internet of Things, which means that we should be able to accommodate a huge number of IoT devices in the network. Although these devices naturally don't consume a lot of bandwidth and not require a lot of throughput, but they have some requirements in terms of density that we should cope with in the design of future networks. So these are just 3 examples of heterogeneous requirements we have in the network. In contrast to the existing view of 4G systems, where we have a fixed architecture, which means that all the components in the architecture have a certain design and a certain placement in network and a certain capacity that can be scaled, but not as easily as we hope. In this case, the idea is that this kind of fixed architecture doesn't work for operators, because imagine that you have to accommodate different services, these services cannot be accommodated in the natural way we have been doing before of like assigning a different quality of service class or different, let's say, definition of the service in the service creation, etc., or changing some parameters in the network. But it needs like a total change in the architecture. We need to build an architecture for each service. This is not possible because doing so, the operators cannot come up with great business models that cannot survive in this market. We cannot tell the operator to build different networks in parallel, each one for a type of service. And this actually, in the last few years, has been, let's say, the source and motivation for thinking about the notion of network slicing. In network slicing, we will use different tools like the virtualization and softwareization in order to be able to use the same physical infrastructure, but to create virtual networks on top of it. These virtual networks can accommodate different services in parallel and have different placement of their functions. For here, for example, you can see that the placement of each function is different from one slice to another, depending on the requirement of this slice. For example, for the enhanced mobile broadband slice, it's expected that we may need to access to different, for example, videos, in a massive way. A simple solution is to put a lot of these videos, popular videos, in a cache and place it close to the edge of the network, while keeping the other functions like the core network functions of charging, system management, access management, mobility management in the core cloud. For the URLC, for example, because it's a low latency service, we'll place a lot of core functions at the edge instead of the core cloud. In this case, we will see, for example, that the access management, system management, mobility management are placed at the edge, and we have the so-called tactile server for the application itself, which is placed also at the edge, while the charging is not so critical, which remains at the cloud, core cloud. For the massive machine type communications, for example, in this case, it's a massive service, as you know, but it's not critical in terms of latency or throughput. So major functions are placed at the core cloud, with the fact that the mobility management is not really needed as it is. We can just use a light version of it, which doesn't include mobility, just include, for example, access management, because in general, so far we use fixed sensors, for example, for different applications. But of course, even if we use mobile ones, we can implement a light version for this. So this is to say that using virtualization and softwareization will enable us to play with these functions as long as we want, and according to the requirements of each type of service. All of this is running on top of the same physical network, the same nodes, but the placement of these virtual functions is dynamic and can be changed each time we create a new slice. We have a different requirements, etc. And this is like a separate engineering work to be done to decide where to place these functions. Of course, there are some automation on this, and also some so-called templates to do this. So, as we said, 3GPP has defined in the standardization the so-called global network slice templates. These templates, not necessarily these three ones of mobile broadband or URC or UMTC, but they have a scope and can be instantiated and with different parameters to create a wide range of slices, of customized slices that fit the requirement of each of the actors or the services we are running on our network. Also, one of the most interesting part in this network slicing is that because we are running different services on top of the same infrastructure, we'll be able to do kind of multiplexing of resources, which means that resources that are not needed or not used by a certain service can be allocated to the other one in a dynamic way. This so-called statistical multiplexing will enable us to gain in terms of resource usage and to optimize the resource usage in network in such a way to maximize the gain from the infrastructure. So, to sum up, to do network slicing, we need two things. We need virtualization and softwareization. The virtualization basically means that instead of using hard-coded functions, for example, for the baseband processing, for traffic splicing, data aggregation, packet inspection, etc., these functions so far have been hard-coded. They are linked to a certain equipment. But now, all these parts are just a kind of piece of software, and this piece of software can run on top of any off-the-shelf hardware. So even the hardware can be custom, not linked to a certain vendor. You can buy the hardware from a different vendor and run a piece of software from another vendor on top of it with no problem, as we are respecting some interfacing in this. So this will bring for sure a flexible placement, configuration, and lower the operational expenditure for the infrastructure operator as well. Also, there are some, in this case of network virtualization, we have some existing platforms for the management of the virtual functions. And namely, we have the open source MANO, OSM, and the ONAP open network automation platforms, which are very known within the community. There are also some studies that show that using this virtualization bring a very clear reduction in terms of energy consumption, which further motivates the use of virtualization in the network in order to minimize the OpEx and to guarantee the survival of the economy of the telco ecosystem. The network softwareization means that we separate the control plane from the user plane in such a way that we can modify and define custom policies on the fly in the network. No need to use hard-coded policies to each router, for example. No, we need just to we have a separate user plane, and the control plane is managed by the SDN controller, which implements dynamic policies that can on the fly reconfigure all the routers and switches you have on network in such a way to convey and to implement a certain service. So these two functions are critical to the implementation of network slicing. But not only that, we need, in order to guarantee the survival of network slicing in the future, to be able to implement the so-called massive network slicing. In the massive network slicing, we will be able to run a huge number of parallel slices on top of the same network. This is essentially in order to allow the infrastructure operators to maximize their gain from the infrastructure. And to do so, we need just to allow that the way we are designing this network slicing management should be scalable and sustainable. Scalable, it means that basically the complexity of the system and the performance, the complexity of the system doesn't increase, let's say, in an exponential way, as long as we increase, for example, the number of managed slices, while at the same time maintaining the same performance, desirable and suitable for each type of service. And it should be sustainable in terms of, for example, it should be like not requiring a huge OpEx expenditures to run them. We should minimize the energy consumption in the network and minimize the different signaling in the network in such a way to make the network capable to handle a huge number of parallel slices. This perspective will allow to maximize the return on investment for operators and create thereby a new business model in the ecosystem. In particular, the ecosystem there is a paradigm shift in the ecosystem. Before, we have like a separate matters. So we have the OTT over the top services which are separate. They have some requirements, but they are separate. They have no idea about the infrastructure and the network design they are running on top of it. So they just run on top of it, but there is no kind of combination or cooperation between both parties. And we have the virtual network operators that sell or rent some resources to this over the top, and we have the mobile network operators that deal with the infrastructure design, deployment, operations, etc., and cannot no longer generate new streams of revenues because selling just gigabytes of data or voice as before in the 2G system is no longer viable to sustain the economy of these operators. The introduction of network slicing, however, will change the game because we'll see that there is a common ground in which the new tenants, the slice tenants, include the over-the-top, includes the vertical industries that are running the system of, for example, automation, industry automation, etc., and network operators as a tenants. And we have the infrastructure providers, which are normally the natural operators we know, like the ones you can see in the figure. And we have the physical infrastructure, totally different matter. But the network slicing comes with business models and with interfaces between these three elements in the network, and with agreements like SLA agreements in such a way to enable that the requirements of the tenants are taken into account in the creation in the slices. Because as we said, the creation of a slice is based on certain templates and certain parameters and results in a different architecture, in the logical architecture in this case. So basically we start from the requirements of each tenant, we create the slice according to certain templates, and we implement it by placing the different nodes, virtual functions, in the network to verify and to allow the fulfillment of the SLA. Also, because of the infrastructure operator and have the agility and have the more sustainability, because they are consuming less, they have like less OPEX in terms of network management. We expect that this technology will allow to generate new business cases that are suitable for all the parties in the market, and create new business streams for all the parts, which is very interesting for the future of the telco industry in this case. But not only that, the future in network of industry, of telco industry, also lies in the automation process. And this automation process actually, not only for network slicing, but also for all the operation and network, is what is we call the zero-touch network management, as called by Ieee in the Ieee ZSM framework. This network management, zero-touch network management, is basically relies on data collection, analysis, and control or decision. And this all is AI driven. And in this case, we'll show that decentralization is a key element to do it, because we will avoid, with decentralization, we will avoid the exchange of a lot of information, monitoring information in the network, because as you know, to manage the network, we need first to monitor what is happening, and this includes a huge load of data that is collected from different parts of the network. Basically, now we have the OSS systems, which collect, for example, KPIs from all the network. And this is done in a centralized way. In a centralized way per domain, let's see, because we have the OSS system for RAN, we have the OSS system for the transport part, and for the one for the core part. But at the end of the day, it's a huge amount of data that is collected from a whole domain to be processed in a centralized way. And this, as you know, the huge amount of data of energy consumption, for example, in network, is due to the exchange of raw data in the network. Not the
Excuse me, Atim.
Yes.
So we have less than 1 minute. Maybe you can try winding up in the next 2 minutes.
I have two slides, just 2 slides. Thank you. Okay, so I say that decentralization is a key element to allow this approach of automation. And automation relies on different things. We have analytics. The analytics can analyze the data of the network in such a way to implement some strategies for this. For example, to do a kind of, let's say, in this case, this example, automatic tracking area planning. This tracking area planning will allow us to minimize, for example, the paging and let's say the signal in the network, and minimize, therefore, the energy consumption. We can do analytics in a distributed manner in such a way to minimize the transport of raw data by using, for example, federated learning distillation techniques, where we bring the analysis function close to the data collection point, which minimize the exchange of raw data while respecting some other KPIs. And finally, the control, which lies on advanced robotics algorithms like multi-agent reinforcement learning and federated deep reinforcement learning, which enable to automate all the operations of placement of virtual network functions, placement, static configuration, and resource allocation in the network. So these are the pillars of the future of telecom industry, and I think they will open the door for a huge opportunities for all the actors in the market. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Atim, for that very good presentation. I mean, the future is in 5G, and I think that is where we are heading to. Kenya is second in Africa into taking these steps, and I think your presentation is really showing us how we are going into that phase. So I don't know how we can do this, but there was one person who had raised a hand. Maybe I'd like Gaba to just within 30 seconds, just responding to that, because we are 6 minutes past time. Gaba, are you there?
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay, seems that Gaba is not there. He's the only one who had raised the hand. So I think with that, you can kindly respond to the questions on the chat. I wanted one person just to go with the questions, at least to ask, but now it seems he's not there. We will have to go to the next session. And I think the next session is one of these interesting discussions that when you start talking about the girl child and the boy child and things to do different in the workplace, they really come into play very much. And the next panel discussion that we are having is in regard to fostering diversity and inclusion in the workplace. So I think all of us understand this, especially for those ones who have been in the industry, especially in companies that are not really diverse in nature. And also, if you have ever worked in a company that is very diverse and maybe shifted into another company or organization that is not very diverse, you found kind of these challenges here and there. And the kind of discussion we are having today is trying to demystify, maybe getting some more insight with a very good panelist. So we have Rosemary Wairimu. Kindly confirm that you are in.
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Welcome. Karibu sana. And then we
Thank
have
you.
Doreen Kome. Confirm that you can hear me, Doreen.
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Karibu sana. Welcome. And lastly, we have Nancy Mureithi. Nancy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, perfect, perfect. Maybe you can reduce your volume, your mic volume. There is quite a lot of noise on your end. So from there, maybe I'll just give them a 30 seconds each just to do their introduction. And before that, let's note that we have some very good participants. I can see we have guys logging in from Poland. I can see we have guys logging in from Algiers. We have guys logging in from Ethiopia, and that is really that shows us that we are really nurturing this kind of global environment, despite maybe the COVID and despite all of us going into the world of Italy. Congrats, thank you very much. Yeah, I had missed on that. So we are really in that space that we are getting all this exposure and we are interacting with a global community, and that is really awesome. So we'll start with Mureithi. Just 30 minutes intro as we go to Doreen and then finally Wairimu. Karibu. So in Kenya we say karibu. That is welcome. So Nancy, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm saying I hope you can hear me better now. So
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I can hear you.
Awesome. So it's amazing to have to be invited to be part of this panel, and I'm happy that we have quite an audience. So my name is Nancy Moretti, and I'm the Chief Technology Officer at the Women in STEM Network, which basically deals with women empowerment in STEM careers. So for STEM, we have like science, technology, engineering, mathematics, all inclusive. And apart from that, I'm also the campus coordinator for She Hacks Kenya. And for that, I lead the campus program. Basically, for the campus program, I support. We have ambassadors countrywide, and these ambassadors have been able to create their own cybersecurity clubs. So yes, apart from that, I'm in the cybersecurity field, and I'm very passionate about empowering others in this field. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. But there is a request from the chat that there's someone who wants to blend that name with a face. Maybe next you can just switch on your camera when you are doing that intro. At least someone can get to relate who Nancy Mureithi is from the name. Next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Doreen Kome. I'm a global ambassador at Women Tech Network. And as a member of Women Tech Network, I get to learn about diversity and inclusion, develop leadership skills, and also expand the network around women in technology. And I'm also into cybersecurity, currently training on penetration testing at a security innovation.
I don't know if Kome, you had your video on, but next we can have,
No.
okay, maybe we can have the next one having the video on. Awesome.
Yes, my
Yeah.
video is on. Yeah. Yes. So I'm Rosemary, as I've been introduced by the host. First, I'd say something. When it comes to this topic, I am very much, it excites me so much, the topic of inclusion. And I'm glad that I was invited to we are going to have a discussion. So I'm Rosemary, as I said before. My background is in engineering. I'm a network engineer, and I'm currently working for Huawei Kenya. I am a solutions manager. And yes, Fiona, I was in Bahati Girls. I've seen your question. Yes, I know we were schoolmates. Yes. So I'm glad to be here. So I'm also an enthusiast of cybersecurity, but I'm currently practicing network engineering. So I think that's much from my side. We are going to have more discussions and get to know each other as we go.
Yeah, interesting. So for us to facilitate the panel session, we have a couple of questions, and we will be sharing this question to our panelists. But before even we go to the questions, I think I have a very kind of an intriguing questions. You know, when we talk about diversity and inclusion, we have so many people who keep on throwing these words, but there are still some, I guess, even within the participants who clearly don't understand what is inclusion, what is diversity, and why does it really matter, and what is it in that layman, maybe technical, if we have any, that kind of description. Maybe we'd like to get your view, panelists, starting with just 30 seconds to try to define that, especially those two words, diversity and inclusion.
Okay, I'll just give a very simple example, and I put the same. I think this example has been up for long. When you talk about diversity and you talk about inclusion, we'll just look at it as diversity is being invited. Am I clear?
You kind of disappeared, but you are back now.
Sorry about that. So I said diversity is being invited into a party, and you cannot be invited in the party and just stand at the far end and just watch. So inclusion is when you're asked to join the dancing floor. So in terms of our work environment, it's including everyone. Diversity does not really mean in terms of gender. It means in terms of race. It means in terms of age. It means in terms of religion, culture. And then inclusion is your view. Is your view heard? Is your contribution actually included in? So that is what I'd say in simple terms when you talk about diversity and inclusion.
Okay, interesting. So you are saying when you go into the dance, you have to, when you're invited, you have to dance even if you have two left legs. Interesting. So next we have Nancy. Nancy, what's your definition of diversity and inclusion?
Okay, in my definition, in layman's language, like you've asked, I would say diversity mostly deals with the what, and I'll explain why that's the case. It mostly focuses on the makeup of the workforce that you have or the team that you're in. And like Rosemary has said, it focuses on things like race. It's not all about gender. It can be race. It also focuses on demographics like ethnicity, age, all this. And inclusion deals with the how. The how meaning that it measures the culture by which diversity is able to thrive. So inclusion is it's like when you're part of a team, you're not just there, like Rosemary has said, you're actually included, you're part of the team making the decisions, you're included in making or passing some of these laws. So yes, maybe in layman's language, I would say that that's the difference between diversity and inclusion, and I would say they are more or less relatable.
Okay, interesting. Doreen?
I do agree with my fellow panelists, and I do love that analogy where diversity is being invited to the party and inclusion is actually now being invited now to the being invited to the party, being invited to dance on that same party. And now I'll go on the other spectrum where diversity most times even for companies about the numbers, but inclusion is about the impact that numbers that you welcome different races, different tribes, different cultures, different as well, and then it has impact on your business. It has impact on the people that are working in that place.
Okay, interesting. I think now at least we have kind of shed off that fear of diversity and inclusion, because again, I think these terms are really important, at least when you understand them from the beginning, before even we go into the questions. And maybe the first question is, and I just want to pose these two, especially because I can see here we have Wairimu, who is a manager, we have CTO, and we have a global ambassador. So definitely, when you guys are in that positions, definitely there is that aspect of you getting to recruit people. So the first question is, how do these students, or rather these recruiters, stand out so that they avoid this superficial judgment, especially in terms of race, gender, and now that we are talking in a Kenyan space, maybe mtu yetu, our person. How do we avoid all that?
I would start by saying it's by encouraging everyone in creating a workplace that is inclusive to everyone. E.g., even the people who are able differently, they are part of the inclusion and diversity. Can they be able to access the workplace where they're going to work? Do your workplace has lifts where they can be able to access the premises? And even in Kenya, we do know that nepotism is a great negative side of diversity and inclusion when it comes to government institutions. How do we now start unlearning our own biases? Because each and every person has their own biases when it comes to preferences, or even when it comes to the way you grew up. So it's just we start by unlearning our own biases.
Okay, I kind of lost you for some seconds, but I think the point is we bring in the bias and we welcome it, and we make it part of us. But I'll leave it at that, and then I will go to the second question, where I will welcome Wairimu and Muredi to respond into this. And do you think it is right to specifically target or hunt for diverse people during the recruitment process? And maybe diverse people, I'll say this. Let me give it an example. In during the schooling times, you will find so many people, maybe they have dreads. So there are companies who don't allow guys coming in with dreads. Again, we are talking about diversity and inclusion. We have these companies which don't allow you to maybe have tattoos, or maybe wear clothes of a certain way, or maybe even do dress, or rather maybe have a certain lookout or makeup and such. So maybe when you're talking about these, I'm posing these to Wairimu and Muridi. Do you think it's right maybe to do that in line of what Kome has described? Can you hear me? Nancy, are you there? Okay, Chris can confirm that I'm audible. So Nancy, are you there? The question is, do you think it is right to specifically target or hunt for diverse people during the recruitment process? based on what Kome has described, and maybe how now do we bring these people into the team and make them feel comfortable to work with us? Nancy, I can see you're there. I don't know if you can hear me.
Maybe I can respond. Sorry,
Okay, perfect.
I've had to shut my video because my network has decided to misbehave, but it's fine. So there's an old joke that goes, if you look at a boardroom with just old people, or maybe old white people, or maybe old white black people, the joke is that they only have one perspective. So it's very important to actually have inclusion of everyone. And precisely, I've had you talk about people with dreadlocks, and am I still here? You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, you precisely asked about dreadlocks. Did someone ask you to shave yours? Okay.
Yeah, I think these are private companies that they don't allow you, especially in the business side. They do not allow you to come in if maybe you have these kind of looks, or maybe some things that are really maybe perceived, made you be perceived in a certain manner. Yeah.
Okay, well, it all depends on the field that you are in, and especially these people who are working for customer interfacing entities, where you have to get to customers. Maybe they look at it as a way of looking presentable, and it depends on the firm. But as an individual, my honest opinion is, as long as you're giving us an outcome and you look presentable, of course you have to look presentable. That is okay, but this goes with company policies. It's not something that someone might decide. For me, I've worked in the engineering field for quite some few days, and in the engineering field, people are very casual and simple, and it really does not matter what they have on their head, whether they have locks or whatever they have. It's a matter of, are you delivering what is expected? So appearance, look good, look casual, good. If you're looking good, look neat and presentable. And let's include everyone on the table so that you can have different perspectives. That is why we need to include, that's why we need to be as diverse as possible. I hope I've responded as you expected, or as per the questions you asked.
Okay, interesting. Maybe you can get to hear views of Nancy. I don't know if she's still with us or she's dropped.
Yes, I'm still here. Sorry, I had a bit of an issue. So, yes.
So the question was what Rosemary has responded into is in regard to whether hunting these people is really good. But maybe to for the sake of time, I'll go to the next question where Nancy will be responding into. What is the difference between subjective and objective equality and fairness in the workplace? Nancy, are you there?
Yes. Sorry, I kind of missed the first question. So maybe if you
So
repeat that so that I can answer them at the same time.
The part we are dealing with is from what we have been getting from the definition to try to hunting these people. Now the question is, what is the difference between subjective and objective equality and fairness in the workplace? When are we objective when we are saying we are hunting these people and we are welcoming in diversity? And when are we becoming now subjective in a manner that now we are no longer objective in what we are doing, but we are now turning to be subjective in the nature in which we do these things?
Okay, so I think I'll pick up that one. I think I missed on the first one. So I would say the value of, okay, I think for one, something that I think I should highlight is there's something called the standard stimulus. And I think, I think Rosemary has mentioned something close to that, that for different organizations or companies, regardless of the case, have like a different culture. They have like, for example, when you go for an interview, if any of us here has gone for an interview, when you're doing the interview, there is the technical bit, there is the soft skills part. So for that, they're not necessarily trying to know how good you are technically, regardless of the case. What they're trying to accomplish by that is try and figure out if the skills, the social skills, are you a people's person? Are you a team player? So all that, I would say it's for given, I would say that is like the standard stimulus, that it's dependent on the different organizations. But again, for example, like Rosemary has said, the issue of dreadlocks, if I would say that. For dreadlocks, you might go to a company or you might go to an organization, and just having dreadlocks is just, it's a turn off. Like they decide maybe you're not fit for what they have. The same way, you'll go to another company, and as long as your dreadlocks are neat and you look fine and you're smart, you're presentable, that just works. So I think it's mostly I would say we don't have like especially for the tech field. And also allow me to highlight that when it comes to working in tech, you might, for example, let me give like a very good example. If any of us here went to Andela or has been to Andela or has worked in Andela necessarily didn't have like a certain dress code of suits and ties and all that. As long as you're getting your work done, that's just it. So I would say it's relatable, if I would say that. So yes, I don't know if I've answered your question. I think I missed on the first one.
Yeah, it's okay. But I think here, in terms of the company or the organization being objective or subjective, it all depends on the company policies and the nature of the business that they do. But I think you have already mentioned that in Andela, as well as I was in IBM, and in IBM, it's also a free world where you can, so long as you deliver, so long as you don't go far beyond what is expected, then you are good to go. So the next question, and I like at least us to be giving brief response into this, because we have less than 10 minutes to go. So the next question is, where do you draw the line when it comes to defining what a diverse member of staff means? Where does a specific stop being fair and become offensive? Now, because now we are still digging deeper into specific private companies, and maybe this is a developing company, and maybe to some people get to associate these guys with dreadlocks, like these creative gigs and some sort. So where do you draw your line? Like, for example, I can see some of us are managers. Where do you draw that line and say this is diverse and this is being offensive? Just 30-minute response for 30 seconds response from each of us for that question.
Should I go first?
Definitely,
go
Rosemary.
first.
Yeah.
Yes. When you talk about the point of being diverse and offensive, in the first place, we brought you in for results, and we accommodated you in with your difference. Okay, so it's totally okay when you're here with your diversity and whatever. It depends on how diverse you are, but don't take advantage of your diverse situation to now tell us that you cannot deliver the results. Okay. For instance, we can forget about the deadlocks and everything. You can look about it in terms of, let me just talk about this. It might be sensitive, but in terms of when you're talking about women being, okay, we talk about gender diversity. If we bring in people for gender diversity, I don't expect, because you are a lady, and now because I brought you in because we need to do a balance of gender, I expect you to give me equal results as a man is doing. But the moment you start bringing in the aspect of that you're a lady and we should expect at least something lower than the male counterpart is doing, at that point it gets offensive. Okay, the moment you try to use your aspect of diversity to try and underperform and give us as an excuse, now at that point it becomes offensive. That's what I'd respond for that one.
Awesome, very direct and good response. Nancy, 30 seconds, please. Okay, we can go to Kwame. Okay, Nancy.
Okay, I think what I would add to that, okay, I think there's a very thin line between being given freedom and actually abusing it, because like Rosemary has said, it can get to a point whereby, because maybe you've been brought into a team and you take advantage of the fact that you're different in race, or you're different in age, or you're different maybe in gender, and you kind of just use that to kind of not bring the expected results. That's wrong. Also, I would say about diversity, being part of a team, and maybe this can go maybe to someone, maybe if you're different in your team, maybe in age, race, it all depends. You might find yourself, you're very young in a team of very experienced and developers or engineers. Alternatively, you might find yourself, maybe you're the only lady, but that shouldn't be the limit. That shouldn't be like a limitation factor for you to not deliver as much as the others are, right? So I would say also, when it comes to the respect, right? When it comes to following the companies or the organizations policies and rules, it doesn't give you an exception. You know, if you met to meet this expectation, you should definitely step up and meet up that expectation. And maybe I can touch on the gender part, the fact that back then we didn't have so many female engineers, but right now we have ladies who are devs, we have ladies who are engineers, who are in cybersecurity, like myself and Doreen. So I would say just maybe for the ladies who are here, that what happened before used to happen back then, but right now women are actually doing this and it's being done. So that shouldn't be a limit, like a limiting factor, like at all.
Interesting. Doreen, 30 seconds, please. Make it short and sweet. Doreen, are you there?
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, as I was saying, I totally agree with what my panelists have said. They have said it all. Just because you're a lead and you're given some tasks, even in technology, that doesn't mean you have to say, because I'm a lady, I can't do this. And because the company has its own policy, it has its own guidelines when it comes to these diverse people that in the, like even the people who are able differently, they do have policies on how they can be able to assist them to be able to do their work. And even when it comes to where you feel like you being different is not making you be able to do your work, you have the open doors with your managers. You can go talk to them and be able to air it out, and then they can be able to assist you and even help you. Or now you can be able to reach your potential despite the diversity that you come in from.
Interesting. So the point is, it doesn't really matter so long as you are in and it has been fair for you to be brought in the team. You're supposed to deliver and behave as a team, but not as a different person as a whole. Not to sound very offensive. So the next question I will direct it to Rosemary because of the response she gave in terms of gender and all that. So the next question is, how can differences between city dwellers and people from marginalized areas be mitigated during the recruitment process? How can we ensure fair access to all? Maybe to elaborate this, we have some universities, we have maybe some students who are coming from deep inside the villages where maybe they don't have access to these things. But again, when they come in, we kind of tend to segregate them. Again, we are talking about diversity and inclusion. Yes, we have allowed them in, but maybe inclusion-wise, because they are not at par with us, maybe we tend to put them aside. So how the point here is how can we ensure fair access, especially in the tech space and all that. Rosemary, 30 seconds,
Okay.
please.
Okay. In this regard, first, I'd like to look at it in two ways. In terms of that person who is in the village, I'll be very honest. I'm sure 90% of us came from the village. So, in as much as they are from the village, they should not. They try to use this excuse and act victim. We are all from the village, and understand we don't all have access to equal resources and equal exposure, which is unfortunate. And not unless you elect me for president or something, and I can try and balance so much, but okay, that is not very real. We cannot realize it at the moment. So for the person who is in the village, I think first the government and then ISPs, they're trying to provide network everywhere so that anyone can get access to internet. And first, they need to get the victim analogy in their mind. And they need to know that in as much as I'm from the village, I need to do something extra and not use the fact that I'm from the village and expect someone to give me an extra, look at me differently. So that is in, so they need to change their mindset from that point. And they can do much, I believe that. Then from the employer perspective, we need to look at these people who come from the village. Yes, they are there. And I know it might be hard to reach them. And there's something I didn't mention. I work with Women in Technology Huawei, and we are doing tracks for empowering people in these areas that are very remote. Some time back, we went to Laikipia. We've been going to these marginalized communities, and I know Safaricom is doing the same. And the purpose for this is to bring technology, basic technology, to these areas. So we are doing a digitrack. This way, we are able to get people to know how to use a computer, make them have access to internet, know what needs to be done. And if for an employer, if you're having an employment opportunity and it is well advertised, if you meet such people, accommodate them in. Look at the will of the person. Look at the attitude of this person. Is this a person who is going to be quick to learn? Because I might take you in because you're from the village and I want to help you, or I want to bring a balance, but you as the person, are you really willing to get in? Are you willing to learn? And also for these people who are from the village, they're learning or adapting in might take a little bit longer. So these people should also be looked at carefully and maybe mentored for a longer period of time in apart from, okay, the new people who are from town and people who are quick to learn, or people who are just from town, you can give them a longer time. For these people who are from these communities, this way you're going to try and balance. But the most important thing is for that person who is in the village, let them not think that because I'm from the village, I need to be given more attention. No, that is not a reason. We are all from the village. We just came to campus and we fought our way through to get to become town people in quotes. So, I mean, this is a two-way. The people from the village themselves and also the employer, they all need to, each and every team needs to put an effort on their side. Okay?
Interesting, Rosemary. Remember the discussion we're having today is fostering diversity and inclusion in the workplace. So just because you are from the village, don't always play victim. And just because you are from town and maybe you are the hiring manager or something, again, consider this person and try to walk them through that journey, knowing that they may not have the same exposure, which is more important than especially in the workplace and maybe in coping and all that. So the next question I will ask Nancy to respond, because I can see the organization that you are in is called She Hacks. Why not He Hacks? So the question here is, what made tech industry predominantly male, and what initiatives or organizations have been put in place to encourage and empower women to join the industry? And additional to that question, how have they achieved this so far? So kindly try to limit it to 30 seconds, please.
Okay. I think you've asked why it's not he hacks. Well, I think the first reason that made tech to be male predominant for a very long time is because, again, there was that notion, that mentality that as a lady, you can't do it in tech. And I remember, like, that's what has been there for the longest time. And then there's been like the women empowerment how do I say it? How do I say it? Like there's a reformation that has been going on, and we've been having women join this field. So I would say you've asked about the organizations. I don't think I can list all of them because again, I think because of COVID, everything has been. We have like a global community now. Everything is remote. So we've had so many organizations. Maybe if I would start with what we have here in Kenya, we have from She Hacks that deals with cybersecurity. We have the women in tech. We have Tech for Dev. We have fellowships like the Women Tech Stars Fellowship. We have that's Kenyan only. We have programs in Uganda. We have programs. We have organizations like iHub, CC Hub in Nigeria. All these, yeah, the Women in Tech Huawei. Yes, all these organizations. And I think yesterday you hosted. We had Ida here, and Ida is actually the president for the Women in STEM Network. So, well, I think right now we have so many organizations. I may not be able to list them all out, but maybe I would talk from what I do basically for women in tech. For being part of She Hacks and being part of the Women in STEM, what we've been able to achieve so far, for example, we have been able to mentor undergraduates. People were was not even enjoying the workforce, but actually telling these ladies, like, it's possible. You actually have a backup. We are here to support you. We are here to guide you through. But our programs, again, we decided we don't want to leave out the male child as well. So some of our programs are open to both genders, but the team, the organization mainly is meant for the ladies. So I would say right now there's sensitization of women in tech, women empowerment, and it's beautiful to see.
Okay, interesting, Nancy, for hacking it within that. So I think we are going overboard time, but again, I'll try to make it quick. And the next question is, do you think that employee union groups are essential towards fostering inclusion and development, inclusion and developing healthy collaborative relationship with management? And this specifically, I will pose it to Kome, because I can see you are in Women Tech Network. So what is that network? Do you think these employee union groups are really capable to doing that? 30 seconds, please.
Yes, they are capable of doing that and are driving into diversity and inclusion. And I've also been a team champion in Safaricom when I was working in Safaricom, since I'm also a village girl who came through Safaricom Men in Technology. And they are able to do that because now the employees, you're able to be able to talk with your own peers and be able to know the issues that they have when it comes to feeling included in that company. And also you're able now to tell the management, this is what they're saying, this is what they want. Like Safaricom, we have the open door policy from the management, where we have a day where an employee can walk in without an appointment to any level of managerial there and go and hear any issue that you have, or even anything that you would like to talk to them. And even they do hold job shadowing, and that came from these employee organizations, where we are able to tell the employee is able to say that I have this issue, and then we are able to take it up to the management. We're able to tell them this is what they're saying, this is what they feel that can be changed, and they do listen, because Safaricom is an example of diversity and inclusion, where they usually include everyone. Even when they're making their own products, they make sure that it is diverse, it is accessible to everyone. It doesn't matter where you're coming from or who you are. So they are essential in a company because they bridge that gap between the employee and the management.
Yep, interesting, Doreen, for that. So we are still chasing time because time is not on our side. Yeah. So the last question, I'll really like to pose this to all of you, I myself included. In a virtual work environment, how is diversity and inclusion fostered and catered for? Now, I want to put this in the perspective. I saw there's one question that was being asked, especially for those maybe women who have kids, or maybe those fathers who have kids in their rooms. Now that we are in this virtual environment, and maybe when you are in a meeting, you will hear maybe a daughter or someone's son crying at the background, all these disturbances. Now, all these challenges, in most cases, kind of face the women, mostly because they are the mothers. When they are in that room, they're supposed to take care of these babies. And in that case, now, how is this kind of work environment has been able to foster diversity and inclusion? And how is it being catered for? So we can start with Nancy. 30 seconds, please. Quite very fast into your response. Nancy?
Yes. I think I'll just make it brief. Maybe the panelists, my fellow panelists, can add on to what I'll say. But I would say, like I said earlier, that right now we are like interconnected globally. It's a global community. You can be in Kenya and be working in the UK remotely. So I think for this, you would have seen, especially through this COVID era, from last year, there have been a number of internships, jobs, especially I would highlight, for example, for the women in cloud. They've been offering, they give you an opportunity to study, and after you study, they kind of link you to internships to do cloud security stuff. So I would say the fact that we are now interconnected globally, it has made it easier since we are working together as a community. The fact that now remote work has been the new thing, right? You don't have to be stuck in an office. You can actually work and be super productive from the house.
Nancy, I've lost you. Okay, you're back.
Okay, sorry about that. So I'm saying this has helped to enhance inclusion and diversity because it's not limited because you're in the UK, you should work in the UK. I can be in Kenya and I can be working in the US. I can be in Kenya and I can be working for a company in Canada. So I would say, yes, maybe the other panelists would add something.
Okay, 30 seconds, please. Rosemary?
Okay, yes, I'd like to add to what she's just said. It has made it easy for the geographical inclusion. Yes. And apart from that, as you mentioned earlier about having to be in an environment, now you're at home and you have so much going on, especially for women, moms. Of course, that is a challenge, but we adapt as we go. So you get a schedule and you also talk to your kids and tell them it's time for work. I mean, this is being manageable in such terms, and also in terms of recruitment and work input and the output that we are expecting from everyone. I think this is the whole virtual environment should not affect anything. In any case, the inclusion remains as it was. The only difference is that we are not all of us together. If you are, it should not really change much as in terms of who we are bringing in, because you're brought in because of what you are, not how you look, because mostly people think it's how you look. Or now, even if it's an interview done online, everything is done as it was before. The difference is that you're not there physically. So there's not much that has changed. And it is even including, you can work from anywhere. So I think the biggest plus we can get from this whole virtual environment, it has given us a lot of flexibility. And we are learning. I think every challenge and every situation, it brings about a learning situation and opportunity. So the virtual situation, I think it's good. And the productivity has also increased because there's a lot of reduced movement. There's a lot of reduced tea breaks and the tea team or shenes happening in the offices. Now we don't have those. Yeah. So I think, yeah, it's good though our social lives are dying, which we must acknowledge. But yeah, everything has a pro and a con. So yes.
Okay. So, Kome, please, you can make it 20 seconds if you can.
Okay, I do agree with everyone, and most of my mother of a 4-year-old, and I do work from home, and we do have meetings now and then on Zoom. And as Rosemary said, you can just tell your child that at this time I'm working. Kindly, you can maybe go watch maybe a cartoon in your room or go play outside. And it shouldn't even change about diversity and inclusion, because diversity is about the ideas. It's not about where you are or where you are in the world. You can be able to be interviewed and work remotely from anywhere. It shouldn't affect anything. And also, as Rosemary has said, productivity, yes, it has increased. And people have been able to, most of the people, if you ask me if I want to go to the office, I'll say no, because now I've been able to schedule myself, be able to do my A game on my work and do my personal work, and I be able to blend it up because there's no movements. I'm able to plan myself to be able to know this is time for work and this is time for doing my personal work. So diversity and inclusion doesn't change now that we're in the times of being online and working remotely.
Okay, interesting. I think there has been a lot of questions on the chat section, and I see we are still consuming a break time, but maybe we can have Gaba. He had raised. I don't know if it's his or her hand. Okay, since Gaba is not there, maybe we can end these so that we can have a 5 minutes break. And when you talk about diversity and inclusion, especially from an African perspective, and when we talk about gender, most of Africans consider gender as a male or female. But when you go maybe outside or even in African some companies, you will hear there is another gender. So maybe what is your view into this, and maybe why do you think as an African we should or we shouldn't maybe endorse this? Because in an African setting, some of these things are taboos, and we still have people who are still practicing them. Maybe this is a very tough question that I'm asking you, and maybe it may compromise your beliefs, your principles, your religion, and all that. But maybe because we are in a tech forum and we are discussing matters to do with the diversity and inclusion, maybe with just one sentence or one phrase, how would you put this? Starting with Kome, Rosemary, and finally Nancy, as we close this panel session.
What I would say, sexuality shouldn't determine whether I'm capable of doing my work or whether I'm capable of being promoted or whether I'm capable of being hired. You know, my sexuality is my sexuality. And whether it's, LGBTQ, I think that is what you're talking about. So it shouldn't affect, it should be affected when it comes to being hired or when it comes to me being working in a company. It shouldn't be a discussion.
Okay, interesting. So your sexuality is your sexuality, no discussion about that. Rosemary?
Yes, there's a question you had asked earlier about objective and subjective equality. Now, when you start bringing in issues of sexuality, now you bring in subjective. And here we want to operate very objectively. So I think when we put perspective to what your sexuality, I mean, we are becoming subjective. Let us be very objective. What do we need from you? We need you to do A, B, C, D. Can you do that? That is purely objective. Let us forget about being subjective.
I think, thank you for that. Now that is a statement that going to the managers who are here. Let's be objective in our hiring and not be subjective in our thinking. Thank you for that, Nancy. Your final statement.
My final statement would be sexuality doesn't, for example, if I'm hiring a guy, I shouldn't cut him the slack because he's a guy, so I expect him to do it well. Basically, what you do, what you're good at, is what keeps you in your role. And I think someone had asked that about the fresh graduates thing, about the experience. Shadrach, I would advise you go ahead and apply. And also as a fresh graduate, don't just remain in the house. Take up these internships. There's so many opportunities online. Just put yourself out there, basically. Thank you.
Interesting. Because of time, I think I will allow us to have 5 minutes break. We were to have 20, but because of the discussion and it was very late, it was heated in here. So we had at least to extend a bit so that we can handle some few questions. So from here we are doing a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll be back again. You can stretch, you can walk around, you can take your cup of I don't know if it's a coffee or blended juice or something. And in the meantime, we can push it back to Mark Ngugi's, where he can be playing some good, refreshing videos around. Mark, I hope you're there. Okay, it seems that Mark is not there. So you can pause around, you can engage. I think it's also the nice time that we can start sharing our LinkedIn profiles around so that we can start connecting. Also, share in your feedback. What's happening on the chat, you can put in there. So Fiona, I see you are saying he will be playing soon. Yeah, I can see someone also is sharing the feedback, or rather the survey. Interesting. So take a break. You can stand, you can walk around, take a cold coffee, or rather a cold drink or something. If you feel maybe drowsy, you can have a warm drink, whatever you like. And if you have enough, maybe you can share some.
Swift is a drone making company, and it's also working on operating drones in Kenya for purposes of logistics, that is transport of critical medical supplies, and we're also exploring other verticals, that is agriculture and precision farming, and infrastructure inspection using drones to bring productivity in areas where it has been quite hard to carry out inspections and the likes. We're called Swift Lab because of a very small bird called Swift. If you look at our logo, two long arrows that represent the tail of a swift bird. So a swift bird is a bird that can fly for up to 3 years without patching. And that's what we believe you guys are going to do when we take off. You're going to fly without patching. It's a vertical takeoff and landing drone that can do 70 kilometers, and it can carry a payload of 4 kilos to remote areas. It's able to do deliveries to people in remote areas by landing, and people are able to collect whatever goods that we have for them, the critical supplies, the medical supplies, and then take off and go back to its location. Some of the challenges that we guys are addressing here is the challenge of poor road infrastructure. There's also conflicts in some areas. You find when there's conflicts, people are not able to transport critical supplies. Then there's the challenge of the vastness of land. For example, if you go to Turkana, the land is quite vast. At Swift Lab, we're so excited to be able to manufacture drones locally and to be able to offer a truly African solution, not a solution that has been developed elsewhere and brought to us to just become the end user. So we want to be part of the solution, and we hope for support from the government and our partners, and to come and support us to enable this dream come true.
My name is Anne Deritu. I am an aerospace engineer by training, and I've been trained at the Technical University of Kenya. I'm also a licensed drone pilot, and I've been working in this drone industry for the past 5 years in drone design, development, and operations of drones. The drone industry is quite young, especially in Africa, due to the lack of drone regulations in most African countries. But this is set to change, and this will see a lot of growth in the industry. We've already seen a lot of use cases of drones. For example, the use of drones in precision agriculture, in mapping, in infrastructure inspection, and even in medical logistics. I'm very excited to be joining SwiftLab, mainly because of the unique approach that SwiftLab has taken of not only operating drones, but also manufacturing them. I've been working in the industry for some years now, and what I've observed is that Africa has been a passive recipient of the drone technology, in that most of the drone companies, most of the big impact drone companies in Africa are from abroad. They design, develop, and manufacture their drones from their countries and bring their technology here to test and operate them. So this means that Africa is left out of this manufacturing opportunity. So SwiftLab is one of the few companies that is taking this opportunity to bridge the gap and bring the technology in Africa. So this will not only create employment for young engineers, but will also create an ecosystem that other companies and organizations can be able to benefit from. So I hope that by joining SwiftLab, I'll be able to help the company build and achieve this vision. SwiftLab is designing and manufacturing drones, like the drone behind me. It has a range of 70 kilometers and can be able to carry a payload of 4 kilograms. So using this drone, we'll be able to deliver essential and critical medical supplies in remote, hard-to-reach areas in Africa. So, and by doing this, we'll be contributing to the global goal of universal healthcare coverage. My personal motivation is to use technology to create a positive impact in the society. I'm very excited to be joining SwiftLab, and I look forward to making this vision a reality.
Ieee Kenya invites you to the 8th Power Africa Conference, held virtually from August 23rd to 27th, 2021. And our theme is on regional integration, emerging trends, and energy sustainability, and advancing Africa's economic progress, where we will discuss the latest in the power sector, research in industrial models, and the relevant application in the areas of power systems integrations and frameworks. So get ready to engage in practical, solution-oriented topics that our diverse technical program on thematic areas will be, including industry tutorials, keynote sessions, and so much more. For more information, go to www.ieee-powerafrica.org. That is www.ieee-powerafrica.org.
This is a huge leap in technology. First of all, how did you do this, and what opportunities does this open up?
Yeah, it is a big deal because it's not very often that we make a breakthrough in technology that can lift all boats. And we got to remember that behind the scenes of our computers and our phones and our cars and every gadget that we have semiconductors and chips, and at the bottom of them, there's these transistors that are the basis of the digital world of zeros and ones. And what we've achieved now is the fruit of 4 years of work of hundreds of scientists and engineers working in Albany, New York, in a facility that has been the product of $15 billion of investment over the last 2 decades. So it's quite a feat of science and engineering. And in the end, what it's going to deliver for us is the proof that we have the next, future node for the semiconductor industry beyond, the 7, 5, 3, and now the 2 nanometer node.
So who's going to manufacture the chip, and when will it hit the market?
So what we enable with these breakthroughs, the way the business model works and how we conduct R&D in semiconductors is we build an ecosystem. And in our Albany facility, we have equipment manufacturers. This is companies like Applied Materials, and Intel, and ASML. You have materials companies like JSR and others. And then you have manufacturers like Samsung. And we announced earlier this year that Intel is going to be joining as well, collaborating with us in semiconductor research. So what happens when we develop an advanced node like 2 nanometers is bilaterally we enable the technology elements that make the node viable to each one of these parties, so that the equipment makers can make the next equipment and the manufacturers get the license to scale it. You will see the technology over time scale in the large foundry makers like Samsung and others, and and ultimately other IDMs like Intel.
So when will a 2 nanometer chip be in a product that I might use?
So I was mentioning before that 7 nanometers in production. So you would expect, if things go according to plan, late 2024, maybe 2025 is when you would start seeing the 2 nanometer node entering production. And what that will enable then is, all the people that can benefit from chips to design against that technology and get those chips fabricated. And just to give you a sense of the value that it can provide, a phone, a state-of-the-art smartphone that we all use today, typically built with 7 nanometer technology. With this 2 nanometer technology, you could deliver the same performance, but with a battery that would last now 4 days because it's so much more efficient. Or if you wanted to maintain the same battery performance, you could make the phone 45% better in terms of performance.
How IBM started, grew, and became $170 billion company. In 1911, Charles Ranlett Flint founded the International Business Machines, IBM, as a holding company for 4 other business companies. It is an American information technology company, one of the biggest electronic computer companies.
Last panel session before we drop for a break. Maybe you can pause the video. Yeah. So maybe someone can confirm that our panelists are around. Mwansa, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm here. You can hear me?
Perfect. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Super.
Okay. And Prof, I'm notified that Prof has not yet joined. So, Steve, are you there? Maybe you can update on the status of Professor Wilson Cheruyot, so that we get to know when we are starting, and maybe if we have any other plan that we can do as we wait for him to join us. And Nashon, if Nashon can hear me, you can kindly chat with me on the chat or maybe on WhatsApp. Nashon Courier, if you can hear me. Nashon, if you can hear me, kindly respond. So Mark, you can proceed on with the playing the video as we wait for Prof to join, and then we start the session. Probably in the next in less than 5 minutes, maybe you'll have joined us.
Moringa School was founded in April 2014, and I was working for Spanifund, which is a capital firm investing in early-stage tech startups across Africa. All of our startups, the biggest pain point was finding quality developers to build their products. So I started doing research. I went to universities to understand why this is such a big problem, right? And I realized the way that they taught computer science is very theoretical and very outdated. So I saw Moringa School as a huge opportunity to solve the lack of quality developers here in Kenya and across Africa, and also the huge unemployment among youth. Moringa School is a world-class coding accelerator with a direct education to employment model. We have Moringa Prep, our immersive intro to programming course, where we introduce beginners to coding. And we also have Moringa Core, which is our full-time track-based program. And this is a very, very intensive program where we train in both web and mobile development.
Hi guys, are you good? Cool, so we're going to have try problems. Someone to volunteer on the board for us.
I knew that the knowledge I had from university was not sufficient for me to land a job. I wasn't getting called back at interviews I had gone to. So I decided to take a risk, and that's how I got to apply to Moringa School and come here first as a student.
I fell in love with this particular game, and when I came to Moringa, I thought I'd learn to make that game and be done with it. But I found out it was much more than that, and I learned more. It became more and more interesting.
Gave away my life for like 3 months because I literally had no life. It's coding morning till evening and weekends also.
Learning how to code is very difficult, not to mention that you're here for 5 days a week and 12 plus hours a day. There's just like big personal growth that happens.
Hi. I'm fine.
We tell students that if there's ever anything that teachers are saying that maybe doesn't make sense, question it. Or if there's an even better solution to the problem that we're presenting, then challenge us, right? So that together we can grow, we can become better.
It doesn't look like a normal classroom. The boundary between the instructors and the students, it doesn't exist.
The style of teaching is different because it's hands-on. They just give you resources and then let you work through them on your own.
60% is self-learning. So in case they go to any company out there and something new is introduced, then they can hack their way around it.
I've learned a lot about integrating with others. I've learned a lot about teamwork.
We do a ton of professional development as well. We bring in an outside organization and we make sure that people know how to tell their stories and to go out and make an impact as a developer, but also as a community leader and as a tech leader.
Nairobi tech scene is bubbling, man. Startup culture is here, the entrepreneurship is here, the spirit is there, the technology is there. Finding the people to do a good job was difficult. We went to India, which is what everybody does. It took us 2 years to develop something that had taken us 4 months to do. We were pitching at City Mobile Challenge. We pitched and said, it's very difficult to find talent locally in Kenya. Someone in the crowd after our pitch said, you should get in touch with Moringa School. We're skeptical, we're like, they're based in Kenya, let's go see. But we went out, and we just happened to get there on the graduation day. And so we took 2 fellows. They brought a whole new level of local professionalism. We were stunned. Like, what? It's a year down the road. We've never been disappointed. What we intended and what they're creating is impressive, and not by Kenyan standards, but global standards.
Moringa School is unique because
Okay, I think we'll have to roll back to our session now, and Felix, once you can confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can, Gidinji. Yeah. I hope you can hear me.
Perfect. So guys, we are joining in for another session, and I'm waiting for another panelist to join in so that he can coordinate this session. But he might take some time. But before then, I think I will have to start on my end, and then when he joins, he will pick from where I would have left. And on the other side, Felix Omwansa will be handling the panelist session with answering our questions. And when the prof joins, he can just proceed from there. Maybe just to start, the session that we are doing right now is in line to what we call, some call them the future technologies, some call them the emerging technologies. But basically, they are these technologies, enabling technologies for that awesome future, sustainable future that all of us are longing to have. We are talking about IoT, we are talking about artificial intelligence, we're talking about machine learning, and more importantly, 5G. And we are not left behind because we have been having sessions of 5G. And also we have 5G being tested here locally in Kenya. As we know, Safaricom is one of these big company that is doing this in Kenya. So as we dive into that session, we'll let Omwansa do the intro. Omwansa, maybe you can do the intro, and then we will dive deep into the Q&A as we roll through the panel sessions.
All right. Thank you, Givinji. Thank you to the IEEE Kenya for organizing this summit, and we just jump right into it. So my name is Omwansa Felix. I work as a solutions engineer for Liquid Intelligent Technologies, focused on the Internet of Things. And what we do is that we provide a low power, a low cost network solution that enables all these use cases, all these businesses be able to onboard and develop all these solutions on our network using such devices that overcome a number of connectivity challenges that pertain to the Internet of Things. So as an emerging technology, you see the Internet of Things is a key aspect, in terms of how businesses, how various industries are able to optimize their operations and extend what it is they're able to do through their various applications. Yes, over to you, Githinji.
Sure, interesting Omwansa. And maybe before even we go deeper into the questions that we'll be handling during the panel session, because we're talking about these technologies, maybe before even we start talking about their importance and why maybe we need them, I'd like maybe to get that a brief definition, or rather an explanation, description into what are these technologies. Maybe I think it's Einstein who said, if you know it, then you ought to explain it to a 5-year-old kid. So maybe to some panelists that we have here, they are not from the electrical, electronics, computer side. We have some from civil, and we have some joining maybe from other arts subjects and all that. Maybe how would you explain AI, IoT, maybe 5G to all these people, so that at least now we start from a place where all of us know what we are talking about?
No problem. So these technologies are, definitely interconnected and interrelated in many ways. So I'll try and keep the explanation to tie them together for the audience to understand. So we are living in this information age. That is definitely obvious. You are able to access this call, you're able to access this webinar via the internet. We have so much penetration of connectivity, more so the internet connectivity, that has enabled us to have a much more connected world, which we can share and innovate rapidly, as opposed to what it was before. So starting off now with the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things is, simply put, is just a way of providing connectivity to applications that did not, or rather do not conventionally have any sort of connectivity. What do I mean by that? So when you look at our society around us, we have systems in place, we have institutions in place, we have various professions in place doing all sorts of things that enables our society function. So much as you are able to connect to each other, like we're doing right now via the internet, the Internet of Things now goes beyond just the human connection that we have and attempt to connect these applications in our society. So some few examples. One is agriculture, where from the past, let's say from the past decades and centuries and so on, the process has been done through observed observed procedures for how you go from planting or preparing your farm all the way to the point that you're harvesting. But with now the extended connectivity we have in our society today, you can be able to get insights about your farm, about how your operations are running. You get critical data that affects the production, the quality of produce that you're coming from your farm. And so then we have these other applications, say just some simple applications like water metering, where as from a utility provision perspective, of course, you have to provide a means to be able to account for the consumption of, say, individual residences, individual businesses, and so on. Now, with the Internet of Things, you can have that meter connected to the internet in the sense that it's able to transmit the consumption information that it's collecting into a centralized platform from where you can view the data. So the Internet of Things kind of separates the manual process of doing operations in these various fields and now enables us to automate them from a data collection, data analysis, and now data consumption point of view in ways that weren't there before. Now, when we now look at AI and machine learning, these are modern tools we've developed as a species to be able to to advance our society, to advance the various systems that we have in place. So when we look at machine learning, in the simplest sense is to have systems that provide services, that provide solutions in various fields, and these systems are able to improve themselves continually. And just the way you improve yourselves through learning, through joining such a summit and so on, machine learning is a technique that is applied to the various processes to enable them adapt continuously and progressively as they are in use, so that they can improve the accuracy of the output that they're doing. Is it better control? Is it better analytics, and so on? So we develop modern applications are built to the scale to scale up in a way that doesn't require the continuous input of ourselves, in terms of the developers who build the systems, but rather they are able to improve themselves. So machine learning and AI are intricately connected in the sense that when you speak of now artificial intelligence, you're looking at a more complex and sophisticated system that are developed out of the machine learning outputs that we're able to achieve. And then now 5G is really now the next age of kind of mobile connectivity, in the sense that the current it's simply just an improvement, or rather a movement from the current connection options that you use on your phone and so on, but now at a much faster and at high data rate, as is required to as our societies build up and grow on. So in a way, or rather in summary, we are in an interconnected society right now, and we need to be able to build systems that scale up with ease, and that's where we use the machine learning algorithms, and that's where the artificial intelligence comes in. And then with the Internet of Things and the 5G, they now kind of lean into the data collection process, where we are able to collect data from applications and resources that didn't from before didn't have this kind of connectivity, and then now have this higher connectivity speeds that enable us improve the means by which we are communicating. Yes, so that's how I would introduce it. Over to you, Githinji.
Yeah, I think you have really elaborated it and gone deeper into it. But
Thank
maybe just to make it a bit better is maybe for some of us IoT will say is we are giving these things anything that sense of touch, that sense of hearing, and that sense of sight.
Correct.
So if it's your home, you are making your home be able to see, be able to talk, be able to hear, and even be able to signal you when there is a danger or something. When we talk about artificial intelligence, again, I think I will echo your words. What we are doing here is we are trying to bring in that aspects of trying to make that, let me use the term computer, or rather trying to make that machine be able to think, and at some point be able to reason at some level, and then maybe make decisions, predict, and maybe use data and all that. When we come to machine learning, this is an aspect of, again, echoing your word, an aspect of AI. But again, now it's fully focused on trying to bring in that patterns recognition and all that. In the 5G, imagine now we are using 3G and you're able to stream live. Now, I think we can say in the era of 5G, we will be able to use to stream 4K, 8K video without even a buffer. So that is an interesting way and interesting discussion that we are having on Mwanza. So I will go into my first question into the panel discussion. And the first question is why are these emerging technologies important? And how can one start learning the fundamentals concept of AI, ML, and 5G? I had started by telling you at least to give us this definition. And I know there are so many people who are getting bugged with these terms that you are saying, oh, this will do this data. And all these things are kind of challenging, and maybe to some, they may end up not even understanding. But why are they important, and how can we start maybe from that fundamental point of view, maybe into learning them and maybe using them?
Sure. Okay, so these particular technologies are quite important in the sense that they actually sort of a culmination of our evolution as a species, of our societies, because you find that we have all these rapidly expanding societies, rapidly growing economies, which require us to have very large scale operations. I know currently it's easy and of course obvious to say that we have very large scale operations going on in various sectors, say agriculture, logistics, and so on. But due to the rate at which our societies are growing, we need rather these particular operations will be scaling up in quite rapidly, that we are not able, rather if we are not able to keep up with the scale, we won't be able to make the most out of them. And that's where the aspect of system collapse and failures comes in. So the importance of these technologies is that they are designed for mass operations. They are designed for mass systems, in the sense that when you think of 5G and IoT, the connectivity sections of these technologies, they lean into what our society needs, in the sense that we have various fields growing is also into the economies of the various countries on how they're doing it. So the scale, or rather these technologies are able to collect data en masse. The IoT, for example, IoT is, as I said, optimized for mass and large scale operations, in the sense that it enables you to collect data even from the remotest of places, from the largest of farms, for the longest of distances that you're traveling with your vehicles, say you're tracking and so on. So essentially, we have IoT fitting in a way that it provides, or rather we are able to have these tiny, low power and application specific devices that are low cost, which can be deployed in mass to the various use cases that they're doing. Then when now you look at AI and machine learning, now from the data we'll be getting, or rather we're even consuming right now, that you need to be able to be able to see trends, to be able to pull conclusions from very large pools of data, very large databases that, if we were to stick to the usual, if we were to leave people to do all these analytics, they won't be able, say, to go through the data as conclusively as machines can do it, because machines can be, machines are optimized to learn as they go on. And it is this continuous learning that they'll be able to pick up intelligently. So we are able now to create value, rather than even now extend value, say for businesses that are adopting these technologies, extend the value, extend the reach of what they're doing. And then beyond that, create new value in the process. So you're getting insights, you're getting analytics from your operations, from your business, from your use case that you are not able to get before, simply because you didn't have data. But now these technologies enable us to connect all our applications together and also now improve on what we have. So as far as the sources of learning these fundamentals, that's another good thing about the internet age we're living right now, in that it's kind of democratized the access to information. So we have these channels, or rather websites and apps that enable you learn. Even so, from a fundamental point of view, there's a plethora of them. So some key mentions are the Udemy. I suppose most, if not all, students should be familiar with the Udemy classes, Coursera and the likes. So what these channels provide is that they can give you, these fundamentals that you seek to understand the technical aspects and the important aspects of these technologies. And then again, they offer that extended knowledge, in the sense that how do you build applications and so on. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, over to me. And thank you, Omwanza, for that. That was
Yes.
a great insight into this. And I think now everybody should be going online into this and at least getting to understand and equipping themselves into the applications into their areas. So maybe the next question is really a kind of a radical question, or rather a question that really needs some deeper thinking.
Sure.
Because do you think we are forever fated to follow the West in technological advancement, or we are one day going to be the forefront of the technological advancement? This is just your personal view. Maybe you can go to your personal view without going maybe
Okay.
into other logical and factual maybe explanations.
Sure. So Africa, as one of the key emerging markets on the planet right now, is definitely behind, in a lot of ways, in a lot of fields. So we are playing catch up. That part is true. Now, what is unique about Africa, or rather in the context of the society right now, is that we are not burdened with with the lengthy industrialization process that these developed countries had, or rather had to undergo. And the reason I'm saying that is because we have a playbook to use. We have a playbook in the sense that we have we are learning, or rather we learn and get all these insights on how to rapidly expand, how to grow our technology from this developed country. So in a matter of, as a matter of how long it will take to catch up, we definitely have a lot of advantages that are playing to our side. Even now, you see the way these emerging technologies we're speaking of are already penetrating the region, in that they aren't just already being applied en masse on the planet. The planet is simply in the process of taking them up fully. So we are essentially on the same plate, on the same level as all these societies, all these societies outside Africa, in the sense that we are applying all these new technologies to our processes to grow up. So another favorable aspect about Africa is that we have a very young population, and the young population is the essential workforce that needs or rather will enable us make that push. So in many ways we are catching up, but when you look closely, you realize that we are actually at par in terms of how we are adopting these technologies and so on. So we once that catch-up process, or rather once we are able to undergo that catch-up process, a lot of intelligence is going to come out of it, in the sense that we, as Liquid, we say African intelligence is going to come out of this process, of this catching up process that I'm referring to. And then once the catch-up is done, or rather with the intelligence that we create, you find we will be having technologies, and we will be creating technologies unique to our continent that work for our continent. So that's what I would say.
Okay, interesting, and that is really a nice view. So I think, as we might be aware, we were waiting for two guys to join us. We have Nashon Miwizi, who have already joined us, and
yes.
Maybe Prof can confirm that he can hear me. Prof Wilson Cheruyot. Prof, are you there?
Can you hear me? I'm there.
Perfect.
Yes.
Karibu sana, Prof. Yeah. So, guys, I'll leave this discussion to Nashon, who will be taking charge now into the questions and driving the panel in the next, let's say, 20 minutes. And now, Omwansa and Prof will be our panelists. And thank you, guys. Nashon, you can confirm that you can hear me as you take the lead?
Yes, I can hear you, Idinji. Can you hear me?
The floor is yours.
Yes, we can hear you, Nashon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon for the guys who they are in different region. My name is Nashon, and I'm great and happy to be part of this conversation. And Omonsa, those are very great insights that you just shared there. So without further ado, let me just butt into the next question, which looks at the pandemic, COVID. So since we are still in the pandemic, could you address the controversy that relates the coronavirus pandemic and the introduction of 5G? I think there's been a great controversy in regards to Huawei equipment, especially Europe and United States.
Yes.
And people at some point believe that it has something to do with the COVID-19. I have personal opinion, but I will want the panel to give their opinion. So I don't know. Can I start with you, Omons, and then we can hear from Professor?
Sure, no problem. So I'll be okay. With this information age that we're living in, certainly comes the problem of misinformation. So if we're going to have, rather, if we're going to be able to share all this information by virtue of us being so much connected from our phones, from our computers, through our televisions, and so on, it gives room now for the malicious players to come in and distort what is being, or rather what the understanding of our society of these technologies is. So the 5G and the COVID fiasco, rather conspiracy theories, let me call them that way, are now such a product of misinformation, where you find there are players in the industry, global players, even from an administrative country perspective, that are it's cutthroat competition to see who provides this technology first. And Huawei is kind of a victim and also a perpetrator at the same time for such. And the reason for that also, if when you follow global news, you understand how China is challenging the global, let me call them superpowers in the technology space in many ways. So this, from a technical perspective, if once you gain understanding of what actually 5G is, you realize if in any way it was causing the COVID disease, it would have, what we have already in place should be already causing all sorts of problems, health related problems rather. So that's just a case of misinformation, and we as a society, that's one of the challenges we are facing as we move forward. In that, how do we address this challenge of misinformation? So over to you, Professor.
Professor, are you with us?
Thanks. Yeah. I'm with you guys, and thank you so much. Sorry I came in late because of I was in another meeting. But as relates to the question, I want to agree with the earlier presenter that you see there are so many mysteries or so many controversies surrounding the COVID disease and the 5G. Because when other diseases came up earlier, we've never actually related them to IT. You know, we've always related them to other things. So I think this one is a very special case in that we are trying to relate it now to technology. And as for me, why can't we relate other diseases to the same, technology? So I tend to think that COVID is never, it becomes a mystery when we relate it to, 5G technology. Because the relationship between a technology, which is IT related to a pandemic. I know we are doing a lot of research to try to see how we can predict, it can be cured, it can be, prevented, and so on and so on. But I've never seen the relationship between the technology in my research with what we are experiencing now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So maybe I just say something. Personally, I've been working with Huawei for the last 3 years as a quality network manager, and we've done a lot of trials. Currently, we've done a lot of trials around Nairobi. We have one at Safaricom HQ1, HQ2, Huawei headquarters, and Two Rivers. So when this controversy came, as the previous speakers have said, it's more of a propaganda. What theory can you come up with at the very first instance that the most, or rather the bigger population will buy it? And at the end of the day, it's a political kind of issue, because we all understand the G7 and the superpower kind of fight that are going on currently. As an engineer or as a telecom engineer, when you look at the concept of 5G technology, the millimeter wave, how transmission is done, the kind of frequency that are used, clearly it will be very weird for you to even relate it with COVID, which is a virus. There's no link at all. And in the previous generation, from 1G, 2G in the 80s, we came to 3G 90s and 4Gs in the early 2000s and mid of it. There's no, at any point, disease that has ever been linked to transmission, of signals or anything. So from a technological point of view, that is near impossible. But we also understand it's a game of who is who at the end of the day. So I don't want to spend much time on that. Let me just jump into the next question. Probably will give you an avenue to ask more questions at the end of this,
Sure.
if you need something to be clarified. So the next part is more of still on 5G, and here we are looking at the security risks that arise from this 5G enabled capabilities. So the question is, do you think Africa, or rather Kenya, or East Africa as a region, is ready to face this new technology? Because 5G can increase volume in terms of speed and data transfer, as well as number of end users that are involved in any network. So, Mwansa,
yes,
do you want to take this up?
Sure. No, not a problem. So, with yet again, with now increasing connectivity, as you've said, there are more players coming into the network, in the sense that more people are getting connected on a daily basis, more businesses are getting connected, more services are being created and getting connected. So 5G, one of its uniqueness is perhaps you could elaborate more with your Huawei experience, is the the nature of infrastructure, 5G infrastructure that needs to be put in place first. In many ways, it's a lot more compact in that 5G coverage is for smaller areas compared to the previous technologies. But essentially, what I'm driving at is that this idea of this shared infrastructure and in addition of so many players coming into the networks, into our connected services, creates that potential for mass failures, in the sense that when we look at now denial of service attacks happening with 5G, the scale at which they happen, because you see the speeds and the connectivity rates that 5G offers, the potential of rather the impact of these attacks is increased, is much greater, and now that itself is one of the key elements that is being addressed as these 5G rollouts are happening. So the other thing, of course, now is now in the context of now Africa, is how we provide the capability to switch across networks, because you find that not all places in Africa are growing at the same rate. I'm sure you've experienced it, where you would be in the city, you have that 4G and high-speed internet connectivity, but then you move out of the city to the village and so on, the connectivity speeds and the experience, kind of lessens in many ways. So that switching, that switching between these protocols, say the current protocol, if in the sense the current protocol is 5G, the required switch to 4G and 3G, as a user moves around, in their daily life, poses also more vulnerabilities, in the sense that if there are challenges that the previous protocols had that haven't been addressed, those challenges are now exposed to now newer technologies, in this case 5G, as people get onboarded. So that handover process, that exchange process, is where the risk comes in. Now Africa, yet again, is unique in the sense that we have, we've had a very rapid growth from across these generations of networks. So in terms of how well the security challenges and vulnerabilities to attack have been addressed, that is evident in our current systems, in that you have very reliable 4G and 3G networks working. And this just goes to show you what Africa, or rather how quick Africa and these emerging markets can adapt to new technologies. And that's why now 5G, if there's one place it's going to make a lot of headway, it's definitely going to be Africa. So over to you, Professor.
All right. Monster. Professor, do you want to add something on that? Okay, maybe I just say something.
Can you
Okay.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Proceed, sir.
Yes, I want to say that you see, with 5G technology, which is mostly concerned with IoT technology, whenever there's a new technology, there are always people who want to come and try their luck in terms of attacks. So in terms of security, one of the challenges that we will have is that everybody will want to quietly come in and try to control the network of connected devices, and try to come in with cyber attacks. These things have been developed by people like us with very good intentions. But you see, other people also have their intentions of wanting to show us that they have their own ways of proving that these things on 5G technology is a technology, yes, but how do we improve it? So in terms of security, things like distributed denial of service attacks, overload to the network, website, take off time in terms of offline, the kind of people in the middle, man in the middle attacks, location tracking, because this is a very high, it's an expansion of 4G. So what do you expect out of the same? It's beyond providing connectivity. It goes beyond advancing the network attributes, quality of service. So it can be managed, it can be magnetized as never before. Those attributes will also lend ways to people who will want to have intent in terms of trying to prove that these things, in terms of security control. So what I will only say is that as researchers in the field, we will have to let it go, but at the same time, we try now to see what is the impact. And then those who are concerned, even though as we are getting it, we didn't innovate the same, but we will have to work out on how to provide better security as we do a lot of research, depending on the outcome on how the same is received. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. When we are talking about 5G, there's a lot of issues surrounding the technology. First of all, when you look at its capability, we are talking about EMBB, enhanced broadband capabilities. We are talking about machine type kind of communication, where, as Professor said, there is massive IoT engagement, a huge amount of devices being connected within a given, cell, as compared to the previous technology. We have ultra reliable low latency communication, where it means that I can send a message, or I can, I can conduct a given use case within a very short time. So when it comes to the security, as it has been mentioned, the problem is at the gateway. When you look at any technology, let me give you one use case of 5G, V2X, or cellular vehicle to everything kind of communication. Some call it autonomous vehicle. So let's think of a vehicle transporting goods. Let me say it's a logistic vehicle moving from Kenya to maybe Rwanda. If we don't have a very good kind of standardization within the region, which means we are moving from one MNO, mobile network operator, in Kenya, then we go to MTN in Uganda. As we move towards Rwanda, if you don't have a standardized kind of communication protocols, these vehicles will have to be handing over from one signal or one operation network to a different one. And that's where the risk comes in during the handover, That's where someone can easily penetrate into your network, or rather into, as I said, as the gateway. And again, when you look at capability that 5G is enabling compared to other previous technology, 3G, 2G, and all that, definitely 5G has made very tremendous steps ahead as compared to others in terms of security. So there's fear for security, but when you look back, when we had 4G or when we had 2G or 2.5G GPRS, there was always concern of security. The more you connect more device, the more, there's that case of someone trying to penetrate or to get access. One of my good friends said some of these things we learn it on the road, on the way, Once we do the rollout of this technology, that's when we get to see where is the weakness, and then we try and, work on it. So as we stand now, 5G has very many use cases. Currently, we have IMS-based services. We have low-cost mobile broadband, for example, in Kenya. And we are looking at extended opportunities where we'll be looking at virtual presence, augmented reality. I think it has been mentioned. Fast responder connectivity, private networks that are coming up. And in future, everyone is looking at, the dream of what 5G capabilities will bring, like telematics, remote control, e-health, as one of the use case. Smart metering, I think, is already happening in Europe and part of China. Census networks in agriculture. Kenya, we are so big in agriculture, and we might really needs this kind of sensor networks to help. So all these are capability, but there's that weakness of security that is embedded in each and every one of it. And as I said before, we learn in the job, we learn in the process. As we roll out is when we get to understand. But as it stands right now, all the telecommunication guys who have joined here, they can attest that in terms of security enhancement, 5G is way ahead, and it has made tremendous steps. So I just go to the next question, not to dwell so much on that. So what do you think artificial intelligence will take over from human beings? Maybe I start with Professor. And what are some of these jobs that are threatened by AI or IoT or any machine learning kind of capability? What are some of these jobs that you think, according to you, are threatened?
Thank you.
Come again, Professor? I think we've lost Professor Monta.
You can hear me. You can hear me.
Yeah. No, I
you guys.
Yes.
You can even see. Okay. One, if we look at the current pandemic, which has really done a lot of havoc, that is the COVID. Some countries have used AI, machine learning, especially what we call deep learning, and they have even gone to deeper learning by using higher order recurrent neural networks, whereby they're getting the human aspect into machines. And one of the things that I've used there is the robots that have intelligence, high quality intelligence, whereby they are using them to supply maybe food, medication, and support, medical support to those who are affected by the COVID. When you look at this, it's only in some advanced countries like China, I think USA and Western countries. Rwanda have tried using it. I've tried with my students also here in JKUAT and in Kenya, because I normally do a lot of research with most of my students, so that we can see how do we develop intelligent robots or things that can replace the human being. It works, but I'll say that given the scenarios in the world, AI might take some time before we can use it to replace what a human being can do. But it is working well, because even if you go to industry where we are doing car manufacturing, you go to hospitals, you go to those high manufacturing areas, you will find that AI is really taking over. But taking over from the human being might be something that is going to take some time, but eventually, if it can be organized, it will take over. But since the majority of us, especially in Africa, are still, then it will have some challenges to do. That's my take. Thank you.
Okay.
Mwasa, do you want to maybe just give your opinion?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Professor. Thanks, Nashon. So my view is that AI is and has been just an extension of our intelligence. It's kind of what happens when as we get smarter, as we get better at doing everything what we do. So the risk, if I was to say the jobs at risk, as machines, let's not go too far to the AI. Machines in industry have already shown what kind of tasks can be replaced. You see those repetitive tasks, say in manufacturing spaces and the likes. And then a bit of automation, still same in the very processes that happen. So with that, you find that over time there is a decrease in human jobs that do these kinds of tasks that machines can do so well, these repetitive tasks that can do so well. And then what happens, what has happened now, it has liberated us to now to focus more on that, creating and advancing the AI itself. So those are the kind of jobs that are coming up. So in a way, you could think that AI is threatening, machines are threatening the human experience, but you find that they're extending it and providing all these new opportunities, and that's very important because you see. These developed countries have so much creative power that they're leveraging on to move, to advance their societies in many ways. So that's also again goes back to what I said about Africa, that we just have a playbook that to refer to, and that in as far as the artificial intelligence has a long way to go, it's still a very important aspect to adopt in our emerging systems, so that we can be able to scale up and speed to the speed that the rest of the world per se is actually doing. So that is my take.
Thank you, Omwansa. So maybe just also I add something. When they talk saying when are we expecting it to happen and what are some of the jobs that we are going to lose, let me use an example of autonomous vehicles, because it's a very important use case in 5G, and it kind of involves all aspects like artificial intelligence in the camera, the lidars and radars, and also IoT, because at the end of the day, it will be connected to pedestrians with their devices and also connected to their homes. So when you look at roadmap towards full automation or full autonomy, we have stepwise approach. We have level 1, which is basically it's like others, more like driver assistant. It gives you capability just to be able to know the environment, to be able to know what is ahead of you, which within human capability you will not have known. And then we have level 2 all the way to level 5, in which level 3 and 4, now we start seeing a clear automation, where probably the vehicle can take over, manage acceleration, deceleration, maybe braking and all that. And then now level 5, where it's full automation, there's no any human intervention that is needed. The vehicle has proper lidars, proper sensors. It can actually make decisions in different environment scenarios that it can be put into. So when you look at when, by the time we achieve full automation, from what 3GPP, which is one of the bodies that looks at into future networks, and 5G AA, or International Telecommunication Union, they are looking at some in the next 20 to 25 years. That's the point they think we are going to probably attain full automation, and that means we will not be talking about 4G. We will not be talking about 5G. Right now, people are already looking at capabilities that 6G will bring. And as it's been said, there's fear of artificial intelligence, IoT, or any other future deep learning, or any other future network. There's that fear of it taking human jobs and all that. But let's also look at it on a brighter side. It introduced new markets. These SDG goals that everyone is talking about, at the end of the day, before any assimilation or any technology is taken, there's a discussion that goes on, and people look at what are the key benefits of this technology vis-a-vis, the negative aspect of it all. So as much as we fear it will take our job, but it's also going to create more new markets. For example, infotainment. I think Apple have already brought that aspect, and I've seen last week Volkswagen and Huawei in Germany already have signed a deal to do over 30 million vehicles and all that. So it's creating more opportunity at the same time is trying to reduce. Maybe I just mentioned one of the negative impact. In the US last year, when Uber tried to merge with Ford and they wanted to automate their vehicle, there was a very, low morale in terms of their employees, especially the drivers, because they thought now you're trying to partner with Ford. There's a technology called DSSR, direct short range, dedicated short range communication, where they are trying to see is there capability where you just get an Uber, you can move around New York without necessarily needing the driver, So it also affects the morale of the employees, and they had to stop the technology. So at the end of the day, you look at what are we gaining and what are we losing. And I don't think as humans we will go for a technology that gives us more, negative impact as opposed to the positive impact. So it's a very interesting discussion that I'm looking forward to. So on to the third last question. What do you think is the biggest pitfall of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and IoT? Just in a general thought, what do you think is the biggest pitfall? Probably Omwasa. Sorry, your name comes first on top of my head.
Okay, not a problem. So from our point of view, even from an actual experience in trying to deploy massive IoT, massive Internet of Things, one clear thing is that the speed of evolution of these technologies is quite high, and that indicates, or rather informs businesses on the costs of adoption that they would have to go through in terms of hardware and software resources if they were to incorporate such advancements into their processes. So the speed of evolution, of course, that's ideal. That's how tech goes. But then you find that the rate at which different markets, different use cases, different fields can adopt the technologies is different, and that is now, of course, brought about by that how fast these technologies change. So you are in a way you're kind of burdened into how do you transition from your let's not say manual, because currently most systems are digitized nowadays, but let me call them legacy systems, into systems that incorporate have all these aspects of AI, and now how do you use data that you're collecting from the Internet of Things in your applications. So that kind of stops, or rather puts a lot of hesitation in adoption of this technology into businesses. But the good thing is that the technology is here and it's there to stay, and that's how it will be moving going forward. Because the best part of the adopting all this smartness, so to speak, let me call it, is that once it's fully incorporated into the system, it's it kind of just builds into itself. And then the ethical concerns then come in, more so on how these jobs are pushing the human aspect, the human involvement aside. But then again, just goes back to the point we were making before, that in as much as these technologies are taking off, you find that they're just extending what we are capable of doing, how far we can actually go, and that is what now it leads to the creation of all these new opportunities in terms of or rather what workforce, this newer workforce that is coming into the field, these are the kind of things that they need to be aware of, because you find that the jobs that they thought, that were there 5 years ago, 10 years ago, are slowly being phased out, and it's all these new opportunities that are coming up. Yes, so that's my take.
Thank you, Omwansa. Professor, do you want to add something on that?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I would want to add what Omwansa has just said, by saying, in terms of what we know about IoT, machine learning, and AI in general, those terms are very closely related, in the sense that you're looking at big data and how to manipulate this big data using machine learning and all those approaches. So the challenges that we have is, one of them is we are in Africa, and I am very happy some of my listeners are here. I'm in the university doing research. What is the business impact? What can we enumerate and say, this is what IoT machine learning has done, especially for Africa?
Yeah.
What is the expertise? That is one of the pitfalls that I want to encourage the listeners to really put a lot of stress into it, and they need to really come in and come out. And that's why the importance of this conference can be emphasized, that we need to come out and say, let's work on it. It is what the world is doing, but we have the expertise, the flexibility of the same. It's something that can work with all our, systems that we have around, and it is something that we can get some of this expertise and use it. What is the foundation? We don't need a lot of foundation in terms of, anybody can learn. IT and computing is one of the funniest areas of academic things that you can dive into, whether you have done science, social sciences, and so on. Do we have some support? Is anybody seeing this? And is somebody seeing the importance of IoT, machine learning, and what have you? Are people still thinking? Are our governments and stakeholders still thinking about the old systems of doing things? Do we have a problem to solve? Does the industry bring us some problems that we have to sort? We have to have collaboration, a very strong one, between who is concerned, who wants to use what we are doing, and those who want to benefit from the same. Who owns IoT machine learning and the products that come out? How do we maintain? What is the integration of the data? Can we have available data that can be used in these applications? Can the industry and anybody give us the data so that we can really work on this and say, let's develop systems that use IoT? And finally, the administration of the same. So what we're trying to say is, can we have, if there is a way, goodwill, whereby we can have the industry, the government, the players, then the pitfalls that we have within IoT and machine learning and AI will now become a reality, especially in Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. So that's very interesting, what you've just said. Maybe just in 1 minute also to add, in terms of the pitfall that according to me, I find is something that as guys in the forefront we need to look into. It's more of also the standard that we are coming up with. We've seen in the recent past, different regions comes up with different standards. To be direct, it's more UK or rather European Union come with their own standard, the American come with their own standard, and also the Middle East, Asia, and Japan. They have their own standards. We know what happened in 3G when it became a very big issue. Different regions had their own standard coming up, and we are now seeing it when it comes to 5G. Already, USA have declared they are going to use dedicated short-range communication for V2X. Europe has not yet decided. China government is already rolling out on CV2X cellular, focusing on 5G. So you find at the end of the day, each region come with their own standards. And that affects when it comes to OEMs, or original equipment manufacturers. When you are manufacturing an equipment, you find so much problems because you have to customize it based on the region that you're selling. For example, if I'm doing onboard unit for a vehicle for China, I cannot sell the same product to a different region because they are using totally different standards. And then another big thing that I feel that we need really to work on is more of security. People are taking it as not as serious as it should be. Security is one of the biggest issues right now, especially in the 21st century, where if I can easily gain entry to your domain, I can control everything. For example, if you have a network in Nairobi that control all the D2X ecosystem, that means all the smart vehicles, all the smart bikes, smart scooters, even it's linked to your phone and it's linked to your IoT devices in your home. Definitely, I will gain access to everything, within the city, and it can be chaotic. So security is one of the things that I think is one of the pitfalls that we are not really looking to be very serious on it, and we should be. So those are some of the things that I think, according to me, and at the top of the mind, and maybe also backward compatibility and forward compatibility. Omwansa mentioned about how different mobile network operators are forced to change to a different technology. It's very fast-paced. So before even you roll out 4G, here is 5G. Right now, we are trying to settle on 5G. Europe is already talking of 6G. So you'll find some company, by the time you reach that stage of deployment, people are already in different technology. So returning investment, we all understand telecommunication it's a capital intensive kind of area, or rather sector, when it comes to rollout. So if you don't make very good business case and you're sure of the timelines, you might find that people are way ahead and you don't have any returning investment. So it's more of encouraging companies to build equipment that encourage backward and forward compatibility. So in case 5G comes, the same equipment you just change a module or you update a software, and can you still use the same software. That is one thing we are lacking, because as we say, legacy equipments are now useless. You have to throw the entire investment to get a new one, so that you remain quote unquote .com, or rather in business. So the next question is, let me bring it up. So the next question we are looking at, what do you think, how has AI changed the research landscape? Maybe I think Professor would be the best person to maybe start. How do you think the research landscape has changed in the last few decades? Your focus being on AI. Where is the current trend heading, and what does it take for a graduate to contribute to the field of research in this area?
Thank you very much. I want to say this from my personal experience. I do a lot of research with my students and the industry, and I find it very interesting in terms of the current research topics, all the way from undergraduate to postgraduate. Everybody is looking at AI. AI starts from the bigger domain, then it goes down to what we are now doing in terms of deep learning, because we are now going deep and deeper and deeper into trying to look at all the nodes in learning. So all the areas of AI are being explored by researchers in the field, especially our students who are our great not only from computers, from mathematics, physics, from even social sciences, because they are looking at the application areas. What are the application areas of AI? There are so many application areas, and you might find that it's not only in computing where we are talking about, the future of this particular AI. So AI has changed the research landscape. Until now, I can by summary say confidently, most of the research that is being done is on AI. Everybody's trying to say, can I use AI? Can I use AI for finance? Can I use AI for, you know, in machine learning for any area, to broadcast diseases, to predict what will come out of the rainfall, food production, and so on and so on. You know, those are things that AI can easily predict. Look at Bitcoin. Look at disease prediction, malaria, you know, COVID. You know, now it is doing so much. So the research has really changed and everything is moving. I'm very afraid everything that I'm handling these days is no longer about database management in terms of how do you improve three-phase, you know, management in terms of managing deadlock and so on. It's about how do we use AI to predict or to manage or to do ABCD. So in the last decades, I would say that AI, which is the general concept in artificial intelligence that boils down to so many other areas that are upcoming, is really changing, and that is where people are going. I think I have addressed the issue of the current trend and where we are headed to, and what does this take for a graduate student to contribute to the field. One thing that is very easy about AI is that when you learn a new language, like using machine learning, especially neural networks with Python, for example, which is a programming language, or R, or any other language, it's very easy for everybody. So I want to encourage the panelists and the listeners who are out there. I'm seeing so many, the students and everybody there, that the moment you have an idea, when you want to contribute to the field wherever you are, whether you're in finance or accounting, you want to predict sales and so on and so on, you have to predict, you are in medicine, it is very easy to use AI and then to learn a new language that you can incorporate so that you can use. And there are so many libraries, especially the Python libraries, that you can use so that you can program and come up with your own application that can work out and predict or to do something that you want. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. Omwasa, maybe just in a nutshell to give us, what do you think? A quick one.
Okay, sure. I think actually the professor has covered quite a lot, because you find that what is happening now is how are we adopting all these technologies into our enterprises, into our businesses, and so on. So the challenge comes more so now from that integration perspective. How do we make, or rather, how do our systems, or how do we change our systems? How do we modify our processes in a way that they can adopt, this advanced artificial intelligence, so that we can get more insights from them? So the trend, is that, as Professor said, the technology is going into every space, it's going into every industry, and that is what that is what is actually happening in the field right now. Thank you.
So the last question is more of interesting, and it's personal based. It's more like, what I would like to know, what excites you as Omwansa in your career right now, and will you advise someone who is maybe looking into going to your area, or rather, who pursued something that you pursued to follow your career path? The same question will go to Professor also. So this is now maybe, to be very honest.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So, personally, I've been, such a huge taken liking into technology from a very young age. That's what has driven my curiosity and even also my choices to now work in the tech space. And it's very, it's particularly important for me to say that these emerging markets are adopting technologies, at a very high rates. Institutions, government, authorities, and so on. They all need some sort of digitization that happens at various levels. Even when you look at your own, at an individual level, what do you need in terms of personal security, home security, and so on. So all that is just technology, and the resources we're making use of are hardware and software resources. Now, hardware resources in terms of these smart devices that can collect data, these custom-made devices that can do all sorts of things. So that's one area of expertise that I'm in that. In Africa, in Kenya, the whole region in general, you find that there's still a low uptake in terms of how the number of professions that go into developing these resources, these hardware and software resources. So that is an indicator for the opportunities that are available. Most in the coming years, if students in our in the session right now, you get that the clear opportunities that you'll be getting are going to be in the tech space, and not necessarily that you need to work for a tech company and so on, but you find that as time is going by, rather, all these institutions and authorities and businesses that I'm speaking about are adopting technologies, are adopting digitization in various ways. So that is necessitating and has necessitated a need for a large an upcoming workforce, and it's very ideal now for graduates because you find that these are new fields, these are new areas of expertise that they can get into, rather than focusing on thinking of what was there previously. So that my encouragement is that we need more experts who understand how to build hardware resources. We need more experts who understand how to build software resources. So programmers, hardware designers, software designers, web applications, and so on. So there's a very high demand already that is just going to grow from that. Thank you.
So Omwansa, since we are talking about your career path, I think it's very noble if you maybe just give a brief summary. What has it been like? What did you study? Any specific certification that you think you did that helped you? Like in a summary, how was your journey from probably the degree certificate you did and all that?
Sure. Thank you. So my journey, well, I did, I'm a graduate of electrical engineering from the University of Nairobi. I'm a recent graduate, actually. I graduated in 2018. So I could say it started off from university programs and university opportunities that are available to students, or that are available to me at the time, in the sense that there is, these innovation spaces, and which are actually growing in number. More and more universities are creating innovation spaces. They're creating all these programs that kind of want to bootstrap technology into their programs, their educational programs. So that's how it started. What that exposed me to was just the fundamentals that you need, because the university, when you're graduating, what you get is that you've been granted the powers to read. That's what the university is for. It gives you the powers to read. It enables you have a foundation to understand the world right now and where it's moving to. So my advice to you: take advantage of these university support programs that are available. Take advantage of all webinars, summits such as this. Take advantage of trainings that you find through various platforms shared on professional sites like LinkedIn and so on. So all this is driven, or rather is focused to providing, that access to this specialized information, specialized training, specialized expertise that will enable you move up. Then with the fundamentals, I had an opportunity to work for a startup, from an intern level, then did a bit of part-time before then I went graduated. But the startup was, or rather the roles required a bit of hardware development, hardware design to create all these custom solutions, most of for businesses. And my advice is, just the same, building from what you can access where you are right now. The university is actually the best place to start a journey. Not saying that beyond university you can't do anything, but all the whispers, all the noise you need to get about the industry is accessible at the university level. Then at the beginning we mentioned some training, some sites, some channels where you can get trainings for. You find there's a lot of free courses you can do, not just now on, say, IoT or hardware and so on, but the extended applications that come with it. Cloud certifications are a good example. So there are various certifications you can get from now, the big tech players, Google, Microsoft, Huawei, and so on. Some of them are free. Actually, a number of them are free. And then beyond that, you find more specialized courses that might require you to pay something and so on. But it's very, very important that you participate in these spaces, because the participation is enough to give you access, to start building your career and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Omonsa. Just to throw a challenge to everyone, this is more of a little, I don't want you to answer me, it's more of rhetorical. Do you have a mentor in your career path? Do you have someone you're looking up to, someone who can kind of give you substantial advice on where you are right now, where you've come from, and where you need to go? Or do you have someone who inspires you and you built a very emotional connection and you can actually have a conversation? So that's a question. Just, it doesn't need an answer. Just ask yourself. So, Professor, you've gone to the world of academia. You've definitely gone to doing masters, PhD, and all that. Will you advise a young man to, in this 21st century, to follow that path? What inspires you in your area of, a career? And what can you tell someone who would like to pursue the same?
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me say this, that there is a difference between the education you acquire and what you love. The love for technology is one thing that I'll encourage people to do. It's not about acquiring all those papers. You have a master's, you have a PhD, you have a professorship, but you cannot deliver. What I want our listeners to do, especially those in the universities, first of all, love the technology. Just know that the technology is going to change the world. Once you know that, then that will drive you. And that is why I'll always, when the young people come to me and say, we want to look for jobs, I tell them, can you first of all tell me your qualification? And what can you do? Can you be able to do A, B, C, D? So that from there, you can now advance what you have achieved. Me, I started by being, after my undergraduate, I worked in the ministry. And that is when I saw what I was doing was very relevant to what I wanted to go and study. So young graduates can also start from that humble beginning where they start doing something. And then they can now advance what they are doing by gaining more training, more, wisdom about the same. I've done my undergraduate. That is where I did from Jomo Kenyatta. And that is where I got my first job to work in the industry. I had done maths and computer science, but I was leaning more much in computer science. And that's why I did my master's in computer science. What was guiding me? It was the computer I had done at undergraduate, because the work I was doing was also technology driven. So after doing my, computer science master's, then I also got a job now as a lecturer in Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. That is when I saw it very worth to do my PhD in the same area. So you see, what can drive you is not just to get so many, papers, but I think relate what you are doing with the industry. Look at the guy who started Facebook. He doesn't have a PhD, he doesn't have a master's, but he saw some, drive in doing an application, and then from the application, you can now do more in terms of training and certification. I'm a certified Microsoft developer, and I'm also a certified Microsoft engineer. Those are things that are now driving my passion for computing, because I've seen I'm so very relevant in this area, rather than just getting those papers and then later on I don't know how to apply them. So our young listeners and our young, academicians, I'll encourage them to quickly find out their way. Where do you fall into? Are you in software engineering? Are you in, database administration? Are you into coding, and so on and so on? Once you know that, it helps you to narrow down what you want to do in life. And from there, you'll start so many things and you'll become what you want to be. There are so many things that are very exciting with the current world in terms of technology and in terms of computing. Those who are doing computing, and even those who are not doing computing, because
Professor, you are muted.
can you get me?
Yes, now it's okay.
Did you get what I was saying initially?
Yeah, we've just lost you like a few seconds. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. So I was saying, you get so many interesting issues or interesting people currently, whereby you get a scientist or a social scientist falling into technology because the technology has so many advantages. One, look at the applications of technology. The guy who developed Facebook, WhatsApp, we have the drones that are being used at the moment to collect data. We have application development. The job creations that you can do with all those are very massive. Technology is very, very key. And what we are encouraging our young people to do is not to come and be like some of us who are looking for jobs, but to create their own jobs and employ people. That will be very interesting when you do that. Because if you look at the Facebook guy, look at the other guys, Microsoft and others, those are guys who have created their own jobs, they have created their own industries, and now they're employing massive, in the whole world. So, with my career in terms of computer science, I'm very proud to have done computer science, and I encourage people, young learners and others, to follow what they love most and to quickly, in very short span of time, decide that this is what I want. And when you decide, quickly go into it. But as you have seen, technology is what is driving the world. I have no regrets. I'm a lecturer in Jomo Kenyatta University. I'm a professor. And I know I'll do more things in future in terms of what I've done in computer science. Young guys can develop apps. I know of some of our students who have done research and they have produced very good apps that now are being used. Some of them have even been integrated with Safaricom, and they're earning. When I move around in the industry, I meet my students, and they are very happy to introduce me into their own, companies. And therefore, that is the way to go. And, determination will also get you there. Don't just wish that things will happen. You have to set up your goals, what you want, and the tools that you want to use, and there you'll reach where you want to. And think of both ways. To be employed is one, to employ yourself is another one. Which one do you want? Where do you want to go? That will help you to, map out what you want in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I could not put it any better. So from the two speakers, clearly you can see the journey from the point they started. Their journey was not informed by, the initial idea that I want to do telecommunication or I want to do computer science. Most of the steps they followed later was informed by what they encountered, outside there. So as they put, you have a background. Probably you do a computer science, IT, telecom. But once you go outside there, that's when you get to know where specific niche or rather interest is. From these big companies like Huawei and Safaricom, they always ask, or they always want someone who has a background in maybe a certain degree in telecom or computer science, but the job is something else. It can be you are more into public policy, but you did a computer science degree. So that means you have a knowledge about the industry, but you pick a different interest, which is very, very interesting. Yes? Someone called my name. So maybe just to go into the questions, before I give an avenue for someone to ask a question, there was a
Hello,
question
Nation.
that
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Chivinje, I can hear you.
I think I had to go off kidogo, and because the discussion was really interesting and this was lunchtime, I thought maybe we could do that. But again, I see now we are going to another session, and we have really spent even lunchtime, and also we have started consuming the time for the session that is supposed to be starting now. So maybe you can do the wind up of the session in the next maybe 2 minutes so that we can prepare for the next one.
Okay, I can take maybe 2 questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We can finish in the next 1 minute.
So, Isaac Oteo is asking, could you comment on the ethical consideration with AI? Do our legal framework already allow giving full autonomy to machines? So one of our panelists maybe can quickly answer that. Do you want to take that, Monsa?
Yeah, sure, I could take it. So it's one, or rather, the question points out one of the main concerns coming up with the new autonomous technologies. Are we replacing humans? Are we killing jobs for people? Are we making workers outdated and so on? And that in itself, it's true. Yes, it's true. It's very easy to see, rather to argue, that a lot of these jobs are being, or rather, a number of jobs are being phased out with the introduction of machines. Machines being, the mechanical, industrial machines doing the assembling and so on, and also now, software machines, computers, so to speak, that run and maintain services. So the upside, the upside of that, as I mentioned before, is that it creates new opportunities, more opportunities for the upcoming workforce to take up, because you find that as these jobs get replaced, more jobs are coming up, newer jobs are coming up. So our legal frameworks, I'll perhaps speak to the to the local, rather the Kenyan context. If our frameworks already allow giving full autonomy to machines. So that still, you know, is a bit far off. I suppose you could say is in development, because you find that we haven't gotten to the, let me call it mission critical operations, such as self-driving cars that need machines to be allowed full autonomy. So that is a bit, you know, the technology is a bit fierce in the context of our country, but then you find that as it's coming up, same way we do with our communication, standards through the authorities, the communication authority, and so on, is that we need to develop that framework to support this autonomy. Because, as Professor said, it's coming, it's already here, whether we like it or not.
All right, thank you very much. Back to you, Kitinji.
So thank you very much, Nation, and thank you very much, Omwansa. And Prof, I think this has really been a very insightful discussion, and I understand we were really consuming the time of other presenters. I think we could at least wait for this discussion to end. So thank you, Nation, for taking your time and driving the discussion, but also more importantly for Omwansa and Prof for being here and sharing insights with all of us. So that is really interesting. And yeah, I can see so many claps from the members there. Yeah, so that is really good. So in the next session, I'll if members allows this, because I understand maybe some of us were to take their lunch, I'll give it the next 10 minutes, and then all that time you will be cut during the last session. So during the IEEE Kenya YP professionals remarks, closing remarks, so we will do that closing remarks within 5 minutes or less, and then all this other time we can do, we can take into workshop, and also into the session that speaker from Google is supposed to handle. So yeah, so I expect at least all of us to play on time and go out, take something, and then come back at exactly 7 minutes. Yeah, I think 10 minutes are over now. Yeah, at around 7 minutes, that is, if you are in Kenya, that is 2:15, exactly 2:15, and then we will be starting our next session. So I hope that is okay. So to the Mark and team, you can play some 2-3 videos as some guys take snack or maybe take something, and also as we refresh. And also within this time, I will also be confirming that all our speakers are around. So do you have Ancha, are you available?
Yes,
Have
I'm
you
here.
joined us?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, Ancha, welcome. In Kenya, we say karibu.
Thank you so much. I don't know what do you say thank you in Kenya.
Asante, asante.
Asante. Okay.
Yes, asante. So
Asante.
welcome. I hope we won't really be putting a tight schedule, if that is okay with you.
Ah, yes, that's perfectly fine.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, because we didn't again want to maybe interfere with your private schedule. But if that is okay with you, I think it's okay. So you will do your 30 minutes from in the next 6 minutes, and then we'll go to the workshop. Do we have Swift Lab on board? Yesterday we have Han Deritu. I don't know if she's the one who will be handling the workshop.
The Swift Lab team will be joining us shortly.
Okay, fine. So you will notify them that their session will be starting at exactly 14:45 East African time. That is 15 minutes past their time. And then the last session, the closing remark session, will be done between 16:15 or around 16:20 there. So because again, we hope this session will really be important, because again, we can, in Kenya, we say we better do it nice, yeah? Tufanye bora rather than bora kufanya. I mean, let's do it good rather than just doing it for the sake of doing it. Yeah, so as you take your time, let's get some 2-3 videos. And again, as we welcome our next moderator to take on in the next session.
Tailor-made or one size fits all. Made to order or ready to go. With a hybrid, you don't have to choose. That's why insurers are going hybrid with IBM. With Watson on a hybrid cloud, they can use AI to help predict client needs and get the data they need to quickly design coverage for each one. Businesses that want personalization and speed are going with a smarter hybrid cloud using the technology and expertise of IBM.
Nice bumping into you.
These days, we want sophisticated but simple, cutting edge, made user-friendly. In other words, we want a hybrid. And so do retailers, which is why they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach with Watson AI helps manage supply chains while predicting demands with ease. From retail to healthcare, businesses are going with a smarter hybrid cloud, using the tools, platform, and expertise of IBM.
When we think Google, most of us think search engine, a website where you type words and phrases in a text box, and it gives you a bunch of search results that you might find useful. But not everything that Google's search engine can do is necessarily useful. If you type in the right phrase, you can find all sorts of Easter eggs that are there simply for the fun of it. For example, did you know that Google can do a barrel roll? I know, you're shocked and amazed. But here's another one. Type in Google Gravity without the quotation marks, click on the first search result, and watch the site tumble to the ground. It may look broken, but it works. Well, kind of. But if that's a bit too messy for you, simply type in Ask You in the search box and hit enter in order to tilt the site a bit to the right. You might be asking yourself, what is the meaning of this? Well, the answer is actually 42. According to Google, that's the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Speaking of life, if you're not quite sure what to do with yours, you can always leave it to chance. Simply tell Google to flip a coin. Heads, you quit your job and start that band you always wanted, or tails, you wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning and make your boss some more of that money. Flip a coin. Any one of those choices may or may not work for you, but life's a gamble, right? Like rolling the dice. You never know what you'll get. Flipping coins and rolling dice is great and all, but maybe you'll want to mess around with something more interactive. Luckily for you, Google has a few hidden games that you can start up with the right search query. If you're in the mood for a good old arcade game, type in Atari Breakout and click on the image results. The images in the search results will turn into colorful bricks, which you can smash by bouncing a ball off the paddle at the bottom of your screen. another classic, type Google Pac-Man in the search box and have fun making your way through mazes while eating pack dots and escaping ghosts. If you type Zergrush in the search box, a bunch of Google O's will attack your screen while you fight them off by clicking on them. Google also has a hidden game incorporated in its Chrome browser. You know that sad little dinosaur that shows up when there's no internet connection? You can actually start a game with him by simply pressing the space button on your keyboard. Turn off your internet connection and try it. On the other hand, hold that internet connection for a few more minutes, because here are some other Google Easter eggs you may not know of.
If you can pause it for now, I've been waiting for it to end. Then we can do the next session. Has Charles joined us?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, perfect. Chaltu, are you there? And Chal, it's okay. I'm asking about Chaltu.
Okay, who is that person?
Okay, I think she's not around, so it's okay. So next we are having a very interesting, awesome deep dive technical session now with Anchal from Google, and I can't wait to hear what exactly she has for us, because most of these stuff that we have been hearing, I think you cannot mention anything without quoting Google. And some of us, even during the graduation, do say, I thank Google, my parents, and my friends, because Google has really played a key role into the 21st century education, starting from YouTube, not only mentioning emails. Now everybody is doing collaborative working and all that. But more importantly, the search engine kind of environment. I think, Anchal, we welcome you, because we know how important your work is into the life of students and also into the life of everyone now that we are in a virtual environment. Karibu.
Thank you so much for having me. Hello, everyone. I am Anshul Dogar, and I work as a cloud technical solutions engineer in Google. And today I'll be giving you a lecture talk on microservices architecture in cloud. So may I know if any of you would like to give a wild guess of what microservices are and why microservices were brought into the industry? Am I audible?
Yes. Hello.
Okay.
Can I try?
Yeah, sure.
When I think of microservices, I imagine something like Kubernetes or something similar.
Okay, okay. Any other guesses?
Some distributed software.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
A distributed software.
Okay, okay. Okay, let's proceed. Let's first understand from where did the microservices origin. So before we do that, we need to understand what monoliths are, right? So monoliths are actually applications which are built as a single deployable unit, right? So, but when I say single deployable unit, you can understand it as a .exe file or single var file in Java. That means all the components of a particular application are tightly bound to each other, and they are just available as a single software or an application, right? So this is a basic or a typical monolith architecture, right? So you can see in this diagram, there are usually three parts to a monolithic application. The first one is the UI layer, the second is the business logic layer, and the third is the data access layer, right? So the data access layer obviously consists of the database, which has many tables in a relational database management system. In the UI layer, it's obviously the front end with which the client communicates or interacts, right? And then it consists of various HTML pages or JavaScript running in a browser. And the business logic layer is obviously your server, right? Wherein the request from the client reaches your server, which has the main business logic of your application. And then it executes whatever request the client has asked for, executes some domain specific logic, or with if the client is asking for some data, it will obviously contact the data access layer, that means the databases, and then returns the data to the client from who has requested the certain information via client browser, right? So as you understand, you get an idea, right? In older times, we used to have applications like that, right? We never really thought of what microservices are and how can we even think about it, that is breaking a single application into small pieces and then integrated in cloud or at your own on-prem devices or bases, right? So since it's a monolith, since monolith application is a single unit, so the different component, that is the business capabilities of that particular application, they are tightly bound to each other, and it's very hard to isolate them from each other, right? And these capabilities, they have these components, they have interdependencies on each other. So it's really hard to break a monolith into small pieces. So once upon a time, monoliths were cool. That was because the businesses used to be money very application, the capabilities which catering to used to be that complicated, right? So the applications all age. We used to on technology which we can say that, but and building these monoliths used to technologies. We used to force applications and you saw many customer problems, but they weren't used to be complicated, right? So monoliths were used by small businesses, startups, right? Few big enterprise ITs as well, who used to have who had large shared services, right? So let me give you an example. So company who is actually, let's say, building capacity using a monolith and uh, whole application, the team who are building it, they can own the whole application stack. And with the kind of demand the customer used to have in the older times, it was easy for the development teams to execute needs very fast, right? Because they knew the whole architecture, they knew the whole application, and they knew where, at what point, which part needs to be. Application never used to be that big, and the needs get very easily. They kept the customer needs never used to be. So it was easy to make changes in the monoliths, and it's easy for the development team to make such changes in a very short, very at a fast pace, right? But now we know we are in a- and kind customer needs are increasing, right? And the companies have to move digital presence market, have to compete with their customer. They have to provide more and more or better services to their customers, right? So obviously there is a need that they change their application code on a really fast way to those application needs. So, but if you think of, let's think application, it's you can say a chunk, and making such fast to small chunk application at a very fast way, you think it's possible, but it's actually not, right? There's a lot of code changes, and since monoliths, the business capabilities are trying to implement in a monolith, they are since they're dependent on each other. If you try to take a single small, let's say, piece of code, they have interdependence that the other services or the capabilities might break, and the whole issue break. But I said with the increase in demand in business, applications couldn't keep up, right? The businesses wanted to have things, cost savings and better agility in managing their computing infrastructure. By cost, what do I mean? If it's a, let's say the if demand increased from a set of customers which they have, right? Or let's say the demands have changed, or they are competing with other competitors in the market, right? They have to put in need application, and that they either have to in order to catch the need, they either have to increase the number of instances of the applications. Since the customer base is increasing and need the requests are increasing, the same one to deal with because it won't be able to handle those many, right? So to increase the number of instances of the internet, that will be deployed over various servers, which it will require you to use a lot of memory and resources, which are increase your costs, right? So that's a big scenario. Also, when it comes to better managing the computing structure, what is like I said, in sources, uh, uh, whether it needs and needs to frequency to your app, and with that, the important, right? And to make sure to have application run again, also think and have to, and even after testing, you might not be sure that what you have, and you might not think later. So agility wise, when you are talking about the computing infrastructure, as you scale, you're going to use more resources, more CPU, more memory. This is, and businesses want to save their money, and they are losing their agility with the monoliths because they cannot scale that when monoliths. Right. The second thing with systems, as the businesses, they have it's strategic business, right? So companies are looking for ways digital dimension or make their keep this for their customers and I to those customer needs makes them vulnerable and they lose the so uh, using rapid pace so I understand you want to know business. So take this that's whatever.
Hello. Hello. Your audio is breaking a bit.
Oh, am I on?
It's still a bit choppy.
Oh, fine.
Maybe you can try to reduce the microphone sound detection kind of levels, because maybe that echo, meaning that the sound is the levels of the microphone are very high, so they are kind
Actually,
of
I
repeating the
was
noises.
speaking on a very. Is it
Still, I think there is some echo.
maybe sorry.
Okay, someone can get to hear you, but I thought it was my end. So someone can hear you, but there is that struggle. You have to struggle to get to follow what you are talking about.
Okay, let me try.
Maybe if we have someone who is having a very clear sound from their end, they can maybe comment. Yeah, I see Caroline is saying it's shaky. Yeah, I think that is the same feel from my end.
Okay, how about I know?
It's still shaky.
Shaky. I think.
Okay. Or maybe you can just drop and then join that way to see if it can help. So in the meantime, you can still share your feedback. Maybe Carol, I think you have really been engaging speakers on the chat. Can you maybe open your mic and give a feedback of what's happening in the session, and maybe what is it like today as compared to what was it like yesterday, and also maybe in terms of your expectations and all that. Carol, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, Caroline.
I hope you okay. I hope you meant Caroline. Actually,
Yes.
I was a little curious when I just joined this summit because I was like, okay, something from Africa at least, because I'm a Ugandan living in Italy. I'm a student. I've been here for the last 4 years. So I'm a network engineer or network administrator, and I picked some interests in cybersecurity and IoT, where I've been advancing a little. But I'm a student in institutional communication. I kind of have enjoyed the sessions. Yesterday was okay. Today has been quite active, very active and interactive. I've also enjoyed it. I don't know about my expectations because I really didn't come with anything in mind. I just wanted to know how far we've gone. And I think much of what has been said is typically where we are as Africans, or as we are, as in our technology adaptation and stuff. And I believe we are making good progress. I'm glad to just know that many young people are really involved. Thank you.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know we have some interesting guests, especially from Europe, who are joining us. And that is really interesting, Carol. So we also have one of our best volunteers who is doing his graduate studies in Italy also. I don't know if you have heard of Reinhard Rading. So he's also there in Italy. Whenever you find him, you can, yeah?
I've met him. I'm actually just beginning to be active with IEEE. As much as I joined it much earlier, I really put it on the shelf. And I just thought it was later in 2019 when I thought, okay, I need to get serious. And so that's how
Okay,
I'm getting.
interesting. I know Red and Rading will really help you in getting into speed with IEEE and getting maybe to share insights of what is happening in Italy and maybe what we can do different. I can see Achal has joined back. Achal, maybe you can confirm from your end that you can hear me as
I
you
can
speak,
hear
and I
you.
get to confirm that your voice is now clear.
I can hear you loud and clear. Please let me know if I'm audible now. I mean, if my voice is not.
Yes. Yeah, right now you're okay. You can just proceed with the presentation now.
Okay, great. Let me share my screen. Right. So let me know if my voice is still choppy. If yes, then I'll try to see some alternatives. Sound is much better. So much for confirming that. Okay, so as I'm saying, my previous slide explained no for for the business. So short. So the first part became and I think you feel multiple you will be much more so ultimately cost for single for put of an ordering not just a you have the application right purely application of balance how we deploy uh, not or allow right with deployments right so yeah, one cannot do. So if to make frequent use of the you have so how we do the whole amount of the whole monolithic campus. This is some which are is real is second make for them. Not lose that much time. Part of that monolithic application of time consuming whole set of application so the application which they need how they have to implement the whole so depending on how many obviously it's called if you implement these obviously point is interdependence or as I the visibility in a monolith application and let's say the single chain making single business which break application apart. Right? So that is one thing. Since the component in the functionality for the whole and even with lot of testing, if you are still last Bridget and bring in a few you have to stick if you do that you have you are not you know yourself you are gonna make use of this of the which can be catered right so these things you have that you have code in a language freedom that right and right they have the say in a monolith dependent of this we are actually monolith and also develop they stick to that even though they have which can have to
Hello. The audio issues returned. The audio issues returned.
the audio is back.
Yeah, the audio is strange.
Okay, maybe as you thought out, you can at least try to finish in the next maybe 2-3 minutes. As I can see, the time is almost up.
I'm really sorry about this. I think it's easy. You know.
Right now is okay.
I think it's easy.
Okay. So you can try at least to finish in the next 3 minutes.
Well, okay, I can try. Okay, so I explained what are the right. So I explained why the monoliths were a big no-no for the businesses because of these reasons. So I was talking about the last point wherein the technology stack, you had to have the commitment of sticking to older technology stack, and then the APIs or the application on which your business is running on, they actually become stale, and you cannot make use of the new technology stack with which you can get faster processing. Right, so then there came microservices to the rescue, and you can see that this monolithic architecture is actually broken down into various business capabilities, and each business capability is a microservice, right? And you decide or design your microservice in such a way you know that which microservice is going to use the databases, which kind of database it's going to use, etc. And you see each microservices has this capability to communicate with each other. Right, so this slide actually explains you the differences between monoliths to microservices, right? So you understand now that microservices are a finer grained way of writing your application, right? And the services, is my screen visible?
Yes,
Right. So
yes, your screen is visible.
yeah, so in the microservices world, the application is broken down into smaller chunks, which are actually loosely coupled. So, like unlike monolith, where each component had interdependencies, the microservices are loosely coupled, and they are fine grained, and they have the communication between each microservice is very lightweight. So you see, the if you compare the monoliths to the microservices, monoliths used to have larger release units. You have to deploy the whole monolith all together. But then when it comes to microservices, let's say on a certain capability, you want to make certain changes, or for a certain feature or a business capability, you want to bring in more features or capabilities, you just make changes to that part of this application, not the whole application, and then you can just run tests or release units on that particular business capability. The second point is strong coupling, and then in the microservices, you have looser coupling. Third point is creaky automation. As I said, you are stuck to the older stack. You cannot upgrade yourself. But in microservices case, you can still rely, since each business capability is loosely coupled. You can actually rely on newer technology stack. You can play around. You will know that this is the business capability I need to implement, which is the best technology stack I can use to cater to that particular need of that particular business capability, and then you can write better code, right? With course tests, yeah, you have regression test a monolith, because you know that in case of the it takes a whole up more course. So are gonna test on individual um, service, right? Microsoft, you know that application is a single, it won't application this uh, is it's very difficult in, but in case of easy, you know that from this particular sub, where I think then I just want to know about that service. So it's really well very lightweight, it's easy, right? And it's multiple coffee we can then it's its own mic. you very good demo for this. See,
Hi, Achal. Is it okay from your end?
Next, actually, when how you that more in
Yeah, maybe you can just give a brief 30 seconds, just wrap up without even just stating the summary on a high level, at least just wind it up. 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds, please.
Okay. Right. So when you need to identify capability so it capability responded. Deploy, maintain, and support. Quickly, so you have profile product. So is the and the right. So you know business designing them. Understand need to on a service external the need the which starts you it's really hard for to find traction uh and by making this to the information. So you need to decide how second is you take care that call which is for it service is the community as possible. When you see that service one and it is with the time they come to has right and reading. Now let's say you use this data to service, right? You and you seeing set up from this itself, right? But with this state of this code in need to change the scheme. And you if you has on this if you change the schema things might break not break right. So everyone completely deleted that dependence so one and the day service right. So we even right this one will not further data comes to the DB is there.
So, Anchal, maybe you can we can just leave it at that. Because I can see we have quite a lot that we really need to cover, and we are doing quite a lot in terms of microservices. I think this topic is really important, really interesting, especially for the DevOps developers and maybe anyone who looks into the world of development and maybe design infrastructure and all that. But I think the time is not really on our side. We may end up maybe doing quite injustice to the other presenters.
Okay. No problem.
Maybe what I will request is we can do a follow-up with the other session, probably the other conference that is coming on board, and then we can have you maybe sharing more into this, and also having maybe a better timing and more time, so that, because I can see there's quite a lot of content in this topic. So Alan, you can get in touch with Anchal, and then you can agree on how maybe you can plug her into the next engineering festival. I hope that will be good, Anchal, because again, we are community and all of us will be attending that other session, and we are looking forward into learning more into this area. Okay.
Okay, sure. Where should I leave with the email ID in the chat itself?
Yeah, interesting. Maybe for the rest of the team, maybe who are really interested into diving into this topic, you can chat Anchal along. She has shared a mail there, and I think that can really be a good discussion offline. So we were to start again very early in the workshop, the final workshop, before we do our closing session, but I think we've kind of spent much time into that. And kindly confirm that you can hear me.
Is it for me?
From Swift Lab. And from Swift Lab, can you hear me? Or any representative from Swift Lab? Nelson Owade, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Yes. So so maybe I'll give this chance to you. So you have approximately, let's say, 50 minutes. You can do up to around not 50 minutes. I think let's say 30, and then we see how we go with that. We're still playing with chances because the time is really gone. But I think you can prepare your team and see how we can go with it. So the next session is one of the most interesting session, especially with the, I'll say, every child while they were young, they at some level maybe, or rather for the majority, they desired being the pilots. And I think the session that we are having is maybe not only to remind us, but also to show us that now that we are grown-ups and maybe we didn't end up where we wanted to be pilots, what can we do with the technology that we have at the moment? And that's why we have this session, the last one in terms of drones. And it's one of the best sessions that I like listening to, because I know the capability of these machines are unlimited. So welcome, Nelson. And I don't know if Anne can hear me. Anne, are you there? And Ritu, are you there? Okay, fine. Fine. So Nelson, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Nelson Oade from Swift Lab. I'll be joined by Anne Ritu and Cecilia Mainga. And we have a presentation on drone technology. We wish we could have a more practical session, maybe take a drone around and maybe see what they could do. But unfortunately, due to time constraints and other issues, we'll just do a presentation for now. So Swift Lab is a fully Kenyan company that manufactures and operates drones. We are among the first 4 companies to receive a drone operations license. I will expand on that later. We are yeah. Hi. Can you see my screen?
Yes, they are visible, but maybe you can put them on slide mode.
Okay,
Presentation mode.
It was on slide mode. Just yeah. Sorry. Okay, it's very clear.
Yes, right now it's okay.
Okay, thank you. As I was saying, Swift Lab is one of the first companies to receive a drone operations license, which means now we can operate drones freely without special permits. We have different clients for different services, drone services, ranging from agriculture to mining to photography, all that infrastructure inspection. And we currently have a team of engineers up to 11 and drone pilots just to support our business. Now, this is a video of a brief video of what Swift Lab is. That was one of the tests we conducted at Konza Technopolis. A test of the first drone we built, Swift Drone 001. So basically what we do drone manufacturing, medical logistics, that's medical deliveries, precision agriculture, infrastructure inspection, mapping and surveying, and aerial photography. That is not in the slide, but yeah. In manufacturing, we manufacture medium range drones. This is a skeleton of the second prototype we are currently doing. We've already done the first prototype, the one you've seen in the video. We conducted some tests on it, and it is currently retired. And yeah, so we are building a second one, much more improved based on the lessons we learned from the first prototype. So the plan is to do up to 4 prototypes before we can finally go to production. The drone you've seen in the video and the one we're currently building has a range of 70 kilometers. It can fly for up to 1 hour and carry up to 4 kilograms in payload. It is fully autonomous, can fly on its own just with a pilot monitoring, and it has a multi-role capability. That is, it can perform cargo deliveries. We can also use it for other functions such as photography. I think I also have another video of the process of manufacturing of the previous drone. Yeah, and I think it also has some few tests. This is just one of the tests we did within our facility. This is actually the first ever locally made drone to be registered by the Kenya Civil Aviation, and we are proud to be part of that. So yes, currently we are working on our second prototype, which is meant to be better, maybe a bit bigger than this one, and maybe if there will be a similar platform such as this one in future, we can showcase it. So other drone use cases in Kenya and Africa, particularly, and some of the verticals we are exploring as a business is one of them is precision agriculture, where we can carry out farm mapping using drones. This is where drones capture images of a farm and images are stitched together to form maps that can be used for irrigation management, boundary management, and more importantly, crop health monitoring. Through crop health monitoring, farmers are actually able to to track the health of their crops and detect poor crop health for up to 2 weeks before the visible eye can actually see that. It also helps in tracking pests and diseases early enough, detection of early pests and diseases, which enables corrective actions to be carried out in a timely manner, thus preventing further damage and helping farmers achieve higher yields. Crop spraying using drones is also another thing in precision agriculture, and this is one of the biggest, currently one of the emerging trends with farming in Kenya and Africa. This is spraying is done using drones, which is way faster, more efficient. So the advantages are generally you save the amount of farm chemicals you use, and you reduce the damage to your crops compared to when you use, let's say, tractors or something. It's also cheaper compared to using actual manned aircraft, such as helicopters and so on. You can also use the drones to carry out livestock monitoring. So instead of like going out here by yourself to graze or something, you send out a drone to monitor your livestock for you. You can also use it to count the livestock themselves, so you don't have to go into the shed or something and count them one by yourself. We are also doing medical logistics. This is where we deliver critical medical supplies to hard to reach areas. So basically, this works by we open a Swift Lab Center where a worker, a nurse, a worker at our Swift Center receives an order from nearby hospitals. The order is packaged and dispatched through a drone. The health worker is notified of the departure, and when the drone lands, the health worker is also notified. That is in case they do not see it for themselves. Then the health worker collects the package from the drone, and the drone flies back to Swift Lab. It can fly back with something in it, meaning because we can actually do reverse logistics, we can pick and drop since the drone is vertical takeoff and landing. Next, we also carry out infrastructure inspection, which is actually very wide and includes things such as railway inspection. Here we use rotary wing drones and fixed wing drones to inspect railways. We can track the progress of railway building. We can check the condition of the railway lines as it is at any moment. We also do bridge inspection. Again, here we can track the construction of bridges, the progress, where we take before and after photos and just progress monitoring. And this one, we mainly use multi-rotors, which are able to hover and get very close to the particular areas being inspected. Other inspections include electrical power infrastructure inspection and inspection of construction sites where progress can be monitored at different types. at times on the construction sites. We can also identify cracks and safety issues in a timely manner in construction sites, just thus increasing the general safety of construction and even inspection generally, since drones can also access places that normal humans cannot reach. Next, for this section, I'll be joined by Cecilia Mainga, who is our mapping expert. So please.
Okay. I'm sure all of you, if not some of us, have seen surveyors on the roads with the equipment, surveying roads or land anywhere in Kenya. So one area of drone application is mapping and surveying, and it's really more efficient than human surveying. And how it happens is like a drone is flown over a land that's under surveillance or a road at different altitudes and different orientations of the drone. And then after that, multiple images of the land are taken. The images should overlap, and overlap is better in that when you're creating a map, it will be easier and the map will be more accurate. And the maps are also geo-referenced. That way, they can be as accurate as Google Maps. So advantages of using drones for mapping and surveying, that obviously drones are faster, they're faster, and you only need one drone and 2 people to do the task. And like initially where you need more than 2 people to do human surveying, so drones have really an advantage over human surveying. Another application of drones is wildlife monitoring, and this is especially keen with the endangered species. So for example, if there's an elephant, an elephant that's a unique species of an elephant, so you put a tracker on it, so that way you can track its movement wherever it goes, and at all times you can actually know where it is and what it's doing, or if it goes in a risky location, you can easily locate it and try to monitor it in the best way possible. Yeah. So another application of drones is mining, and this is especially the case where I know you guys have heard of miners quarries falling and miners being killed in the quarries. So one way of avoiding that is using drones. Okay, drones cannot mine, but at least you can do your inspection of the quarries before you send people there. From there, you can see the cracks. If there are any cracks in the mines, you can you can note if there are any dangers. In that, when you decide to send humans there, it will be a bit safer for them as compared to being blindsided. Yeah. You can also use drones for disaster management. I'm sure you guys saw the news about Flysack. I think it was a few years ago. It crashed in a mountain. It was Mount, I can't remember, but it was here in Kenya, and it took at least 3 days to find the wreckage. And if there were any survivors that were injured, I'm sure they would have been dead by then. Another option of doing that would have been to use a drone, go there, to do a recon, to inspect, to survey, and see where the wreckage is. If there are any survivors, efficient and quick medical care can be sent, so that at least the number of survivors during a disaster can be reduced. Yeah. So different sensors are placed on drones depending on the applications. As you can see, there are so many applications of drones, and the ones we've noted are just a few examples. So there are other very many uses of drones. We have seen there's aerial photography, there's aerial mapping, there's precision agriculture, we've seen mining and all that, infrastructure inspection. So each one of these applications have different sensors for use. One of them is the RGB camera And this is just like a normal, your the you can use on your phone or on your laptop or even your webcam is an RGB camera. It can see in red, green, and blue. So it's like a human eye. So that's one of the examples. And one application of this is aerial photography. You've seen people using drones in weddings, so they use RGB sensors. Another sensor that you can use is a thermal camera. This you see every object emits heat energy, especially living things or yeah, or anything that where energy is produced. So if you want to, for example, to fight a fire or to see the degree and the extent of a fire, you can use a thermal sensor on your drone. Yes. The other drone sensor that you can use is a multi-spectrum camera, and this one is especially the case in precision agriculture, because when you're doing crop mapping, there are some UV light rays that are not visible to the human eye. So you need a special sensor to show you how crops are growing, to monitor the health of your crop. From the sensors, a map, and it's actually called an NDVI map. The NDVI map will show you the different sectors of the crops and how their health differs. So for precision agriculture, you can use this sensor. Yeah. Then there's also something called a hyperspectral camera. The application is the same as the previous one. The only difference is that it has a larger band as compared to the other one. So if you want more accurate maps, you can use a hyperspectral camera. Yeah. There's also a LIDAR sensor, and this one uses lesser energy. It uses okay, the sensor emits light, a laser, to an object, then from which the light from the object is reflected back to the sensor. So the drone will measure the distance that the light will take to be reflected back, and then from there you can know the height or the distance from your location and object is. This is mainly used for military purposes. Yeah. So we have seen that there are so many applications of drones. There are so many use cases of drones, and the advantage of this is that drones are safer than using humans. Drones have a wider scope. You can use them in harsh weather, harsh terrain. Then drones are less labor intensive. You only need a drone, a controller, and a ground station, and you're done. But for other cases, you might need a number of people. It's also safer. It takes a short time. Then from the drones, you can get a lot of data. A lot of data can be captured. For example, a drone can capture 1,000 images in just 2 hours, and that is when it's operating at its minimum efficiency. So if I were to choose between a human and a drone, I'll go for a drone. Yeah. Then there's also the advantage of autonomous operation. It means that you can program a drone to go and do its work, and then you can just view your images in real time. That way, you ensure that your work is not influenced by human error, like fatigue and such things. So drones have a lot to offer. It's just up to us to know how to use them better and to apply them in our daily lives. Thank you.
Cecilia. Hi, thank you for the presentation, Cecilia. If any of you need more information on drones and services we can offer, you can reach us through our emails, info@swiftlabtech, or if you want to get in contact with me personally, you can reach me through my email, owadi@swiftlab.tech. If you want to get in contact with Cecilia on anything relating to mapping and aerial photography, you can get in contact with her through her email, mainga@swiftlab.tech. Anything more about SwiftLab, you can reach that. You can get that through our website, swiftlab.tech. And yes, I believe this webinar is meant for graduates and people who are still in university. And as a closing shot, I would just like to encourage you guys to innovate. Just try new ideas. Whichever idea you have, if you can try and make it practical, just to realize its potential. You never know. Just try, create, and create and create. As an engineer, I enjoy creating, and yeah, it's a beautiful thing when you create something and it comes to fruition. Like right now, we have built the first locally manufactured drone in Kenya. SwiftLab is also the first company actually in Africa to be approved by the government to build drones, and it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, I know some of you here who started out maybe with the dreams of being pilots and never did that, never realized that dream due to financial constraint or something. Well, you can become a drone pilot. It's still, adequately fulfilling, maybe even better, and yeah, with lesser risk if you think about it. Anyway, thank you for everything. In case of any questions, yeah, I can take any questions. We can take any questions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Owade. And I think now that we still have some time because we are expecting you to do some deep dive into workshop kind of stuff and hands-on stuff. Maybe I'll leave this time to questions where we can ask maybe specific questions. But before we do that, maybe I'd love to start with a question so that at least I can open up flow for so many. At the time I was doing my final year project, that is engineering project, back in 2018, 2019. I did a drone project, and to get that license, even maybe to practice, not only to practice, but even to do it from the school level, it was really hard. It took me over 6 months just to get a 3 months or rather 2 months license. So maybe I would really love to hear from your side, how is that experience been? And maybe the timelines, the costing, and all that. Maybe I'm also representing a very big audience here that maybe are the lovers of drone. And maybe in terms of licensing, you can also talk about the classes. These are toys, these are such kind of classifications in terms of licensing, and maybe off-shelf drones that maybe someone can just go and get them and there's no issue. Yeah. So maybe you can start with that one question before we build up on what other guys are asking on the chat section, as we give even people to just ask their questions on themselves. So Mark, be prepared to ask that using the mic. Yeah. Back to you, Oade.
Okay, on the issue of licensing, the KCA passed the first drone regulations in Kenya in last year, I believe, somewhere in May, and it's only in January that they have started implementing that. And the purpose of regulations, drones are a security threat on a national level and intelligence level, and it's a very sensitive matter. That's why there was need for regulations, and that's probably why you had to go through a lot before you are given a permit to fly. At the moment, in order to fly anywhere in Kenya, even in your backyard, you need to get a permit from the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. They need to know which drone. First of all, your drone has to be registered. There are costings for that, which I currently don't have, but I believe you can Google and find that. You need to register your drone, whichever drone you buy on the shelf or you import. And if you have to import one, there's also a permit to import that. There's so many permits to deal with just to protect the airspace, because there's a lot going on. If it's not regulated, there may be accidents caused even with manned aircraft. So they really have to do regulate. the drone space just for the purpose of safety. And also there's the issue of privacy, where people can use their drones to spy on others. So before you fly any drone anywhere, you have to have an authorization from the Kenya Civil Aviation. Ukishikwa, don't say that I never told you. Or you also need to have before flying that drone, you also have to have a certificate showing that you're actually qualified to fly that drone. So you cannot just so that nobody can just pick up a drone and fly it on whenever they feel like. So the three things, if you have, for example, I'm just talking about the bare minimum for flying a drone for pleasure, for just leisure. You need to have a registered drone. One thing, you need to have a certificate showing that you can fly the drone, and you need to have an authorization from the Kenya Civil Aviation. And these things, to be honest, they're kind of hard for the regular Kenyan to access. And yeah, I believe if they could make it a bit more, just a little bit more less stringent, it would enable more people maybe to have their fun using the drones. But then again, you have to take into consideration the issue of security and privacy posed by an influx of drones in the country.
Also to add on that, it's not just about the people who are operating drones. If you're an organization wishing to operate drones or to train on drone technology, there's an ROC that you need to have. That an ROC means a remote operator certificate. Like, it allows you to operate drones in wherever manner you have. So you also need to go for that. And there's also a UTO. A UTO is an approval you acquire if you want to train anyone on drone tech. So it can be either to be a remote pilot or just on drone tech. So as an organization, you must have a UTO first. A UTO in full is unmanned aerial vehicle training organization license. So if you don't have that, you cannot train anyone in drone technology. Then if you also want to manufacture drones, you must have a manufacturing license. So if you want to start, for example, your own organization in drone technology, you need to be keen on what exactly you want to do. Is it operating? If you are operating, then you must have a UTO. If you are training people, then you must have a UTO. But if you are manufacturing drones, then you have to get a manufacturing license. Yeah.
So yes,
interesting about that.
I believe yes.
Maybe the second part of the question is what I wanted you at least to maybe mention, because from my understanding there is quite a lot of classification in drones, because there are those ones which are classified as toys, and maybe I'd love you maybe to focus on that so much, because maybe we have this type of drone that we call Telo. So Telo is very powerful, especially for programmers. And but by the virtue of it being 80 grams, then it qualifies to be called a toy. And maybe you can use it, but indoors, because when it goes outdoors, then it cannot fly, especially when there is quite a lot of maybe wind or something. Maybe how would you talk about that in terms of maybe those ones who really want to explore, but again, they want to explore without breaking the laws?
There are three categorizations of drones actually. The toy definition was dropped by the Kenya Civil Aviation. So now they're just doing category A, B, and C. And category A is where I believe the toys you're talking about fall into. And these are drones that you fly within your line of sight. And they cannot go within, like, you cannot fly it out of your sight, your line of sight. So yes, the minimums I was talking about, even if it is these toys, as long as it's flying, it's in the airspace, it is regulated by the Kenya Civil Aviation. And if they find you doing it without the licenses, appropriate permits, then it might mean trouble for you. I believe my colleague Anne wanted to add something on that. She can join, please. Anne.
Yes, thank you for that. I've been listening to the conversation. My name is Anderito, Chief Operations Officer at SwiftLab, and I'm glad to add some few comments on the licensing part, because I believe it's a very sensitive issue, especially here in Kenya and in the drone space. So when it comes to the question on the telos, you still need to be a licensed drone pilot, for you to fly any drone, and that's the minimum requirement that the KCA has put in place. So I kind of think about it like driving, just the way that you don't want any person who's not a licensed driver to be on the roads, because you don't know, like, are they fully capable, or are they endangering other people on the road? So that's the same case with drones, and they have not separated like a toy and a bigger drone. Maybe there are those categories, but you still need a license. So you need to go to a school, a registered UTU, as Cecilia has said. That is an unmanned training school. Then get a license, and then you can fly. But now, if you're just doing it for hobby, as a hobbyist, you do not need any commercial certification from the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. So now you just need a license. If you want to use your drones for commercial operations, that's when now you need to once again talk to KCA and get an operator certificate, a remote operator certificate. SwiftLab, we've already gone through that process. It's a really rigorous process and took us many months before we got to that point. So a way we want to also work closely with other companies and other people who are in that space is to help people use, or to allow people use our remote operator certificate in such a way that we kind of come in between you and the regulator, and you can be able to launch your drone activities in an easier way. So you would be now using our remote operator certificate, and then so you don't have to go through that rigorous process of applying for it. But bare minimum, you still need to be a licensed drone pilot. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, very precisely, Anne and Nelson. Thank you for that, and also Cecilia. Maybe we'll go through the questions that participants are asking. And the first question is from Mark Ngugi, and I'll give Mark an opportunity maybe to ask the question himself. Mark, are you there?
Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, Mark.
My question was more or less, we've seen companies like Google and IBM perform some aerial shows with drones. Is this in the future of SwiftLab?
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. SwiftLab, we've just started. We're still very much at the early stages, and the future of drone is big. It's wide. There are so many possibilities for us. Which you've mentioned, drone shows in the future. That's definitely a possibility. It's something we can look into, work into. We are looking to go into so many things related to drones. There's so much possibilities. There's so much to explore. There's so much to innovate around. And yeah, as engineers here, that's all we love to do. And yeah, I'm definitely excited about doing something as a drone show. Since I was a kid, I've watched the fighter jet shows during the public holidays. And yeah, one day I would love to see maybe for drones, something like that.
Okay.
Does that
Thank
answer your question?
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them.
So that's interesting. Again, we have a very awesome question in terms of the skill development from Beryl. And I guess this is Beryl Chebet. Beryl, can you hear me? So that you can ask that question direct to the audience. Beryl, are you there? Yes, I think you are there. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can hear me. Beryl, just some few seconds, 5. If you will not have responded, maybe we can go to the next person. Okay, maybe for the sake of the audience, Cecilia, Nelson, and Anne, maybe you can check into this question. Awesome to see customized African drone. I have a question. What are some of the technical skills needed to build drones? So that is the question from Beryl.
Thank you, Beryl, for your question. Lab, as of now, all of us are engineers, and especially aerospace engineers. Yeah, so but to build a drone, it's actually just being creative, being able to work with your hands, just trying to find solutions to problems that we face when we are building. So as long as you have information, at least some background information on drone technology, then yeah, you can actually build a drone. And another option is actually you can import your own drone, and assemble it at least as a starting phase. Yeah, I think what they will add.
I think she has basically said all of it. Yeah, on that. Any other question?
So the other question is from Caroline, a Ugandan who is currently doing her studies in Italy. So perhaps, Caroline, I don't know if you're there to ask this question. Maybe you can frame it better.
Okay, this more or less wasn't a question. It was more like an added suggestion. This is kind of following the security risks posed by the drones. I think it's an area that affects many things, not only drones. For instance, the use of computers, which many have used to hack other people's privacy and stuff like that. But then when we think about all these, most of it is regulated by laws and policies. So I am assuming that if drones are coming more and more into the market, probably it's better if they are equally regulated by certain laws, whereby individuals are able to register them, and the government or the laws or the authorities are aware of how many drones are in the country and what they do, what their purpose are. Perhaps we can get more highlight on this by the speakers. I don't know, something like that.
Caroline. Yeah, I believe that's why the regulations on drones are stringent. The government actually needs to know what drones are in the country, what they're being used for, and at what time. And aside from the issue of security, there's actually the issue of safety. If any of you has ever worked in the aviation industry, you know that safety is actually one of the most important things that those guys look into. So yes, if you allow an unregulated use of drones, people will fly them into the flight paths of manned aircraft, which actually carry people, and this may result in accidents. And with manned aircraft, that means fatalities, death to actually humans. And yeah, there has to be that element of safety. Safety is an issue for in aviation, in manned aircraft, and the same level of safety that is being maintained on manned aircrafts. The Kenya Civil Aviation has translated that to the use of drones, so that just to minimize any injuries, any deaths, any unnecessary deaths. If the use of drones was left uncontrolled, believe me, you'd have had maybe an aircraft or two by now would have crashed due to maybe somebody flying drones next to Wilson Airport or anything. And yeah, just to add on something, please don't fly a drone next to an airport. Thank you.
So interesting to that response, Nelson. Maybe we'll go to one question from Chris. I see he has his hand up, and then we can maybe look into the rest of the comments or other questions and opinions that have been posted on the chat. Chris, you can unmute and maybe go.
Hello, thank you very much, Cecilia, Nelson, and Dan for that wonderful session. So for me, I was wondering, now that you said you will be going into production of drones, how will you manage? My first question is, how will you manage the customers? Will you ensure that they have the license, or it's just like the automobile company where one can buy a car and maybe go and sort himself with the license? So first, I would like to know about that. Then second, I would like to know how your drones are developed to maybe for art examining, because I know drones can be examined using using that many networks. Like I can examine a drone and maybe use it for my own personal purposes. Yeah, so next I would like to know if KCA has ever consulted you, now that you are the first drone manufacturing in the country, if KCA have consulted you, because I feel that there is a lot of policies that are made in Kenya in particular without the consulting of the key makers in the field. Because personally, I feel the idea of say banning of usage of drones maybe even limits students to activity. Because if, for example, Murungi said, I know you did a project of drones. Even if you are a student and you want to explore drones, you have to go a very tiresome and rigorous process to do that. Yeah, so thank you. Those are my questions.
I believe the first question was on how we are managing the customers once you go to production. Well, we will be producing drones initially based on, before we move to mass production, we'll be doing drones based on the needs of customers, on the specific needs of a customer. If a customer needs a specific drone designed in a certain way, yeah, I believe we'll be doing that. That's before we move into mass production, after we've improved our facilities and we've scaled and we've determined that there's the market, the demand for the mass production of drones by ourselves. But at the moment, in the initial stages, we'll go according to orders we get. If someone orders 10 drones, we'll do that. We'll scale our operations to make sure we can meet such orders. And yeah, and so on. So on the next question, I believe is another question was if KCA were consulted for the manufacturing license. This process has been a long one. The process for licensing, as Anne said, has been a long one, and every step we've involved the KCA, the Kenya Civil Aviation has been involved. They have visited our facility a number of times. They have witnessed some of our tests. We've taken them through our production, and it was not even a matter of them consulting us. We are the ones who went to them and gave them all the details we have on manufacturing and everything we needed to know. They are our partners in this. That's why they were able to give us a license for this, because we've proved to them that we are capable of doing this. We've had them over, they've seen our tests, they've seen our safety standards and everything that we are doing with regards to manufacturing and operation. And that's why the KCA does not just give certifications and licenses, by the remote operator license. It's a thorough process, even for manned aircraft operators. It's a very thorough process just to make sure to maintain the safety level that I was talking about. So yes, they did not consult us, but we consulted them, and it's been a partnership from the word go up to the moment they gave us the license. Even now, even with the license, we continue to collaborate with the KCA on matters manufacturing and operations, just to make sure we are on the side of the regulations. Yeah, Cecilia will take the question on how drones are developed.
So how are drones developed? Number one, the first thing you must consider is your area of application, because different drones have different applications. So if you need a drone for precision agriculture, or if you need a sprayer drone, its design will not be the same as a drone used for photography. So number one, you must know, if I'm designing a drone, or if I want to build a drone, what is my application? Then from there, you go to the design of the drone itself. You can do this in any CAD software. And the one thing that you must consider for any aircraft design is the weight. So from the weight, you must come up with a weight value. From the weight, you can design all these other things, the wing, if it's a multi-rotor, the rotors and all that, or if it's a VTOL, drone like our own, which can take off and land from any point. From there, you can design the wings or the rotors. Then from there, we go to the computer simulations. We simulate and see if this drone can work in CAD software or in any other software, even before we begin the process of manufacturing. So before we spend our money and effort in manufacturing, we first have to simulate and see that the drone can work. Then from there, you manufacture your drone using your design materials, slowly using just the normal tools, rotor tools, axles, and all that. Then from there, you do your flight test. And there are so many tests that you must go through to ensure that your drone flies efficiently, even with the electronics, with the motors, with the propellers, to ensure that they're working well. So it's a long process, and you have to go through it step by step. But the only way you can do it well is to have a list of to do of everything. You must have a checklist, so that after every phase you tick and go to the next one. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, but now I was asking about the security issues, because maybe you can jam a drone. Yeah, you can jam a drone, maybe. And if I do jam a drone, I can maybe take control of the drone. Yeah, so I would like maybe how secure is, for example, for me as a customer, if I maybe purchase your drone, how secure is it? And the technologies maybe that we have implemented to ensure it's secure to prevent say someone from maybe jamming or lacking into the network that is controlling the system.
Most of the autopilots, which is the brain of the drone in the market, currently in the market, are state of the art, and they are tested against such security issues such as hacking and everything. And the issue, and there's also another fact that most drone networks are, what can I call them, local networks. It's just between the drone and maybe, yeah, and whoever is flying it. So it's disconnected from the other networks, which makes hacking it kind of a bit difficult, because maybe you need direct contact with the drone for you to actually hack it. And the other question was, you've talked about hacking, and jamming. Drones operate on signals such as GPS signals and so forth, and there are fail-safe options in case it loses radio signals or GPS signals. These are pre-programmed into the drone, such that, for example, if it loses a GPS signal, it will loiter in the area where it is, where it loses the signal, maybe loiter and look for a signal. And if it can't find the signal, it will land or fly back. We call it return to launch, fly back to where it came from. Another option is maybe to it's just actually the loss of GPS signals is just two options. It either loiters looking for a GPS signal or flies back to launch or to the nearest waypoint, depending on the instructions that were preloaded on the drone. Yes. Is that okay, Chris?
Yes.
So thank you, Chris, for that. I don't think we have any other question from the chat, but we have a comment from Sindile Fakude from South Africa. He says, I'm from South Africa. I'm very impressed with the environment that Kenya has created for the native innovators. I feel that everyone from the government to the institution has a very good vision towards technology and a lot. So that is some really good comments, and maybe compliment to Swift Lab and the kind of work that you guys are doing. So the next question is from Chris Miner. I don't know if Chris is there. Maybe there was some kind of, he lost some network, and he needed some clarification. Kindly pardon me on how you are helping young engineers get the license to prove that they are qualified by KCA. I guess this is more in line into the training that maybe you guys do and all that. When someone was mentioning about RTO, I think ROC and all that. Maybe someone can respond into that. Nelson?
Oh, yes, UTO is unmanned aerial vehicle training organizations. Those are like piloting schools for drones where you can enroll, and once you get your license, the license is actually issued by the KCA, since they're the ones who approve the schools. So yeah, all you have to do is enroll into a school, and yeah, you'll get your license, your flying license. As Swift Lab, we can facilitate that. You can come. We can talk, since we have a memorandum of understanding with certain UTOs to train our own pilots. So yeah, maybe we can assist that. We can provide some assistance with regards to that.
Yeah, so I think Chris Minor, the response is okay with you. Maybe the question I'll ask is more of a personal question, but maybe from the technical perspective, having interacted with these kind of drones in that environment, I've come to realize maybe there is quite a lot of open source softwares, or rather even open source hardwares. When you start talking about ArduPilot, all that family of Arduinos and all that, they have really come up with one of the best hardwares that are open source, and also maybe softwares that are open source that are really playing key roles in drone manufacturing, and also maybe trying to develop that ecosystem. Maybe how would you comment into open source technologies, and also if any that you are using, how has it been helpful? And maybe the last part is, would you maybe consider going outside and doing fully enterprise solution without considering open source?
Yeah, open source solutions are good if if you're just playing around in the drones for your own fun, and security is not an issue. For us, we have partnerships with let's say companies such as Auterion, who creates autopilots, and Cube Pilot autopilots, just to make sure that most of our hardware and software is not open source and vulnerable to security risks. But yes, if you are innovating around and creating, playing around with these things, which is actually very commendable, you can use the open source software, because they offer the best platform to learn, to experiment, and so on. The second part of your question was on.
I was asking maybe for you to make a general comment about those developed maybe open source platforms, or maybe platforms in terms of software and also hardware. And second is maybe to make a comment specifically about maybe if there is any open source you are using, but you have already commented on that. And lastly is how would you comment, especially for those ones who don't have maybe the budget, or rather the muscle, maybe to get the licenses to do that partnership, but they really want maybe to get rolling in and do some solutions which are quick, and maybe open source is their option. How will you comment in terms of such people?
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, if you're looking to experiment, to learn, and yeah, just to get to know more, to get to know more about drones, open source is the best way to go, because the others are actually more expensive. You have to pay licenses. So yes, if you need to learn how more about the avionics system of drones, there are simulators, open source simulators you can actually use. There's this software known as Mission Planner by ArduPilot, which is actually a very good software to learn how to mission plan for drones. You can even simulate flights using that, and all the materials you need on that is actually on Google. What you might not have is a drone, but then again, you can buy your own drone, assemble it, and apply for the there's something actually failed to mention. You don't actually need a remote pilot license to fly a drone. There's a certificate. They just give you that from the KCA at a lower cost than a remote pilot license. Just a certificate to allow you to fly drones. So yeah, you can assemble your own drone. If you have the financial capability, or if you're building one by your own, you can assemble it, register it. We can actually also help you to register drones. I think that was mentioned earlier. You can bring it, assemble it, bring it to Swift Lab. We can assist you in registering it. And maybe the other permits that you may need to fly and experiment with it. It's actually an open place for learning. We interact with people, although you might need to schedule appointments depending on what's going on. But yes, if you're looking to learn, get to know more, open source is the best way to go.
Okay, interesting. Maybe you can go back to the chat as before I do the final closing remarks with maybe the final comment. And I can see someone is asking, but I think you have already mentioned this. What softwares do your drones run? Is it open source? I think you have already mentioned that. The other question from Chris is which controllers are you using for your drones? I think again, you mentioned yours is more of enterprise, but again, if maybe it's something that you can share, I think people will be glad, especially Chris will be glad to hear about that.
Currently, we are using
Interesting.
we are using a FlySky remote controller, but yeah, in the spirit of innovation and creation, we are actually looking to build our own remote controllers. Yeah, and also on the issue of open source, we are also looking to build our own softwares in the future, and some of them are already in the work.
Okay, interesting. So the last question, maybe you have mentioned some partners, but I'll again leave this maybe to you if you have any partners locally. But more importantly, the most interesting question I'd like you to answer is in terms of competitors. Which are these competitors that that you already have in the market, or maybe some competitors that you see are kind of limiting you reaching to the sky? And when you're trying to mention this, I will also appreciate if you could make a comment about zipline, because again, we know zipline is rocking, especially in Rwanda and Ghana, but unfortunately, its origin, it's not in Africa, but it's in USA. Maybe you can do that, 2 comments in terms of that. Back
Okay,
to you, Nelson.
with regards to competitors, as I said, we are one of only four companies in Kenya who are authorized to fly and operate drones. And 2 of those are actually training organizations for drone pilots. So it's technically just two companies who are authorized to operate drones for commercial services, such as drone spraying and all that. The other company is Astral, I believe. You can do more research on that. In manufacturing, we are the only company in Kenya and I believe Africa that are manufacturing locally made drones. Yeah, which just makes us we are in our own sea alone there. A comment on Zipline, as you've mentioned, Zipline is backed by Silicon Valley. And that means a lot of money. That's why they've been able to expand rapidly. And I'd also like to make a comparison between their drones and the one we are currently developing. Their drones use catapults, and they're also, when they come back to land, they are also captured using a catapult. And when they are delivering their cargo, they are dropped using parachutes. Our drone has a vertical takeoff and landing, which means it can actually land, take off, land at the hospital. You take whatever you need, and you can even put back something. This is what is called reverse logistics. It can pick and drop, and you don't even need a lot of infrastructure for it. You don't need to install runways. You don't need to install catapults. It just comes back and lands on its own again. It doesn't even need much space. It has a wingspan of 2 meters. So what, a space of like 5 meters, that's just enough for the drone to take off and land. You don't need much space. You don't need to spend a lot of money on infrastructure. But yes, Zipline is currently the market leader in drone deliveries in Africa. And we can pick whatever they're doing well and maybe look to emulate or even make it better, so that, and even customize it for a Kenyan context. Yeah, so yeah, we are looking to get to where Zipline is and maybe go past that. Yeah.
Interesting. And maybe you mentioned something here in terms of rotors and fixed wing. And maybe I'll again pose this question back to you, maybe to just clarify in terms of what Zipline has built and what
I have lost you. I've lost you, Kithinji. Hello.
You've gotten my question?
No. I lost you there for a few seconds. Could you
Okay,
please repeat?
Pole. Okay, it's okay. So I'll just repeat. I think you have mentioned about the zip lines design and your design. And maybe if you look keenly, your design is more into rotary side, and then the zip lines design is more into the fixed wing
We've lost
side.
you again.
So now with two, pardon?
We lost you again. Please repeat your question.
Okay, how about now? Am I audible, Cecilia?
Yes, you are.
Okay, fine. So I'm going back to what Nelson mentioned about the design, which is more in line into rotary or the fixed wing. And maybe in terms of that, the consideration I'm looking into is the power, which comes now to translate maybe the flight time and all that. So how have you been able to handle that power challenge? Because again, in drones, especially when you're considering the flight time, the power is really a great challenge. And for you to design a very a drone that is really working properly, you really need to put that into consideration. How have you considered that into your design?
Our drone, the drone we are developing is a hybrid. It's a vertical takeoff and a fixed wing as well. As you've mentioned, yeah, power is an important consideration, and particularly for vertical takeoff aircraft, they consume a lot of power, and they usually have a very short flight time. But since our drone, the vertical takeoff motors are just used during takeoff, maybe takeoff and landing, the power consumption is not as high for compared to purely purely rotary vertical takeoff. What can I call them? Quadcopters. Yes, quadcopters. So yeah, that's why we are able to manage up to 1 hour of flight time. Since all we need a lot of power for the vertical takeoff, and then forward transition that does not often consume a lot of power. And yeah, since it's just what you're doing is just accelerating it through air, and there's no much obstacles to the air. So currently with the battery, the power requirements, our drone can achieve up to 1 hour. That is what we've designed it for, but that can be doubled, not necessarily doubled, but increased with more battery power. But this will also translate into more weight for the drone, and probably will reduce its endurance. So for instance, if just taking an example, if we were to increase the power capacity of the drone we're currently using in the hope of taking it from 1 hour to 2 hours, that won't actually happen. You might increase the flight time by only 30 minutes since there'll be more increased weight. So these are things we actually play around with during design, and things in design there's a give and take relationship. It depends on really what you need,
Definitely.
what you want to achieve, and what's the goal of the drone you're building. So it's a complicated process, and yeah, you have to consider how much power you need and how much flight time will enable you to achieve whatever mission you want to achieve with the drone you're building. Yes, does that answer your question, or
No,
Yes,
yeah,
I
definitely
can
that
also add
answers
to
my question. Uh-huh.
I think I can add to that by sharing my screen and showing the drone that we're actually building, just to clarify on some few things. Yeah, so this is the drone that we have. This is a SwiftLab drone. It's actually the first design that we did was a fixed wing drone. We didn't have the vertical takeoff. So initially the drone is supposed to be fixed wing, and fixed wing, as you've said, has the advantage of having long endurance, so can fly for longer. Then we thought about the landing issue. If it's only a fixed wing, it means that you need a runway for it to take off and for it to land. So that means that we may not be able to scale our activities very fast. If we go to a remote area, do we need to first set up a whole runway, and that's expensive. So that's when we decided now to come up and add on top of the fixturing already. And now we have the vertical takeoff. So the rotors, the 4 rotors that you can see facing upward, those ones are for taking off and landing only, and they're actually only active during those 2 phases of the flight. The main rotor at the back of the fuselage, that one is the one that's active during most part of the mission. Thank you.
Interesting. I think for any drone lovers and maybe guys who have really played with this, they can say this is one of the best drones, or rather the best designs, because I think you have put in so many consideration into that design, and I'm personally loving it. Thank you very much, Anne, Nelson, and Cecilia, for such an awesome interaction. So the last question I'd like is Alan to ask as we do our closing session. Alan? Maybe you can ask that as we close the session. Are you there, Alan?
Yes, Kivinji, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly, loud and clear.
Yeah, I wanted to know, because here in the country, we have universities which do offer aerospace engineering. So are there plans by Swift Lab to maybe collaborate or merge with these universities to be able to maybe nurture things like collaboration, exchange of ideas, things like that? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Alan, for the question. SUPLAB, actually, we've been looking forward to collaborating with universities. We have started conversations with one university, Dedan Kimathi, and the program we are looking forward to is on research and development of sustainable drones. But that requires some funding. So we've been working also with a university from southern Denmark to look for funding to fund for that project. So yes, we are very open to partnership with universities, because we want to actually assist the industry and to build the drone ecosystem so that it can grow. It just can't grow with 1 or 2 companies in the industry. We need more people so that we can grow together.
Okay, thank you very much, Anne and Nelson and Cecilia, for such an interesting and awesome session. I think I've really enjoyed it, and not only enjoyed it, but also I really feel proud seeing what Kenyans are doing, and you being at the forefront. I think this is really interesting. So I think we also have a team here that they will be sharing, they have a presentation in US, though virtually, and it's all around the drones of the future and all that. And I think such questions that I was asking, I think it will really give them more light into maybe them doing that presentation, and maybe making them also shine in one way or the other way. So that is all from that session, and that comes to our end of all the sessions that we had prepared. But now what we'll be doing is we are doing the final kind of feedback session, maybe in the next 5-10 minutes. And then we will do the closing remarks by the Young Professionals Kenya section as we close the session. And for this part, I love to welcome the chair of Engineering and Technology Summit, that is Steve, maybe to lead us in the next session. And one of the most interesting thing is, before even Steve comes on board, I love us to hear feedback from each country. I understand we have someone from Italy, we have someone from India, we have someone from Poland, we have someone from Algiers, I think Algeria or something. So all these people, I think it will really be nice, because this is a recorded session. We get to hear that positive feedback or even critics, so that at least we get to know what we'll do better. So this session, I'll leave it to the chair, that is Steve, and then I will pick it back as we do the final remarks from the Young Professional Kenya section. Back to you, Steve, if you can hear me. Steve, I cannot hear you. I don't know if it's on my end, but I cannot hear you. Still not yet. I can't hear you. I don't know if it's on my end. Someone can confirm.
I also cannot hear from Steve.
Yes, Steve, we cannot hear you. Hello, Steve. Maybe unplug the earphones. Maybe you can try without the earphones.
Just a minute.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's okay
Robin,
now. You can go on with that. You can go on with that.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear, Steve.
Okay, so I cannot take this opportunity to thank all of you who joined us for this summit. It has been really planned for about 2 months, and interacting with an audience like this, such an awesome. The 2 days, yesterday's session was amazing. Today's session is also amazing, and I thank all of you for joining us for this summit. I believe this will not be the last one, but we'll have the same next year. But the one that we'll be having next year will be probably it will be a physical one. And I would just like to encourage you that you'll keep on in our social media platforms. We'll keep on posting on maybe what is going on and maybe the dates that we'll have for next year. And also those who are reaching out maybe for collaboration for the next summit will be able to react in time. And together with my organizing team that maybe I can give them a chance maybe to say a word or so during this time before we hand it over to the young professionals. So at this time, I would like to welcome, you can see, is Fiona in? Fiona, the chair of University of Nairobi. Okay, I think, okay, Fiona, I can see Fiona is around. Maybe you could say something. Okay, as we wait for Fiona, maybe I can give this opportunity.
Hi, I'm
Okay.
here. Can you hear
Oh
me?
yeah. Yes,
Sorry,
can hear you.
Yeah, just let me plug in my earphones. Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yes, yes, can hear you.
Am I audible? Okay, fine. Perfect. Sorry. I'm in a bus right now. But I'm on my way home. Yesterday, I was at home so that I could attend the summit. Thank you everyone for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure meeting with people. Yeah, everything has just been good from the speakers. We had some few features, some sessions are overlapping, but we thank God that we went through it, all of it well. Thank you so much to our MCs and moderators. You guys have been the absolute best for the volunteers who've helped organize the summit. For the technical team, Mark, you really did a great job with the presenting of the videos. Thank you so much for that. Oh gosh, yeah. To Took, Moy, you, Auntie, my guys, everyone, KU, you guys are all the best. JQuad, it's been an absolute pleasure, and yeah, I just thank God for all of you, and I can't wait for the next summit. Hopefully, it's going to be physical, but let's see. Yeah, and I'm hoping to learn so much, and yeah, I think I'm just excited. Sorry for the noise in the background, though.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. That was awesome. So I'll give Alan Quach also to give maybe some remarks. Alan Quach is the chair for Kenyatta University.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you so much, Okwiri. Sorry. I'm really happy that we've been able to do a lot in the past 2 months of planning. And today we have seen the results of it. It has been great, it has been amazing. And apart from that, I hope and I do believe that all the attendees have been able to get one or two from these different sessions we have been having since yesterday morning. And as we're going forward, I hope that we are still going to look forward for the next sessions, which are going to be happening next year for the Citizen Summit. And firstly, I'm psyched. I've learned some few tricks here and there. I've been able to get some new friends, socialize with some few people, and I've been able to share some few ideas with some people who have been on the call. So I do believe that this has even opened some new doors, not only to me, but also to the other members who are on the call. So from me and from IEEE KU student branch, I would say thank you for joining us in this session. And we look forward for all the future upcoming events. So thank you. Back to your query. Steve.
Thanks, Alan. So I'll give another person this chance, Chris Murimi, to maybe make a comment.
Hello, everyone. That was an amazing summit. I'd like to thank you all who did attend this summit. This was very inspiring. I hope you all learned as much as I did. I also like to thank our speakers, those present, those in absentia. I think it was amazing working with some of the speakers. You know, in my previous uni, I have worked with speakers where you meet someone and unangoja the feedback until you unachoka, but this one was different. I also would like to thank the team of volunteers. I'm happy to say that I was able to work with some of the best engineers, the future engineers in Kenya. These guys gave their best from KU, from where I think for me, I have a lot to take home to my team in Moi. Tell them these guys are amazing. I was able to work with some of them was amazing, from finance team to industrialized license team to workshop team. I guess everything was put together very, very fantastic, and it was very good. Just been a pleasure 3 months working with those volunteers, and I hope I look forward for more of this. I know KU next month will be hosting the festival. We are so much eager for that. We're happy for you guys. We also look forward for other needs from different branches. I know even for the physical ones, we can collaborate in that. I once attended in Truk, and I'm happy I've met Steve personally. I've looked meeting other volunteers and other participants from here. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Look forward to next year. Maybe next year most of us will be professionals, but we look forward to this. And we are happy we did this. Thank you very much, guys. We appreciate it.
Fortunately, Alan Mirigi is not here with us, and he also was part of the organizing committee, the co-chairs. Yeah. So from my side and from the Technical University of Kenya, we'd like to thank you very much for joining us. As the others have just said, we have another conference next month, and the Power Africa conference that is in August. I believe it will be quite an informative and interactive platform for us to join again, to network and also to learn. And that's all I can say on my side. Thank you for joining, and have a nice time. Back to you, Kibinji.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. I don't know, because maybe Alan was not around. That is the only one who has not shared his feedback. But this has also been interesting. Today, on behalf of Young Professionals Kenya, on behalf of Chaltu, who is our publicity and branding lead, and Nation Miwizi, who stood in for the session that for the technical session AI IoT. That was our secretary. And then we have our vice chair, Young Professionals in Kenya, who is Dr. Shege Kirongo Amos, who has not been able to join us because of other engagements. And lastly, our funds guy, mtu wa pesa, that is Nick Kabingu, who has also not managed to join us. Nick is an engineer at Liquid Telecom, or rather, nowadays I think it's called Intelligence something, yeah, where Omwansa works. And Dr. Shege is a lecturer at University of Meru University. And Chaltu is a technical sales engineer at Gradsen. And Miwizi is doing his master's currently in University of London. And I am the chair, Kitinji Muriungi, currently systems engineer at Konza, in a project that I think all of us we will be talking about proudly by 2030. So apart from that, maybe on behalf of young professionals, I'll really like to commend what I've seen here, because what I've seen here, even in the professional world, this would have maybe taken so many professionals to come together and maybe bring all the speakers and maybe coordinate all these sessions. And for me, if you ask me, this is the same dream we had while we were still in school, a place where students can come in and do everything on their own. And I wish I had better words to explain this, but this is, I couldn't dream of a better Kenya with better engineers than the ones we have in this platform. You guys are amazing. From Steve, Fiona, Chris, Alan, and the other Alan, you guys are amazing. And you have this very big team behind you that is working well. And I think if we are able now to couple this and put these in so many other universities, I think we can be bringing out engineers that are not half-baked or whatever the industry calls it, but we are sure that the engineers that we will bringing out, they will be engineers who are really competent and engineers who are really bringing in value to Kenya, to Africa, and to the global as a whole. So maybe to wind up on to wind up on this, I really appreciate all of us, and kindly, as you take these, I've really taken my 2 days to focus on this, because as a young professional chair, one of our agenda is to make sure we provide that smooth transition to the students. When you become a student, it's okay, you can participate in IEEE activities and events, because again, it's easy. There's no much time wastage and all that. But again, when you become professional, you are required to do your stuff. I have a company, I have a startup that I'm running on the side. I have my day job. I have a daughter, I have a wife, I have a family. I have all these things that I really need to take care of it. But again, remember, all those things, the time that I have is 24 hours, the same time that maybe a student has. And when we engage with students and maybe encourage them to plan and maybe to try and give their a minute or two into their societies, into building better engineers, then I think we are really building the better society that all of us is really looking into having. So those are just my words. So again, I'm looking into all these guys, Chris, Akina Fiona, as you are saying that you will be graduating soon. I'm expecting you on this other side. I will be retiring from young professionals soon. And I'm hoping to leave this to you guys so that Akina Mark, you can bring all that energy on this other side, and we can keep on having these very vibrant young professionals in Kenya, and we'll keep on building this community as we go further. So before I do my closing session, maybe before we end the session, I'd love to hear from Ahmed Bubakar. I think is from Algiers or something. Just a comment as we leave. From my end, I'm done. I just want to hear from different countries before we come maybe to specifics. So Ahmed, if you can hear me, kindly you can respond in. We want to hear different voices. Yes, he's from Algiers. Okay,
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Hello, Kinhiji. I am
Yes, Ahmed, I can hear you.
Professor Ahmed Boubaker from École Nationale Polytechnique of Algiers in Algeria. I didn't attend all presentations, but I'm very satisfied. It's very nice. It's very good what you have done.
Thank you very much, Professor. And that is really a good comment, hearing it from Algiers. So next we can hear it from, we have someone from Poland, Darius from Poland. And maybe you can keep on mentioning the names down here so that I should not take much time going through the list to get to identify who is from which country. Darius Mrozek from Poland. Can you hear me? Okay, seems that he's not responding. Do we have anybody from do you have anybody from India? We can do it quickly. Do you have anybody from India? I don't want to point to the names, but I love someone maybe to mention it.
Yeah, I see Mr. Ramya.
Okay, fine. Do we have anybody else from Italy? Maybe Caroline, you can do your closing remark. As we get to hear from, as we wait for someone from Poland, India to mention, to maybe do their comments. Caroline, I hope you can hear me.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
I do. I can hear it. Okay. What I have here is just something small because I've already really said much. The exciting part of this was that the summit was managed by young people, and I know there were some glitches, for instance, overlaps in time between sessions, but that is kind of normal because even those experienced in this area seem to have this kind of problem. But I believe overall you've done very well, and this is a good start. If it's the start, then it's really great. I'm glad. I'm privileged to have been part of this. Thank you.
Kidenji, you are muted.
Okay, sorry for that. I'm saying I think it would really be nice if we could have these speakers at least telling us how the session has been, especially from the outside. Is it how do they do it differently, especially in Poland, India, Germany, US? If we have anybody from US, Australia, how do you do it on that other side? And based on what we have been doing, is it okay, or maybe we are missing out on something? Dr. Karamat, are you there? Hello, Dr. Karamat, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, I think I'll leave it at that. And then there was a request from Steve and his team. We all of us put our videos on for the last picture. If you're okay, if you're not okay, then it's fine. So Steve, you can do this, but from my end, everything is done. And thank you very much for joining our very able students, and even for sharing with them, especially for the presenters and all that. So this is really interesting, and I can't wait to receive you guys as young professionals. And you have really made me proud. Thank you very much. Steve, you can take control into the pictures.
Cameras so that you can take a photo. Let's continue turning on our cameras. I can see a good number has turned on their cameras. We're still waiting for Godwin, Alan, some Emmanuel maybe, as well as can take the first. Okay. Smiles. Yes, another one. Just take another one. Yeah, I think that's now good. Maybe I've captured the. Maybe I can capture the last one. I can see 3 more have joined. Can capture the last one. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining us. It was lovely meeting you all, and it's been a pleasure for the last 2 days you joining us. Thank you, and have a good time. Here in Kenya, it's evening. Everyone have a good evening. Yeah, thank you, and bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Goodbye.